What's up, guys? Hartman here. We're gonna be ripping some drafts today on a Sunday. We're also gonna get into a little bit of the coach speak and stuff we've been hearing recently. Finally training camp starting to ramp up. Next week we'll be in full swing with training camp. So starting to trickle in a little bit of news and stuff. We'll kind of be going over that today. And other than that, just ripping the drafts. The lobby isn't super full, but we're gonna start it off with the best ball mania today, and then we got a poll in the chat, so just vote for whatever contest you'd like to draft next. I still like ripping. I mean, I'm happy to rip Best Ball Mania as the whole stream. I like the Badge Bros Brawl quite a bit. Eliminators are fine. Weekly winners fine. So but yeah, we'll just get it started. We're gonna hop right into the Best Ball Mania. I'll count it down quick. We're gonna enter this Best Ball Mania in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, and we're in, waiting on 7 in the BBM. So if anyone wants to hop in, go for it. But yeah, we'll say what's up to the chat real quick, and then we can talk about a little bit of the news we've been getting, just kind of early training camp, and then hopefully we'll have the draft filled. We can talk about that. We got Disband Brotherhood in here with the dot. Hey, what's up, Disband? Thanks for stopping by, bro. Appreciate it. First down fantasy, shipper and bound. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We're about to win 2 milli right now. So hopefully shipper and bound. Every time I get in a BBM, it's for 2 milli. You see the end round hat. I also believe in pay it forward economics. So every time I draft, it's basically 2 million on the books. Sup, bro? Hey, what's up, Jamie? Thanks for stopping by, bro. Hit that subscribe and like button 100%. Hey, hell yeah. Hit that subscribe, hit that like if you haven't already. BBM equals big booty mamas. Hell yeah, Jamie. Hell yeah. And check out Jamie if you don't know. He's over on the IDP Center as a host over there. Definitely check them out. They're doing. I mean, they do all kinds of fantasy. I was watching a little bit of their content. I was watching some of the mock drafts and stuff they were doing. But yeah, definitely good content over there. So let's see who we got in here. So BBM filled. We got me at the 6, Bruni at the 7, Super Beast Keith at the 10. I think that's all I recognize. If anyone else in here, let me know. But yeah, nice to see a couple people I know in here. That's always nice. But yeah, I figured I put sub Goofy Chicken, sub Hartman. Thanks for stopping by, bro. Appreciate it. And check out Goofy Chicken if you don't know. He was off the airwaves for a little bit, but him and Tex came back recently. Always good to see the Goofy and Tex show on the air. Sup, dude. Hey, sup, Daniel. Thanks for stopping by, bro. Appreciate it. But yeah. Let's talk about a little bit of the. We can talk about a little bit of the camp news we've been getting. I think we got some news. Basically, like Malik Nabers not starting on pup. Obviously, that's what I put in the thumbnail. That was a few days ago, but I think him not starting on pup, that kind of, at least to me, I'm a guy who is already decently high on Nabers. I have about 14%. So that kind of just gives me the green light where I'm willing to kind of push my exposure even higher, really kind of hone in on him, especially at that end of the 3rd round range. I understand it's still a risk, and obviously there's still a chance, even if he's ready early, he's going to carry increased injury risk this year. It might take some time for him to ramp up. But, in a best ball contest when all the money's won at the end, I think Nabers still gives us like a great value, especially if he has a chance to play week 1. I think that just gives us such a great value at the end of the 3rd, early 4th, because, just his upside later in the year when it matters, when it's the money weeks. I mean, his upside is unmatched by anyone in that range, in my opinion. All right. So here, we kind of flip flop between these top 3: CMC, Amon-Ra, Jonathan Taylor. I definitely have the least CMC, so let's just get a share of him here. I think that's fine. I'm not sure if I have any yet in BBM. For some reason, my best ball overlay is not working right now. It stopped working at the end of last stream. I don't know if they had an update or something, but yeah, unfortunately, can't check my combos and stuff right now. So is what it is though. I'm not too worried about it. We'll go CMC at 6. I think that's a fine pick. Like I said, Amon-Ra or Jonathan Taylor, sometimes I pull up over him. But I think CMC is totally reasonable. It's really just the injury risk. If he stays healthy, he's getting 350 to 400 touches most likely. And, a lot of it's going to be receiving work as well. He plays on a super high powered offense. Even if he loses some of that efficiency, like we saw last year, he lost a lot of rushing efficiency. Like, even if he takes another step back, as long as he's healthy and on the field 90% of the time, it really just doesn't matter that much with that workload that he gets in San Francisco. And he still is one of the best receiving backs in the NFL, regardless if his rushing efficiency has kind of taken a hit in the last year or two. Um, what's up, brother? Good luck, guys. Hey, what's up, Keith? Thanks for stopping by, bro. Appreciate it. We got Keith in here at the 10. Whenever my BBO does that, I uninstall and reinstall. It usually works. All right, I can maybe try that real quick. Uh, yeah, because it's decently easy now to do it. So I'll just remove it from my Chrome. Um, I think what we'll do, we'll just pull up the fantasy VIP one. And then this one's pretty cool. This one's totally like free to use. And at least that way I can have my like playoff combos and stuff up there. You know, that's kind of nice. Um, just as nice as like a little reminder sometimes. Like I know most of them at this point, I feel like, but it's nice to have the little reminder. Um, I think we'll go AJ Brown here. To me, he is like a tier above these other receivers. Maybe not a tier above, but at the very top of the tier. I just think the upside is, the upside's kind of limitless in that Patriots offense. I think best quarterback he's ever played with, obviously. We look at that Patriots offense, they averaged over 50 yards a game more passing than the Eagles did. I think this is a great opportunity for AJ Brown. I think he's going to be, he's the clear alpha there, even though they have Dobbs. I just think it's going to be a lot more high-powered passing attack than the Eagles had. I also think the Patriots having a little bit tougher schedule isn't really that bad. Hopefully that gives them like they just weren't really passing that much in the second half of games last year. And I think, that even kind of limited like their overall passing ceiling and like per game. And they still were way better than AJ Brown's previous situation. So I think this year with a little bit tougher schedule, maybe they're forced to pass a little bit more. It just opens up that ultimate upside for AJ Brown. What up, Hardman? Hey, what's up, Paulino? Thanks for stopping by, bro. Appreciate it. Um, oh yeah, but there's some other camp news too. We can look at some of the other stuff. So one of the other things too was the Cardinals today, I think, or today or yesterday, they had some statements. And just kind of a little bit bearish on Jeremiah Love. Just talking about like Hackett. They were asking Hackett about the running backs and how he's excited about the room. The only name he really mentioned was James Conner. Then they asked him about Jeremiah Love, and he said, "Well, he is a rookie. He's learning every day. He'll grow every single day. I'm excited for him. All those guys, not just him though. I mean, he's definitely a rookie, as we've talked about. He'll keep growing every single day. I'm excited for him. All those guys, not just him. Um, and then he's talking about guys that can do multiple things, how much he loves the room as a whole. A little bit bearish on Jeremiah Love. Nothing crazy, but a little bit more on the bearish side. All right, Jeremiah Love goes right there. I get the follower on Pickens. I love it. Not passing that up. I like Devonta Smith just fine too, where he goes. Or like, I mean, honestly, like Olave Flowers. I like all those receivers pretty much. But Pickens on a fall, love that. Don't usually see him all the way at 30. So happy to get that value on him. Obviously, the upside's still there in the Cowboys offense. Led the league in red zone targets last year. I mean, I think Pickens' weekly ceiling and his season-long ceiling is super high on that offense if everyone stays healthy. Even if Lamb's there, I think Pickens will get more red zone work, more touchdowns than Lamb most likely if they're both healthy. So yeah, I really like his upside and love getting a little fall or a little value on him. We see Neighbors going up at 27, a little bit of that positive reporting on him. I think we might see him closer to that 2-3 turn soon. We'll kind of see. It depends once training camp is actually going, like how much his Neighbors really doing. What are the beat reporters saying? Because right now it's just that he's not on pup. So we'll see like how much actual work he's getting in camp. But I think if the positive reporting continues at all on Neighbors, he's gonna immediately go up to this 2-3 turn. If it keeps going positive at all, that he could play week 1. Which to me makes sense. I mean, Neighbors, if he was healthy, he would easily be a first round pick. I don't think there'd even be any debate about it. So with the injury, it makes sense that he would kind of fly up if it looks like he could play week 1. First down fantasy, the crazy thing to me is they could almost just straight up play CMC as wide receiver only and he'd still smash. It is crazy. He was like, I can't remember. I've seen the graphics though. It's like if he was just a receiver, he would be like wide receiver, like 9 overall or something last year. He was like 7th in receptions or something like that. It's just crazy. He's like a top 10 receiver if you take away all his rushing from last year. It's insane. Like I don't know if he's a top 10 receiver, but it's like the some of the stats, like the volume stats and stuff, it's like top 10 receiver level. It's crazy. Boom. Hey, what's up, money? Anything? Jeff T. Thanks for stopping by, bro. Appreciate it. We're in the BBM streets right now. We got a CMC AJ Brown Pickens start. Nice value on Pickens. Happy to see that. All right, we're about to be up here. I'm not a huge ETN guy or HN guy, however you want to say it, but I haven't really been huge on him. I know he's fallen mostly because of the Kamara stuff, but I'm not like running out to get him. He does go before me, which is fine. Uh, I could use a little bit more Jalen Waddle. I have hardly like not hardly any. I have like 4% Jalen Waddle, so I'm at about like halfway. Think I'm overweight on Garrett Wilson. We'll go Jalen Waddle. We'll get a little bit more of him. He's been getting some hype, been moving up. People are saying Jalen Waddle's this year's Pickens. I got, the actual George Pickens and this year's Pickens, hopefully. So I might have just locked up about 27 receiving touchdowns or so. So, hopefully that's the case between these two. Hopefully I got the real George Pickens and this year's George Pickens, as some people are saying with Jalen Waddle. I think his price feels okay. I do slightly prefer Mike Evans in a vacuum. I prefer Garrett Wilson in a vacuum. But I don't mind getting a little different here and there. Obviously, also that's the week 17. So I was kind of playing into it, Denver versus New England. But I do probably lean Evans, Wilson, sometimes even Terry McLaurin in a vacuum over Jalen Waddle. But I do think it's close enough that it's reasonable to pick Waddle over them, even if I like them a little more, especially with the little game stack and stuff. Don't mind that. Um, but yeah, I feel like this is a pretty decent start, pretty normal for me. A lot of times there I would consider pulling up like Scattaboo or something, getting a little balanced. But usually at 54, I can get a running back I like back. So I think grabbing the third receiver there makes sense. There's going to be plenty of running backs here. Yeah. If I got Devontae Adams, I would probably pick him over a running back. But I think Montgomery or Swift would be my top running backs. Maybe Swift over Montgomery because of the bye week. Okay, well, Montgomery goes. So yeah, here, I wouldn't mind Devontae Adams. I do like Devontae Adams a lot. He led the league in end zone targets last year, 14 touchdowns. I know the yardage isn't crazy, but he's an absolute monster at the goal line. That skill set shouldn't really regress a ton with age. I know his yards per route run went lower, but he was also targeted like 30 times in the end zone from 5 yards out. So, I think he led the league in end zone targets, and it was by a wide margin. So it's like, sure, his yards per route run went down, but he was also used in the most valuable area of field more than any other receiver in the league. So it's like, I don't know. I feel like that's kind of relevant in the telling of like his advanced like efficiency and stuff. And just looking at, career wise, Devontae Adams has always been a winner in the red zone, in the end zone. He's 7th all time in receiving touchdowns. This dude's a Hall of Famer, and he's made a lot of his best work is in the red zone. I don't think that's going to change this year. I think the Rams are still going to be an amazing team, and Devontae is still going to be Stafford's go-to guy in the red zone. I think, yeah, it's surprising to see Devontae be the same price as he was last year. I understand he's older and he ended like missing a couple weeks with that hamstring injury. And he did kind of hurt in the playoffs. It did kind of hurt. Like, I was a big Devontae guy last year, and in the playoff weeks he was really let down. But I just think what his role is and like how good he was last year, you just can't deny it. I'm just always surprised to see Devontae go back here in this area of the draft. We can actually go back to the board. Bayou Bengal, hey y'all. Hey, what's up, Bayou Bengal? Thanks for stopping by, bro. Bayou Bengal was live earlier today. Definitely check him out if you don't know. Devontae is my biggest early round fade this year. I just think there's absolutely no way the Rams throw that much in the red zone again. Man, I guess I can kind of see it with them being so pass heavy. I just think a lot of that was the personnel reasons. I think having Devontae allows you to be so pass heavy in the red zone. I could see if you say the overall like scoring is lower, their overall passing is down just because their defense is so good. But I do really think he's gonna dominate those touches again. I'm gonna make this pick and then we'll keep talking about it. All right. I think here it's just Drake May. I do like Tyler Warren a lot, pick him quite often, but we'll go Drake May with the AJ Brown. Already have the game stack, like I said, too. So that's kind of a no brainer. Pair it up, have the week 17 already. kind of a no-brainer there. Um, all right, what else do you say? I think single digit receiving touchdowns is way more likely this year. I'm expecting Stafford to throw something like 25 TDs or so. Ooh, see, I don't know about that. I mean 25, like, I mean, he did only throw 22 years ago, but they didn't have like the years where it's been lower, their receiving weapons have just been so much worse. I mean, like Puka missed like half that year, and Cooper Cup also missed like half the year, and he was washed. I mean, to be honest, but like, yeah, I mean, I don't really think he'll hit 46 again, but I think he'll be somewhere closer to like the 30s, like 30 to 35. I just don't really think that they had comparable talent to what they do right now in the receiving game. I mean, who was the wide receiver two on those teams? Like Tutu Atwell? Or, it was Cooper Cup and Puka, but like how many games did Cooper Cup and Puka even play together? Like one or two the whole year? I really don't think I just don't think the receiving talent was the same. I think that these were like really low years for him. I just think they'll be closer to like the 30 number, 30 to 35. I don't I don't totally disagree with the call though. They will be. I mean, I do think they will be lower. I think Stafford obviously hit like a huge number that'll probably be hard to hit again. Sorry, let me make this pick. Okay, so the running backs kind of go, which is unfortunate. So I didn't get a running back here. It's not a big deal. I think we'll just stack up Dak. I think, yeah. Yeah, because I don't have a ton other QB outs. I mean, I do have Stafford, but he has the same buy as Drake May. So I think we'll just go Dak there with our George Pickens. That makes sense to me. No good running backs really. Didn't really need a receiver. I think it makes sense to just grab Dak there stacked up. All right, let's go back. Let's go back over here. Rams had no wide receiver competition. That's true. Yeah, that's another point for Devontae. It's getting tougher to get AJB and May when you're drafted in the early mid rounds. I almost click him naked. I think clicking May naked is totally fine. Let me see. Let me get to this though. I think it's a totally reasonable take. I'm just betting on big regression personally. I think that that's not the worst idea. I don't hate the call, especially if like you think that Kyron and Corum could take a little bit more since the variants did kind of go away from them a little bit. I don't mind if you want to take that stand. And then I do think if you're taking that stand, I would be pretty heavy on the running backs. Because I would kind of play it like both ways. Like, okay, I'm betting on lower passing touchdowns. Like, unless you think they're going to be a way worse team, but I don't see that as very likely. I think I could see it shifting more to the running backs though. Like Kyron or Corum both overperform, or one of them really overperforms in the touchdowns, and that takes away from the receiving game. I think that is totally possible, but I do think they will still be a very good offense. I think there will be some games maybe they step off the gas though late in the game, so that could hurt it a little bit too. Um, I do just think though Devontae's even cheaper than last year. Like I just think for the upside of that role, we're getting a great value. But if you want to bet on it, I do think there are a couple outs that make sense for you to make that case. That's not exactly the way I'm betting, but I do think there's outs that make sense where that case makes sense, especially if it goes more to the running game, in my opinion. Stafford is shooing for 32 plus TDs this season. That's kind of what I think, assuming everyone stays healthy. I think around that like 30 to 35 range. If everyone's healthy, all 17, I believe that range is the most likely. Um, but if you think that Corum and Monangai can hit a little bit higher variance, I think that that's an easy way to see them getting lower. And then if they are really like crushing teams with that defense, I think that that kind of narrative can make sense. Like they just crush teams in the first half. Stafford barely even throws in the second half. They just pound the rock because teams can't move the ball on that defense. I think that that narrative could work out. I do think I do think they'll still have like decent passing touchdowns, but I think that's a way where on the season they could be lower if they're just winning a lot really like dominantly. Assuming everyone's healthy. Obviously, if injuries happen, stuff changes, but like assuming everyone's healthy, I think that's kind of the way that Stafford goes lower. Um, I still I still think 25 would be on the lower end of touchdowns though, assuming no injuries, even in that scenario. Um, your take on it is completely reasonable. I mean, sorry. Oh no. I get what you were saying. Yeah. Yeah, like you don't think I'm like way out of line for the Devonte Adams thing, but that's just not the way you're playing it. I totally get that, and I think the way that you're viewing it makes sense as well. I mean, I think that like narrative, that pathway can make sense as well. Same reason why I'm in on third round Trey McBride, coming off the greatest tight end season ever, now going later than last year. Even 80% production pays off a third round ADP. Um, give me 1 second. We can talk about old Trey McBreezy in a second. Son of a bitch, taking J.K. Dobbins right in front of me. Wow. Wow. Man, this room loves running backs, and this is a BBM. Fuck me. I mean, I love me the Rizzler. A fifth receiver is not bad. I don't really want to reach on Kenny Gainwell. I don't even like Kenny Gainwell that much, so I'm not gonna reach on him. We'll just we'll take the value on Ricky. You want to push me receivers and stuff? I'll keep scooping the value. You know, if CMC is healthy, I mean, he's obviously carrying the RB1 spot. He's one of the most consistent RBs in the league with all that receiving work too. So it's not the worst to rely on him as a true hero, especially if I'm a little lower on him. So I don't hate it. I just would have liked to get a running back, probably like a third here would have been nicer than a fifth receiver when I spent so much early capital. But you know, if they're not going to give me any good values at running back and they're going to give me like Ricky Pearsall, a high upside guy later, um, I'm going to take that and just kind of build up my SF thing a little bit too. I don't mind that team stacking those guys, kind of making a team bet and hoping they stay healthy bet too. Um, yeah, I think the thing with McBride, let's see McBride. Let's see McBride's stats. 80%. So you take 20% off it. I mean, you take 20% off it. I think the scary thing to me with McBride is those 11 touchdowns. Like you take 20% off that, that's not bad. That's still 9, right? 9 or 8, whatever. But like him getting 9 touchdowns based on what he did the rest of his career. Obviously, we can blame it on Kyler. I understand that. But he also didn't score touchdowns in college. You know, let's not act like Trey McBride was an end zone monster before he got in the NFL either. And then he all of a sudden gets 11, gets super hot, getting one almost every game in that super high pass rate offense. It, you know, if he goes back to more like career norms, maybe he gets more like 6. I think it gets pretty hard to pay off that price. Does he get closer to that? Maybe. I mean, maybe he gets close to that 11 number again. I think that's the real risk you're taking. I also just think, like that 170 targets, that's obviously not happening. I mean, Marvin Harrison got hurt. Their pass rate went through the roof. They were the second pass heaviest team in the league. They had the least rush attempts in the league. Um, I don't know. I think McBride's okay. I also don't really love elite tight end that much anyways, but I don't know. You give him a 20% drop off. It's like he's not. I don't know. He's not all that crazy. Um, we can go with Aaron Jones. I know he's been getting some negative reports. I know. What's his name? Jordan Mason got him washed, but we'll go with Aaron Jones here. I think we need a little running back help. We want to kind of lock up that RB2 spot. I kind of like Aaron Jones with Monin guy because maybe when Swift's all healthy, ready to go early in the year, he's getting more work. And then Aaron Jones can kind of help fill out that early part. Maybe Monin guy takes a little bit more later. Maybe Monin guy and Swift are splitting right away, but I do like getting a second running back that I feel like will be on the field, will be getting me points early and helping to fill that RB2 slot. We'll probably get a little bit more volume at running back than receiver because we went pretty strong at receiver early. All right. I'm not that worried. Adams always eats in the red zone. Only thing I'd be worried about is their overall passing volume might go down because their defense is going to be insane. I totally agree. I think the overall pass volume could go down. And I do think the running back to receiver variance, that could switch a little. I believe that they're relatively neutral in the red zone, like historically under McVay. So they could lean a little bit more run heavy again. I do believe though that like I'm a big believer Devontae is a very special red zone weapon, and that is something he has succeeded with everywhere. He did it on the Raiders. He put up 14 receiving touchdowns on the Raiders when he was there. It's like he's an all-time red zone receiver, and I do think he kind of breaks the rules a little bit more than maybe some other players in that sense where he gets volume that does seem unsustainable to other players, but for him it's possibly sustainable. Um Wow, I mean, George Kittle all the way back here? I like Kyler Murray a lot, but I only have him with Aaron Jones, and I have 2 really good QBs. I almost want, like, double elite. I mean, George Kittle, that's a great value. I'm not like a I'm kinda in between on George Kittle. I think I'm slightly underweight. You know, it's one of those things where they keep talking him up and saying he's gonna play early, and it's making me a little nervous not having a big bag of him. But it's also like he's the big yak explosive guy, so will he still have that when he comes back? I think that's kind of the debate on Kittle, but when he falls some like that, I'm pretty happy grabbing him. I do like Travis Kelce a lot, and he was still available as well. But, uh but I'm happy getting Kittle on that big fall. You know, a lot of SF without Purdy, which is kind of unfortunate because I do have Kittle, Ricky, and CMC now. But I don't mind it. You know, buying into pieces in a great offense and just maybe undervalued pieces with Kittle and Pearsall. I definitely don't mind doing that. And you know, the Niners are a team like I would say there's a lot of teams where I'm not as comfortable picking like three pieces without the quarterback. But I think if I were to pick one, you know, the Niners are definitely up there. I think Kittle and Pearsall are pretty reasonable price range, and they obviously are going to be a great offense. They always are with Shanahan. I'm jamming Corum personally. Really don't like Kyron's price. All right, that's fair. I like Corum's price a lot more as well. Um, that's fair. I like Corum's price a lot more as well. So yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. GM. Hey, what's up, Fantasy Football Garage? Thanks for stopping by, bro. Appreciate it. GM. And check out Fantasy Football Garage if you don't know. He's streaming. He does the late night streams. You know, he's live at like 7:30 a lot of nights. I actually think the Rams might be more like a Texan style type of team, winning with defense and run game. Actually think Rams might be more. I think they could be, yes. I don't totally disagree with you, but I do think that like Devontae's a big red zone winner, and Sean McVay's just gonna do like what's the path of least resistance to score. Like Devontae's still gonna be on the field when they're in the red zone, so it's not really. It's gonna be like what's the easiest path against this team in that moment, right? Once they're on the 10, even if Devontae wasn't in the rest of the drive, they're probably gonna put him in at that point. And maybe even use him a little bit like a specialist in that sense. I don't mind Chig. I do like Travis Hunter quite a bit. You know, they've been saying Travis Hunter is playing both ways. Liam Cohen has been adamant. They tried asking if Travis Hunter is going to be a cornerback, and he laughed at the reporter in his face. So we're gonna get some more Travis Hunter right now. I I'm pretty in. He's probably my highest owned Jaguars receiver. If he even plays receiver, that is. But I think we saw last year Travis Hunter averaged 46 offensive snaps a game. We saw the offensive snaps ramp up. We saw him spike right before the bye. He had 14 targets in the game. I believe 8 catches for like 110 and a touchdown. But definitely 14 targets in that game and over 100 yards and a touchdown. We saw him break out. We saw him spike, and we saw the offensive snaps go up. Liam Cohen has been adamant that Hunter will play both ways. I think at this price, I just have to take a shot. There is no receiver that goes later than Travis Hunter that is more talented than him. I firmly believe that. And I mean, maybe there's some of the other first round rookies. I guess maybe they could be like this Casey Conception goes over him. So no. So like maybe a rookie or something, but you get my point. Like I don't think any other player has the same upside as Hunter this late if he does get that snap share like he did those 2 weeks before he got injured last year. His snap share on offense was going up. In the last 2 weeks, we saw it kind of peak, even get over 80% snap share, and then he got injured. Um, wow, these running backs are horrible. Um, yeah, these running backs are horrible. I don't mind Brenton Strange. I like Brenton Strange quite a bit. I don't mind Hunter Henry with the Drake May. Let's just get some Hunter Henry with the Drake May. I also don't mind Cooper, but my receivers are pretty strong. I probably don't need Cooper. Um, Running back would kind of be the move, but I don't like Jonah Coleman or Pacheco. So I'll just pass on running back. We'll see what comes back to me. I like quite a few guys in this range, like the Algier, Bigsby, Alvin Kamara, B. Rob and Sampson are even fine. So I'd rather just wait a turn and then get one of these running backs later. I think I'm stopping with 2 QBs. None of those guys really interested me a ton. I thought about it a little bit, but I think Dak and Drake May, I should just stick with those 2 and just call it good. I don't really have anything with any late guys at quarterback either, so I'll probably just call it good with these 2 quarterbacks. I think that's plenty strong. Uh, don't forget to smash that like. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Hey, shout out Candyman. Appreciate it. Yeah, make sure to smash that like, hit subscribe if you haven't already. I always appreciate it, you know. But always a good time when people are hopping in the chat, you know, chatting, drafting, always a good time. Keeping their old ass QB upright for the playoffs. Hey, that's fair. That's fair. They might not want Stafford throwing it a ton. You know, it is fair. I think the pass rate will go down some with them being such a good team. Um, I just think Devontae's red zone role will still be so strong that like he'll still get there. But I do get the argument. I do think the pass rate overall will go down. I don't think Stafford's throwing no like 40 plus this year or anything like that. I think their team will be too good on defense, basically. So I do kind of agree with you there. I think Devontae is cheap enough that even with a slight regression to the overall offense, he can still get you there. I think the spikes will still be there because he does have such a strong red zone role. But I do agree with you that overall the passing volume of that offense will probably drop a little bit. John Termini, what's going on? What draft are you in? So we're in the best ball mania right now. And then we got a poll in the chat. Definitely click the poll, whatever one you want, for whatever you drafted next. I think we got BBM, Badge Bros Brawl, Eliminator, or weekly winners. So unfortunately, the lobby a little bit empty right now, but we're making do. Still some fun contests in there. And I'm not opposed to just ripping BBMs or something. I haven't done a ton yet, so I'm not too opposed to it. All right, so here I'd really like to get back in at running back though. We'll go Tank Bigsby. I just think his upside's so big. Obviously, if Saquon goes down, to me, like he would kind of take over. He would take over that lead carrier role over Will Shipley. I think he's kind of cemented as like that lead guy behind Saquon, similar to maybe like a Ray Davis with a Ty Johnson, where Ray Davis wouldn't all of a sudden just take 90+% of the work, but he would be the primary rusher most likely if James Cook went down. I think Bigsby kind of has a similar role where he's probably not taking any receiving work. He hasn't been very good in that in his career, but he probably will be the primary rusher on the Eagles if Saquon goes down. So I don't ever mind grabbing him. I think he's just like one of those high value handcuffs. I don't know if he has a ton of standalone value, but if they're winning games, he could maybe hit in your lineup once or twice without an injury. But most of it's just, potential for contingent upside. What's good, Hardman? Hey, what's up, Mr. Mufasa? Thanks for stopping by, bro. Appreciate it. Aloha. Hey, what's up, Air Jeff? Thanks for stopping by. Game tight, smashing that like. Hell yeah, appreciate it. And thanks for stopping by, guys. Appreciate it. One last thing about Stafford. My pet theory is that McVay saw the start he had, was absolutely trying to get that man an MVP. Okay. Saw the start. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. McVay is definitely the type of coach to do something like that. He let Pook get 4 catches in meaningless games so he could break a rookie record. That's true. I mean, that is true, but like, when do you start pushing for Stafford to be like MVP versus trying to win games, right? And I mean, I don't know. McVay is kind of an aggressive coach in the past, so like, I don't know. I could kind of see it. I mean, hey, Matt Stafford's old nickname, I'm a Lions fan, but Stafford's old nickname on the Lions, it was Pad Stafford, because in games, whether we had already won, already lost, he was out there padding stats late in the game. So, not that craziest of a theory, but Stafford also does have a history of padding them stats late in the games. That might also be something the quarterback wants to do. But I mean, it is fair. I do think that they would maybe try to do that, try to push like near the end for something like that. But also I think, there's a lot of games in between there where he absolutely lit it up with that like offensive cast. And I think a lot of those were, must win games. They were in a super tough division, really fighting till the very end. So, if they thought that running the rock and stuff would help them win more games, I think they would have done it. Now you could argue if there were games they were winning by a lot and they still let Stafford chuck it. Maybe they don't let him do that this year. I think that'd be a fair point. That may be something worth looking into also, like how many of Stafford's touchdowns came in fourth quarter games where they were already winning. That could be something like that, or something to that extent could be worth looking into. Because like if they were winning a lot of games and still throwing it and really trying to like pile on the stats, then yeah, maybe they do lean a little bit away from that this year. That could definitely be something worth looking into. I mean, that's something a little bit interesting to me. Some, maybe I'll look into it like a little bit later after stream or something. Because I think that'd be pretty easy to figure out and all that. But yeah, definitely an interesting take. I don't know. Something I'm a little interested in. Maybe I might look at that a little bit later. Kind of see the fourth quarter stuff, games they were winning, stuff like that. When they didn't need to throw, were they trying to pile on those stats last year? That'd be interesting. These vets score TDs. Agree. I take all Rams, but see less pass volume being a reality for sure. I agree with that. I agree. Yo, what's happening, man? Hey, what's up, Iron Throne FF? And go check out Iron Throne FF if you don't know. I mean, well, there's no videos yet, but it's gonna be a big creator league. So definitely some of your favorite creators in there. Definitely go check it out. Um, all right, so we're back up here again. I wouldn't mind getting another tight end here, just kind of finishing off my tight end room. Terrence Ferguson's kind of the hype machine right now. I wouldn't mind getting some Terrence Ferguson. It does correlate with my team bet on the Rams. I know we were just talking about maybe they have a little bit lower pass volume, and I don't even disagree with that. I actually agree with that. But I think on this team, we made a little Rams bet. Let's get a little team correlation. I think that generally makes sense. And even with a little lower volume, I think Ferguson, if he steps into that tight end one role on a good team, then that's a pretty good bet this late. It's really more betting on him against Parkinson than the team offense, I'd say, as far as Ferguson goes. If the team offense is really good, obviously that helps, but it's more about him, User being like, Colby Parkinson. Hunter 7857 in a tough spot. I have to decide between Nabers or Josh Allen in a long-term big money keeper league. I can keep up to 5 players, 1 QB. Current saves I'm leaning towards Chase, Bijan, McBride, Hampton. I mean, I feel like in a 1 QB, I would keep Nabers because the way I think of it, like in all my redraft leagues, anything like that, Josh Allen or a top quarterback would generally be like a late round 2, early round 3 pick. Where Nabers this year might be similar, where he's like around 3 pick or maybe even a little later in redraft. Kind of depends how the news is looking when we get closer. But Nabers in future seasons, if he's healthy, will always be a first round pick, in my opinion. So I think you should keep Nabers, especially if it's like multi-year, you'll be able to keep them. I would keep Nabers because I believe that Josh Allen's value will be lower in redraft, like way more often than not. Basically, if Nabers is healthy coming into a year, I don't think Josh Allen will ever go over him if Nabers is healthy. So I would lean towards Nabers over Josh Allen that one. I mean, looks like you got a hell of a squad though. Chase, Bijan, McBride, and Hampton are the ones you're already keeping. So you're keeping like all first 2-round picks basically. That's seems like you got a pretty loaded squad anyways. But yeah, I'd probably lean a little bit towards the Neighbors side. I just think he's more valuable. Maybe not this year, or maybe this year they're closer, but for the future, I think he'll be more valuable than Josh Allen. Um, and quarterback's more replaceable too. Like you can still just go later and get like Drake May or Jaden Daniels or Lamar Jackson even or whatever, right? So it's like even if you let Josh Allen go and you don't get him back, we'll grab Katron here. I want a 6th running back. I'm gonna get a 7th receiver last round because receiver is my strongest. So we'll get the 7th last round. That should be good for the build. But we'll go with Katron, my boy, in the 17th round. My favorite late round running back. He might not be my favorite late round running back pretty soon, or he might be even more my favorite. We'll kind of see how camp goes, but right now, Washington's looking super ambiguous. We want to see if Katron can get a little bit of a roll going during camp. If not, I'll cool off on the click. But if he can get a little bit of steam going, then I'm gonna be feeling pretty good with it. I'd actually never heard Pad Stafford before. That's amazing, LMAO. Oh yeah. Pad Stafford, Detroit radio lingo. Yep, exactly. That's like a classic Detroit phrase. I think it makes more sense too when you're bad, because when you're bad, and especially like he threw like the 5K year, I think they were like terrible that year. But yeah, it's like some of those years he had insane stats, but they were just like horrible. Erroneous. Stafford is a dog. Hey, Stafford is a dog. Stafford is a dog. I will not disagree with you in the slightest. Hey, Stafford is probably my favorite like quarterback of all time. Stafford might be my favorite player, but I totally agree. Stafford's a dog. He'll play through anything. Broken back, he's had broken ribs. Like he'll play through anything. Throw on the flak jacket. He don't give a fuck. He'll play. Like Stafford's that guy. But he was padding stats a little bit back in the day in Detroit. They were not competitive games and Stafford was chucking it. So But he is a dog. He is a dog. I would never disagree with that. Tight end premium or no tight end premium. I'd shop McBride. I could see that kind of, yeah. I mean, I think McBride will take a little bit of a step back this year. So if you could shop him and get a lot for him, I wouldn't mind that. Or even if you wanted to go like Josh Allen over him and try to get like, get like a different, I guess it depends who everyone else is keeping. That's part of it too, I guess, is who is everyone else keeping? Because like if like Brock Bowers and Loveland and Warren, if they were all going back in the pool, then maybe you do want to throw your McBride back and keep Josh Allen or something. But if those owners are all keeping their tight ends, that kind of makes your guy a little more valuable. So you want to keep them. So that could be a little factor as well. Like, what are other people doing? Um, but yeah, I mean, shopping McBride after his big year last year, I definitely don't mind that call. Um, let's get a guy we don't have hardly any of. Let's get Kayshon Boutte. He still hasn't been traded. He could be the deep threat on that team. Let's get a little bit of him. We only had a single stack with Drake May. I guess I had Hunter Henry as well, but he's not a huge piece. Let's get a little bit of a deep threat guy. Can maybe spike in my lineup a couple times this year. It's not like I have super high hope for Kayshon Boutte, but still not traded. Did hit some big spikes last year, I think, or some big plays last year. Could hit some big spikes with his role in that offense. And I'm obviously already bought into the offense, into the week 17 game. So I think he kind of makes sense the last round click. That I barely have any Kayshon Boutte. I have like 1%. So, I don't mind getting a little bit different there with that pick. Um, Thanks. Yeah, we are 7 years in now. Damn, nice. That's awesome when you can get a league going for super long. I'm only in one keeper league. It's only been going for like 2 years now, but hoping it's the same where it goes on for quite a while. Best ball on call. Who should I target? What would you say? See if you can get someone in the same range or tier down at tight end and gain 27 capital. I would, yeah. I don't really hate that call either. Like if you could like go down to like I would really like to go down to like a Warren, and if you get like Warren plus, if that dude thinks McBride is just way better than Tyler Warren, which he has been so far. I mean, hey, don't get me wrong, but like if you get like a Warren plus or something like that would be really cool. You move even further down, I think you take on a little bit more risk. Like you try getting like a Fannin like plus a big amount, but then it's like I think you're taking risk with Fannin because he's less proven. It's not like Warren was a rookie last year too, but just with his pedigree, with his high draft capital, I think, and like the way he wins his role in that offense, I think he could be a guy that's maybe still a little bit undervalued in that format compared to a McBride. So maybe you kind of get like a Tyler Warren plus or something like that. That'd be, I mean, I don't know if you can, but something like that would be pretty cool. Sup, dog? Hey, what's up, Omega? Thanks for stopping by, bro. Appreciate it. Projected 60 total saves in 16 team full PPR league. Um, right. Oh, 16 team. Oh, that changes it a little bit. 16. Okay, Trey McBride. You definitely got to keep Trey McBride then, probably. I think you definitely got to keep him. That same idea though, if you could trade down for like a close tight end and then get plus with it, I don't hate that idea. Um, but yeah, 16 team. Elite onesies are more valuable in a 16 team in general. I think you still got to keep Nabers though. Yeah, Nabers is even stronger too. Um, I think you still keep Nabers even though it's a 16 team. Um, but yeah, but then that makes McBride more valuable as well. So you definitely don't want to give him back. I think you throw back Josh Allen. Quarterback's the most replaceable. That's the thing with it. Because like you can get QB 20 and still put up like 20 a week, especially if you just play matchups or something. You can still be really strong with that. Rookie picks or no. Yeah, he said it's a 5 keeper. Yeah. Right. First pick won't be until the 6th round, but it's really a 10th round pick with all the saves. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, 16 makes it interesting. Yeah, it definitely does. I think though, I think you got the right guys selected though. I think you're playing it right. And I still lean Neighbors. Even with the 16, I still think quarterback's replaceable enough. It does depend a little, know your league a little. If they do pull up quarterbacks, if they love their quarterbacks a ton, then maybe you can lean towards Josh Allen. But if it's more like normal where like you can still get a decent guy a little bit later, then I'd probably throw back Josh Allen. Um, all right. We'll check out the teams quick. So I think super. I don't know if Bruni's in the chat, let me know and I'll check out your team. But I think I'm just gonna check out mine and Super Beast because I don't think Bruni's in here. And then we'll move on. If anyone else is in here, let me know and I'll check out your team too. But so I did 2 6 7 3. Drake May, Dak Prescott, like that QB room quite a bit. I think that's totally like I think that's a really strong 2 QB room. No real reason to get a third. Could have added on if I saw something I liked or stacked, but I didn't really have anything going late. No stacks with any late quarterbacks or anything. So decided to stop at those two. Feel good with that. CMC, Kyle Monaghan, Aaron Jones, Tank Bigsby, Brian Robinson, Katron Allen. Definitely a weaker running back room than I would like. I think it's just like it's a super reliance on that anchor up top. I think CMC is a guy that makes sense to build this way, and to some extent, it's a little weaker than I would like behind him still, even with like what I'm about to say about building with CMC. But like, I think with CMC, a lot of it's whether he's going to stay healthy or not is where his value is because the touch floor will be there. The scoring opportunities will most likely be there in the San Francisco offense. So if he's healthy, he's probably one of the most consistent RB1s you can get. So I do feel good playing him like a true hero and waiting a while. I just wish I could have got like a better fourth than like a better fourth than Tank Bigsby. I mean, just to give me a third guy to like cover that RB2 spot and give me some usable weeks. Behind Aaron Jones, like all of these guys could realistically be zeros or like almost a nothing burger for floor week to week. So that does feel a little bit uncomfortable for my RB2 being Monaghan and Jones. It's thinner than I would like. I'm not the happiest with that. I would have liked a little bit stronger running back room, but it's okay. And especially playing CMC as a true hero, it's okay. It's not crazy. It's not like dead, but it is weaker than I would like. AJ Brown, George Pickens, Jalen Waddle, Devontae Adams, Ricky Pearsall, Travis Hunter, Keyshawn Booty. I think the receiver room's great. It's really strong, like that quite a bit. And then tight end, George Kittle or Hunter Henry, Terrence Ferguson. I think that's a good tight end room. That feels pretty good. Got a great value on Kittle. Happy to see that. So feel pretty good with that. Receiver feels good. Running back, I just either need Monaghan or Jones to kind of outperform or just their weeks kind of line up where they can ping pong as my RB2. Or I need one of my late 3 to kind of break out, right? So, feels a little bit weaker than I would like at running back, like I was saying, but the rest of the rooms feel strong. It's okay. Not my favorite team, kind of weak at running back. Let's see, Super Beast, 3483, Hyper Fragile, Jared Goff, Cam Ward, Michael Penix. I think that's pretty good at QB. It should be fine. Yeah, like Goff, Ward, Penix, 2 full-on starters, then maybe some upside with Penix, maybe add some Atlanta pieces or something. I think that's fine at quarterback. Maybe a little on the lighter side since Penix might not be starting for a good chunk, but I think you're fine with Goff and Ward as 2 consistent guys. Saquon, Javante, Rico Dowdle, Kamani Vidal. That's weaker than I would like at running back. I like the top 3, and I do like Rico as a third even. I think you want a stronger fourth than, I think you want a fourth who will be getting playing time, at least some, maybe like an ambiguous backfield guy or something, spend up a little bit on something like that. Understand if Hampton goes down, this could be very strong and it could get you by with these 3. But it's definitely weaker than I would like for a 4 running back build. I would like the fourth to at least be like sharing time or giving you some points or something. CeeDee Lamb, T. Higgins, Rome, Jordan Tyson, Quentin Johnston, Denzel Boston, Tesla Branch, Pitts, Andrews, Goddard. Crazy strong tight end room. Receivers pretty good too. I mean, QJ as your 5th is really good. So, and then you wait a while, get some of these guys as younger guys, late add-ons, could be like big spikes and stuff. Or like, could be big breakouts with Branch and Boston. Tesla could hit some spikes or something. I mean, receivers really strong, quarterback's fine, tight ends really strong. I think maybe if it was me, I turn one of these tight ends into my 4th running back. I think that is where I change the capital. Like Pitts, Andrews, Goddard. And now I will say this room, they were really pulling up running backs. It was hard to get running backs at some points in this draft for me. So, maybe there wouldn't have been anyone great to pull up. Like when you took Andrews, it was all the way down to Woody and Tajay. I think I still probably pass on Goddard for Woody or Tajay. Maybe not. I mean, maybe not. It is kind of tough. I probably pass on like Boston for like Algier or something though. Algier, Bigsby, Kamara. I probably pass on like Boston for one of them, even though I like him because your receivers were pretty strong already. and then you did pack on a few more at the end, I think maybe I go somewhere like there, but it was tough in this room because they took a lot of running backs. Like, I don't know, I feel like people are just like pulling up running backs, especially in that mid range. So it might have been a little tougher in this room. Um, thanks guys. Oh yeah, no problem. Hey, and thanks for stopping by, bro. Appreciate it. Yeah, without rookie picks, first, second, etc. I run, you keep the elite onesies. Um, Okay, over the yeah, I mean, but neighbors though, it's neighbors. I mean, bro, where does neighbors go in a 16 team league? Like, cause it depends a lot how they value quarterbacks. Um, Leaning neighbors because he may not be the greatest for now, but this year, but 2, 3 years from now, I think he returns to form. I agree with that. I mean, yeah, that's kind of the train I'm on. I don't hate the call from Best Ball and Call about the onesies. I feel like that a lot of that is like league sensitive to where like how much is your league pulling up like quarterbacks, right? Like, are they letting like the bigger thing to me is like, can you get a value on like Jaden Daniels or Jackson Dart or like Herbert, Elaw, Purdy, Goff, Knicks? Like if you can get a value on some of those style of guys, I think you let Josh Allen go. If those guys are getting pulled up as well into ranges where you're not as comfortable picking them in general, then maybe you hold on to the Allen. I think it's a little bit league depending because I'm not exactly sure how much your league's worried about the scarcity. Appreciate the review. Hey, no problem, Keith. Appreciate you drafting me, stopping by. They value QBs very high. I mean, maybe you do go Josh Allen then. If they're gonna make you like pick a QB way higher than you like, anyways, maybe you keep the Josh Allen and then you can just get back like a really good receiver value. Um, yeah, what is it? Neighbors, Josh Allen. So Chase is obviously Chase, Bijan, McBride, Hampton. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it could be Josh Allen if they value QBs that high and you think you can get a good receiver back. The guy with the 103 said Allen won't pass him if I let him go. Oof, oof. I mean, man, so he's valued that high. I guess they all would be in that league. Your team's nasty though. Like your team's just kind of disgusting. That's the thing too. Like your team, like yeah, in a 16 man league, you shouldn't have all those keepers to be honest. But yeah, maybe you do keep Josh Allen. I lean Neighbors a little bit in general, but the 16 man, I will say 16 man is not a format I've really played. I've mostly played 12 and 14 mans, but 16 man is not one I've really played, so that's why I'm a little bit unsure. But maybe you do go the Allen over the Neighbors because if quarterbacks are that hard to get, you might have to send McBride with no head on premium. Yeah, you could also just send McBride back. I mean, right, yeah, trading McBride's or not trading, but letting McBride go for Neighbors. Well, Neighbors would probably go higher than McBride in any draft, right? Any startup draft, any normal draft. So, yeah, maybe you send McBride back. No tight end premium. I think McBride's going to take a dip. I'm super low on McBride this year though, so take that with a grain of salt. Um, yeah, I don't mind that call actually. If they're really QB thirsty, yeah, I'd maybe send McBride back actually. Out of all those, I don't mind that call, best ball and call. Um, but all right. So we checked out the teams. We got through the draft. So I'm gonna check out the YouTube really quick. I'll check out my phone and see what won the poll, and then we'll hop into that draft. All right. So what what are we drafting next? Okay. It looks like it's a tie. It's a tie between BBM and weekly winners, which is shocking. I will say that I voted for weekly winners though because I thought it would be the lowest. So I did kind of put my finger on the scale there. Um, I guess since that's the case, if BBM's winning, we could go with BBM. Since I put in one of the weekly winner votes, I kind of put my finger on the scale. Well, here's what we'll give it one more minute. I'll give you guys one more minute to vote. Vote on what you want if you haven't already, and then we'll hop right in. We'll hop right into the draft. But I will give you one more minute. We'll kind of catch up on. We'll just catch up a little bit. I mean, all the ordinary players go before McBride besides Allen. All the other players. Man, that's crazy to autocorrect to ornery. I mean, all the other players go before McBride besides Allen. Yeah, but in his league, Allen would probably go before McBride. In his league, Allen would probably go before McBride. I think he's saying right. Um, I don't hate that call either. Now, I will say though, what are people going to give you more value for? Are people going to give you more for Allen than they would for McBride? You know, if you're kind of thinking about it that way too, like you could trade down Josh Allen and get, I guess that makes it a little harder, but like, I don't know if someone had like Bo Nix or something, or like, yeah, someone like Bo Nix would be a good target, maybe trade Josh Allen with them and act like, you know, you're giving them a huge, huge upgrade when really Bo Nix has been QB7 2 years in a row. You just do that and then get an upgrade, get a plus with them or something. Or the McBride thing. I mean, whatever you think people would give you more for in that sense, I guess. Um, but yeah, I don't hate the keep McBride and trade him away though either if you think you'll get a ton of value, because I'm personally a believer he's gonna lose some value this year. I truly believe that. I think the pass rate last year was unsustainable. Obviously, they picked Jeremiah Love, they bring in Algier, they passed second highest rate in the league last year. They had almost 700 attempts. They had the lowest rushing attempts in the league. I think McBride will lose some value just because the overall volume has to go down pretty significantly. But if you can extract a lot of value out of him, then it makes sense to keep him and try to trade him before the year. I think, yeah, that can make sense. Got a bag of Katron as well. Please don't be Audric Estimate. Brother, I know. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you're telling me. Please don't be Audric Estimate, Katron Allen. I mean, I'm hoping the same. I hope Katron Allen can take over, especially that goal line role. I really hope he can get some of that goal line work. You know, Katron just has such good vision. He's so good at finding the hole, being patient, just kind of waiting and like out leveraging the defenders at the line. You know, that's where he's really talented, where you really see him work. So I don't know. I just hope he can at least maybe get some of those touches, get some high value touches in that sense, and maybe take some more after that. But if he can even just get some like good coach speak in the summer, I'm gonna be pretty happy with the bag. Right. That's what I'm saying. You probably send McBride. Yeah, yeah, right. Like if you're thinking about trading him, do you just send him since he's the guy you kind of don't want the most anyways? I don't mind the putting McBride back in the pool. I'm not a big McBride guy. I don't mind that call of putting McBride back in the pool either. Keep your Josh Allen. You're gonna have two stud receivers, two stud running backs, and a stud quarterback. I think that feels pretty good. I also think tight end you can kind of replace down the board as well. Um, you know, it's a little more dicey, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm just not big on Trey McBride this year. Um, but all right, let's go back to we'll go to the YouTube real quick and then see what won the poll. Um, all right. All right, looks like it's BBM. Sorry if my audio took a dip for a second. Sometimes it does that when you go on YouTube and it has to buffer the video. But looks like BBM won the vote. We're gonna hop into another BBM. If any of you guys want to hop in with me, go for it. We'll count it down. We're gonna enter in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we're in the BBM waiting on 6. So if anyone wants to hop in, get some drafts in, go for it. And we'll check out any of the teams and stuff at the end. Cardinals restructured Brissett. Maybe he plays enough to make the pass tag worthwhile, but I think Beck plays a few games. Oh, did he get restructured? That just happened today, Omega. Let's see. Let's see, Jacoby Brissett. Did he get the restructure? Oh yeah, how about that? Jacoby Brissett, Cardinals agreed to new contract. This might even happen yesterday. I might have missed it. Shout out to Omega. I didn't see this. 1 year deal worth 15 and a half, but could reach 21. Nice. So Jacoby got his money. Hell yeah, you love to see it. You love to see it. Uh hey, that's nice though. That definitely gives us a little more confidence on the hell? All right, share this tab. Sorry, my stuff froze up for a second. Arizonasports.com will brick your computer apparently. But hopefully I'm not lagging or nothing. Hopefully you guys can hear me all good. But yeah, no, that's good to see. That's good to see that he got his money. He's gonna be playing. I saw he was at camp. He was, has a sign of good faith showing up to camp and everything. So yeah, I mean, definitely gives us a little more confidence on, I would say, picking especially Brissett himself at the end of drafts. I don't know if it gives me a ton more confidence in the pass catchers. I did kind of assume Brissett was going to be playing anyways, but I think I think overall it feels good. It feels good knowing that it will be like a more locked in guy. You kind of know what to expect rather than like Beck or Minshew, Gardner Minshew starting the year. Um, I think it does feel, I guess, a little bit better in that sense, knowing it'll be Brissett. So we got another BBM here. We're at the 12 slot. We got Tildo Schwaggins at the 1. We got Digger at the 24. We got Micknicks at the 3. Game tight at the 4. Forey Wayne, not sure if he's in here, but I know the name for sure. Forey Wayne at the 5. Um, I think that's all I recognize. Maybe I am Kaz, maybe Blazer. If you're in here and I didn't shout you out, let me know. Them's the rules. But we got the 12 spot. Not my favorite. Can be a little risky sometimes, or not a little risky, but you can get left behind at certain positions sometimes. So can be a little dangerous in the 12 spot, but we're gonna try to keep up, especially not get left behind at quarterback. That's always kind of the fear back here. So gonna try to just keep up there, especially. Love to see it. Hell yeah. Oh yeah. In the 3, love to see Jacoby Brissett getting his money. He might not be a starter for very long in the league, so at least he made his money, got his bank in. Love to see it. Love to see him getting paid. I mean, what else would happen? The Cardinals get to hold on to the money. Might as well give some of it to Brissett. Why not? All right, we'll go Genty. I think it's just Genty Saquon. I like Saquon like perfectly fine where he goes. I don't mind betting on the Eagles for a bounce back. I think Patullo is really what was holding him back. Ken Walker is probably my favorite running back here, but we'll go Barkley. I think I prefer Barkley a little bit to Walker, but Walker is definitely my highest exposed guy in this range. I still just am a believer that like Charbonnet is a good running back and he was able to keep Walker off the field. But Emmett Johnson isn't proven. He was a 6th-round pick, day 3 pick. It's like he's not proven. What's his name? Brashard Smith isn't proven. There were some reports coming out recently. It sounds like Amari DeMarcado is RB2 right now, which maybe Emmett passes him, but Emmett's still a day 3 pick, so there's no guarantee. Andy Reid doesn't use rookies a ton usually. It's like I just feel like Ken Walker's competition behind him is so soft, like so weak. And I don't know, Charbonnet is actually good at football. I don't know if anyone behind Kenneth Walker is at the NFL level at least. I mean, Emmett Johnson, he could be good, but he's also a pretty poor athlete. That could kind of show up at the NFL level. I don't know. And just also the reports too that even like Amari DeMarcado could be over him. Obviously, he's a rookie. It's early in camp. That could change, but it's just like, I don't know. It's making me feel a lot even better with Walker. It's just the guys behind him just aren't the same level of competition that he's had to deal with most of his career. In 3-hole, watch and don't learn from this brother. Hey, well, you got Bijan at 3. See, Micknicks, this always happens. You're always trying to say bad stuff, but then look at what happens for it. You get Bijan at 3. I don't know if I've ever gotten Bijan at 3 this year. So look what happens. This is bullshit. What's up, boys? Hey, what's up for you, Wayne? Thanks for stopping by, bro. Appreciate it. Genty Barkley is one of my favorite starts. Love that for you. Yeah, no, I do like that quite a bit. I mean, Genty Barkley always feels good. Genty Hampton, bet on the year 2 guys. I like that move a little bit too. Genty Walker, like I said, I like that one a lot. But yeah, the Genty with honestly most of these running backs feels pretty good to me. So yeah, happy to have it. I have more Amari DeMarcado than I care to admit, so that's nice to hear. LMAO. Hey, well, good for you, Micknicks. I don't have any, so shout out you for actually going down the board and actually scrolling like I could never. I I like shout out you. I respect it. That's what I was looking for. I respect that. And hey, I mean, he was getting some good talk. They were saying like he's kind of more looking like the locked in RB2 than Emmett is. So, you might have some good money there. Emmett Johnson not getting drafted by Minnesota sucked. I agree. I had a bag of Emmett Johnson pre-draft. I was pretty in. He wasn't like my highest on pre-draft was actually Katron still. So it's been Katron the whole way. We're on the Katron train. Um, but but Emmett was up there for me as well. I had quite a bit of him. So yeah, it was disappointing not seeing him get a better situation or a little bit better draft capital. But I do think when we see that lower draft capital and just the team he went on, maybe he could be something eventually. But I wonder how hard it's gonna be for him to get on the field right away on Kansas City Chiefs. I was disappointed too, though. I think Minnesota, man, he could have really had a chance. Like, bro, that's the thing. Like, I have summed him on Claiborne even because I think it's kind of a weaker backfield, right? Like Aaron Jones is old, injury prone. I think, and he definitely is kind of fallen off as a player. And then Jordan Mason is just such a limited player, right? Like Jordan Mason has stone hands. So it's like Emmett Johnson could easily carve out a role there. Jordan Mason can't catch. So it's like, yeah, that would have been such a great spot for him because he could have carved out a role, especially if Aaron Jones went down. And maybe even if he didn't, he could have carved out a role. It's such a weak backfield, but yeah, I think it goes to Kansas City, and they paid the highest free agent running back this year. Um, we'll go Josh Allen here. I don't mind it. I'm right around field on Josh Allen. I plan to remain right around field on Josh Allen. I think that yeah, I don't really like these running backs. I already went with two to start. I just went with Josh Allen. Let's get a receiver. I feel more confident that Garrett Wilson will have these high target volumes and give me like a better floor. Maybe some ceiling if the Jets slightly improve, but I do like him a little bit better than like a Waddle here because I think he's going to be more consistent for me. Maybe the ceiling's a little bit lower, but if the Jets improve slightly, I think Garrett Wilson. Well, I think Garrett Wilson could dominate in targets either way, even with those rookie additions. If they improve slightly, then maybe you can get like 8 to 10 touchdowns or something, and then really pay off this price. Because we already know he can pull in the target volume if healthy. Uh, but yeah, not really a huge fan of those running backs. And yeah, I wish Emmett would have went to Minnesota. That would have been really nice. When you open your third eye and scroll down the board, sometimes you don't like what you see. Yeah, no, that's true. It's always a risk. Always a risk when you go too far down the board. Um Sammy Samsu. Um Yo, bro, just wanted to show some real love for your stream because you've genuinely got crazy potential. I love connecting with you with the top Twitch streamer who pulls in thousands of lives, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, Sammy Samsu. This sounds a little bit like a scam. I'm gonna be honest. This is the first time I opened a Twitch stream. I set up my Twitch account this morning. I opened it and I get this long message. This seems a little scammy. Not gonna lie, scammy Sammy maybe. I can def see Demarcado on DK being a good click, not UD. Um, yeah, I don't hate that call. I mean, I will say Jerick McKinnon. Jerick McKinnon got Jerick McKinnon got some good red zone usage. He got some, I think he had like 7 receiving touchdowns that one year on the Chiefs. But I do kind of agree. Amari's probably getting there a little bit more on pass catching. Maybe he's a little bit more valuable in full PPR. Yeah, and you get the 2 extra rounds, right? 2 extra rounds definitely worth something. So yeah, I don't hate that call. I don't hate that call. Uh yeah, no, I don't mind that call, especially with the extra rounds though. And you might get there a little bit more pass catching, right? Like Walker, not the best pass protector. Definitely can get some pass catching out of Walker, but not the best pass protector. Maybe Amari takes some of that work. I don't hate that call. And yeah, just extra rounds. We can see. So I think on this turn, I'm probably going to be looking at, obviously, I'd be looking at DJ Moore if he got back here, but probably like double tapping a receiver or something is pretty often on this turn what I'm doing. We can see what everyone else is doing. We got Dildo Schwagins, 3 receivers, Colston Loveland, DeAndre Swift, Digger, Jameer Gibbs, George Pickens, Rice, Scattaboo, JMO, like that. Yeah, pretty balanced so far. Game tight going with the 0 RB. Interesting. Corey Wayne going with the kind of more robust RB start. Kind of interesting there. And then these three all kind of balanced. I like that. Definitely have to keep an eye on Game Tight, see what he's building. But he did the Zay Flowers. Yeah, Zay Flowers with Lamar, got the Terry. He might even go double elite quarterback there if it falls to him. All right. So like I said, on this turn, I'm probably looking at double tapping receiver. DJ Moore goes before me. I definitely want Rome, right? Yeah, I think I definitely want Romo Dunze. I think I just like him more than these other guys. I don't mind the Brian Thomas price. Sometimes I'm going Tyler Warren here. Will I get receivers I like back? I probably will. I can probably double tap receiver on the next turn. So let's grab Tyler Warren. Let's go kind of double elite onesies. I mean, Warren elite is a little debatable, but I would consider him an elite tight end. So let's kind of go double elite onesies with Tyler Warren and Josh Allen. And then I think I should be able to get receivers I like back at 84, 85. And if I do, that'll feel pretty good. If I don't, maybe I'll be hurting a little, but there's definitely some I can pull up. I think this is a range I really like, kind of that 8th round range of receivers. I like a lot of receivers in that range, and if any fall to me, I like some of those in the 7th round as well. So I think it's a really good range to get back in at receiver. Go tight end here, then I can get my 3rd and 4th receiver hopefully on the next turn. I think that makes sense, and hopefully it works out on the board. Wow, we see Jalen Warren go at 65. Kind of interesting. Pretty high price for old Jalen Warren. Um, I'm not a fan. I'm more of a Rico Dowdle guy myself. So seeing him getting pulled up almost a full round, not a fan of it, to be honest. Um, yeah, nothing else too crazy. So this guy goes 4 straight running backs. This looks like a sidekick ass user. It's like he's using the sidekick, or he's using the leg up rankings. Maybe this is like a hand leg up rankings build, because like he pulled up Jeremiah Love and he pulled up Jalen Warren. Maybe not. I don't even know if they're high on Jeremiah Love. That's a little crazy pulling him up to 17, but the Jalen Warren up to 65. I don't know. I really don't like that. Kind of an interesting build though, I guess. Kind of interesting. Um, but yeah, I think though usually like with a build like this feels pretty good to start. With the it kind of gives me flexibility on how I want to go. Like on the next turn, I could go running back receiver, I could go double receiver. I could even pick a quarterback. It's just that there's no real quarterbacks that match up with my team. I think is the thing. We see Caleb go, which would have been like if he fell all the way back, I probably would have picked him with Rome, but he doesn't often fall that far back. Oh, Game Tight did go with the double elite with Jaden and Lamar. I like that. He had them both stacked. That makes sense. But now he might be a little bit behind at running back. So we'll have to see if he's able to catch up. Goes DK. Still going away from running back. I respect it. About to hammer out like 7 of them. Sorry. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think so far, start like this feels pretty good. It feels like, yeah, pretty easy to build out of. So I think what we'll be looking at, Alec Pierce would be great if he fell. I would consider Chuba if he fell. Happy to see Chuba's price finally dropping. Maybe I can finally get a little bit. I'm way underweight on Chuba, so it'd be nice to see his price fall a little bit. Finally get a little bit more Chuba. That would definitely be nice to see. Um, I could also go away from him, though. I could go with any of these 3 receivers as well. I think that would be fine. I'm not a huge fan of pulling up Josh Downs and like his new price. Oof, Alec Pierce goes. That's unfortunate. Um, yeah, let's just grab a little Chuba. I mean, hey, 2 years ago, Chuba went for almost 1,200 yards and 10 touchdowns. He did have that calf injury last year when Rico took over. I think it is a somewhat valid, like, it's a kind of fair, like, thing to bring up as far as Chuba goes, that, he dealt with that injury. We'll go Chris Godwin. That's kind of my favorite receiver there. Obviously we saw like 2 years ago, he was really dominant. Liam Cohen was there, so maybe he gets a little boost from that. But 2 years ago, he was really dominant and, then dealt with that big injury. I think we hopefully kinda see a bounce back from him. He was getting really good reports in, mini camp and all that, so I don't know, definitely wanted to get like, always happy to click Godwin. He's one of my higher owned receivers. I think I'm at, like, 14, 15% on him. So always happy to get more Godwin. That always feels good to me. Uh, and I guess we can check out some of the other coach speak too, because I said there was more and I didn't really ever, get to it. But, I don't know, there wasn't a crazy amount, like, it was like, Xavier Legette and Chris Brazel are competing, so Xavier Legette's been looking decent in Panthers camp, they were saying. Um, yeah, Jonathan Brooks got some positive reporting, like, he could have a chance to take over that lead back role. There was some quote like that about him. Um, Mahomes was doing good, that was a big thing. Uh yeah, not a ton of news lately, to be honest with you. The neighbors one was the big one to me. I guess we got a lot of Jaguars news too. That was kind of bullish. Some stuff bullish on Tootin. Like I think Cohen had a quote like, "Oh, he could definitely have a big year. He's gonna have a big year or something." So definitely some bullish stuff on Bayshal Tootin. Parker Washington got a little bit of positive quotes, but it was a little positive, and it was talking about how they want to use him like a little bit different, how they were so happy with his work ethic and everything. I mean, they were talking up quite a few of the receivers. I would say BTJ is the only one that really got like some negative stuff because they were talking about using him more in just that vertical role, which obviously could kind of limit him in fantasy. Um, neighbors looking healthier, avoiding pup. That was definitely good news. Um, McVay was hyping up Blake Corum. McVay, what he said. I love Blake. I don't think he needs to do things anything other than be himself. What I learned about Blake from his rookie years, they did a great job with things he could control. Never felt anything other than steady from him. He had adversity, some unfortunate injuries, still did really good things. Um, Way he approaches it, I'd be surprised if he doesn't do anything other than get better and impact the team in a positive way. I love the human being. I love everything about. He's got incredible leadership capacity. He's a stud, and he's going to be a big factor in what we're going to do this year. I love everything he's about. That was about Blake Corum from McVay. So, he was I don't know. He was talking up Blake Corum quite a bit. Um, Oh, and then they asked him about trading Devontae because there were some thoughts that they might be looking at trading Devontae this offseason. He said the reason we didn't trade Devontae Adams is because we didn't think it was best for our football team. The guy is a pillar for our football team. He is a key leader and critical factor. He's a total stud. He's a future gold jacket guy. He's here because he's going to be a focal point of our offense. He was last year. I think we can even build on it. He models the way. So that was what he said about Devontae and Blake Corum. Does not look like Kyron Williams got any quotes. The situations on Alaric Jackson, Puka are ongoing, things that we're gathering all the information legally. Those guys will both be here, be a big part of what we're doing. Fair enough. But yeah, nothing really on Kyron or anything, but pretty good talk on Devontae. And then good talk on Corum though, definitely really good talk on Corum. So like seeing that as it's kind of more of a Kyron fader, a Corum believer. Happy to kind of hear the positive reports on Corum. I've been a big Kyron hater for a while, so always happy to see that. All right, what are we looking at here? So running back is pretty good. Receiver is thinner. Probably should get a receiver here. Do I want Baker though? I mean, I definitely want a receiver. I don't mind Jacoby Myers. If it gives me Jacoby Myers, that's fine. Yeah, we'll let it auto Jacoby. That's fine. I'm good with that. The real question is, do I want Baker or do I want another receiver? That was kind of my debate. I don't think I need a running back here. I think I either want Baker or Dobbs. Wandale would be fine. KC would be fine as well. Not a huge Matthew Golden guy. I think he could be okay. We'll let it take Baker. I think, Bo Nix isn't bad either. Bo Nix wouldn't be bad over Baker, but I don't have any stacks. I do have Godwin stacked up with Baker. Just 2 years ago, Baker had a very strong year. He was a top 5 QB. I don't know if he'll totally bounce back to that, but last year, obviously, dealt with all the offensive line injuries. Baker dealt with injuries as well. Obviously, the whole receiving core dealt with injuries. Godwin, Evans, Igbuki even. I mean, they didn't have like a guy healthy on the team. Bucky missed half the year. That whole offense got hurt basically. So So, I don't mind betting on Baker for the bounce back. I already had a piece with him. I had Godwin with him. And that was kind of something I mentioned when I very first got into the draft is sometimes at the 12 spot, you can get left behind at quarterback. And I really didn't want to do that this time. I don't really have any other good outs at quarterback. I mean, you could say Geno, but I don't think Geno is super safe. I think he'd be fine as like a third, but I don't feel very comfortable if Geno's my second, stopping at 2. I think with Baker, with Josh Allen, I feel totally comfortable stopping at 2, and I have Baker stacked up, so that feels pretty good. First down fantasy, going to see legendary 10 RB build from Game Tide LOL. Yeah, no, for real. What's he got right now? 2, 3, 4, 1. He's working on it. Moningai, Dobbins, Rashad White. Hey, I don't mind that at all. And they're pushing him a little bit of value right here. So I don't mind that play. Oh, we got Dildo Schwaggins over here. He started with Jamar Chase. He got DeAndre Swift, and then okay, he's getting back in Ja'Cory. So Swift and Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt are his only running backs. So yeah, definitely some people pushing a little bit. I like Game Tights 3 though. I like the 3 so far. That looks pretty solid so far. Reed tight end. Real interested to see this middle class Warren Kraft Laporta Fannin does. Historically, mid-range tight end has been awful, but these 4 seem much like stronger profiles than tight ends that have gone mid-range historically. I agree with you. I think in years past we were looking at kind of more like the Dallas Goederts, Jake Fergusons, like I don't know, just guys who hadn't really ever shown us that ceiling or anything. I feel like it's a little hard to think, like Kincaid, I know got way up there for a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard for me to think of all the specific examples, but yeah, it does just feel like it feels like a lot of the guys we were picking in that range, like Luke Musgrave went in that range one year. Jake Ferguson has been kind of a staple in that range some years. Yeah, it just feels like they're way less talented with like less concrete roles on their offense. I'm personally, well, if we want to count Warren, I'm a huge Tyler Warren believer. I'm a huge Tyler Warren guy. I think he's closer to the elite guys than to that tier, like as a talent and everything. Or I don't know as a talent, but like for fantasy, I think he's closer to the elite tier than the second tier. Kraft, I like a decent amount. I do think obviously you're taking some risk with the injury. And just since he is such an explosive yak player, that could be kind of diminished coming off the injury, especially early in the year. Make this pick here. Definitely Dalton Kincaid with my Josh Allen. I'm gonna stop at 2 tight ends most likely as well. So that should free me up for a lot of kind of depth of the skill positions. I think I just want Diggs here over the yeah, because the only other choice would really be like Mark Andrews or something. So I think we'll just go Diggs there. That makes sense.
What the hell? Diggs.
Kings gotta peep the seat, word to Caesar. Remind me to keep receipts, y'all shit weak. I ain't worried that bullshit.
All right, we added the little Diggs clip. I need to update that, to be honest. I need a more modern Diggs clip. I'm still waiting on him to sign. Then maybe I can get like a few clips of him in the new uniform. I need to put Patriots highlights with the Diggs clip though. All right, but yeah, we get Diggs there. I think he's still a great value. Obviously, like, hopefully he signs to a team soon. He's my highest owned wide receiver in best ball right now. So hoping he signs to a team relatively soon because I do have a big bag. But I do think once he signs, I just think like once he signs, he's moving up. I think you're getting a good value. Went for over 1,000 yards last year. I believe he was 12th or 10th in the league in yards per route run. So he still looked like a really good, pretty efficient receiver. Obviously you could argue like they limited his routes a little bit on the Patriots. So his per route stuff and efficiency stuff does get a little bit boosted. And he did play with Drake May, but just being in that Patriots offense, they limited him a little and it boosted his efficiency a little, but still looked really good. Still put up over 1,000 yards coming off a torn ACL. I mean, there were reports in the summer about Diggs. We want to talk about Nabers and stuff this year. Diggs in the summer, the beat reporters, there's a big Athletic article that came out in July about Diggs might not play the first 4 weeks. He might start on PUP. And and then, it didn't happen. They said it was fake and then it was fake, but that was a big Athletic article, made him fall last year. I remember that. And then, but regardless, he was coming off that knee injury, major knee injury, and came back and went for over 1,000 the first year back. And this is his second year removed. We see guys take a step in their second year removed. Obviously, he's a little bit older, but I don't know. I think, that could maybe allow him to play more of a full-time role even. I think that's a lot of the reason why he was limited is because he wasn't able to really like prepare for the season fully. He wasn't healthy coming in. And that kind of limited his snap share, especially early in the year. But I think we could even see him take on a bigger role in the new team he goes to and be a full-time player again. 2 years removed from that injury, and he looked good coming off of it. Are you MHJ or Wilson for Cardinals receiver target at ADP? They got very close. Same with BTJ and Washington and Jags. I'm thinking Washington might actually hit now and missed them. I mean, Washington's like the same price he was pretty much. He was a 7th rounder for a little bit, I guess, but I don't think you're losing too much value. I mean, I don't know. Until he moves over like Rome, BTJ, Carnell Tate, those guys, like P-Watch is kind of in the same range. So I don't think he lost out a ton. I am definitely 1,000,000% Marvin Harrison over Michael Wilson. We can show it real quick, and then we'll get back to the draft. We'll show my Cardinals exposure as a whole. Why not? Marvin Harrison, 17% Marvin Harrison, 14% Algier, 4% Jeremiah Love, 3% Jacoby Brissett, 3% Trey McBride, 0.4% James Conner, and 0.4% Michael Wilson. Also, the James Conner is more kind of the bet that he gets traded. It's not really about him on the Cardinals. So, don't hate me too much for that one. All right, we're on the clock here. We will go. Okay, we go Juwan Jennings. Fuck. I done messed up. I mean, Juwan Jennings there is actually fine. I'm not mad about that at all, actually. That's fine. Maybe I would have picked like Juwan Johnson over him or something. But that's fine. I wanted one running back and like one receiver there, so I'm not the biggest Juwan Jennings guy, but I don't hate it. That's totally fine. I'm not mad about that pick. I did miss a pick though, trying to show that exposure, so damn it. But it's all good. But yeah, I'm really out on Michael Wilson. I think when we look at the big thing with Michael Wilson, let me go to what should I go to look at his stats? We can go on Sleeper. That's probably the easiest. But when you look at Michael Wilson, the big thing that worries me about him, right? Early in the year, he wasn't very good, right? And it's because, you can say it was Kyler as the quarterback, but it's when Marvin Harrison was healthy, right? He wasn't good at that time. And then when we look at Michael Wilson, well, actually, let's look at Marvin Harrison first. I'm pulling up their stats right now, and then we can just look at this really quick, and then we'll get back to the draft. So when we look at Marvin Harrison's stats, right, it's not about really how good he was, but it's more so early in the year. He's okay. There's some decent scores in here of 15 and 19, whatever. But then he misses week 11, 12, 14, 15. He plays week 13. Remember that. He plays week 16. He barely plays week 17 and gets injured in that game, gets one target. But he plays week 13 and 16, does not play 11, 12, 14, 15. And then when we look at Michael Wilson, the boy, we look, so when does he break out? Week 11, the first week without Marvin Harrison, a 26, a 16. Oops, Marvin Harrison's back, a 5. Okay, Marvin Harrison's back out, a 31, a 14. Marvin Harrison's back, a 12, but only 3 targets, down from 11 and 16. And then Marvin Harrison's out, 17 points, 10 targets. I just don't think Michael Wilson commands targets with Marvin Harrison on the field. Just look at the game logs. The first week Marvin Harrison's out, 18, 15. Marvin Harrison back in, 7. Marvin Harrison back out, 16, 11. Harrison back in, 3. Then out, 10, 8. I mean, the 8's not that crazy, but you get my point. Like, it's just, and then early in the season, he was horrible. And like, why? Is it Kyler's fault? Is it all Kyler's fault? I think, yeah, that's the thing with this Michael Wilson guy. Like, he was only good when Marvin Harrison didn't play, and when they threw it 50 plus times a game, it's like, it's so unsustainable. And it's just, I just don't see any way he can repeat that. And it just seems so obvious. Like, like he's just not good if Marvin Harrison's playing. It doesn't seem like to me. I mean, and I will say, I'm hating maybe a little too hard. Michael Wilson's price has gone down significantly. I was very, very out on Michael Wilson before. We can look like now he's going at 101. I think that's a much more appropriate range and much more reasonable. But I still prefer like Romeo Dobbs, KC, Wandale. I prefer all those guys to Michael Wilson still. Fernando, do I have a Raider? Oh, I have Genty. I probably don't want that. Okay, we'll go Dulcich. A third tight end is fine because I wasn't totally locked into the 2 tight ends. I do think I kind of want to lock into the 2 QBs though. Do I need to? So it's either Ray Davis here. Do I like any of the receivers? I don't mind Zach Branch. Or Mendoza. Yeah, let's let it take Ray Davis. That's fine. That's fine. I think Mendoza would have been a fine pick, but it's like I have Josh Allen and Baker. Do I need Mendoza? Probably not. I wouldn't have hated it. And it's not like I have Bowers or a receiver either. I have Genty. So it's not even like a crazy good stack with Mendoza. So that's why I think the third tight end's fine. You know, Greg Dulcich and maybe like a Terrence Ferguson would have been better. Maybe more like a spike guy rather than a guy who I just think is going to get volume because the other receivers suck. Like that's kind of the case for Dulcich, where I think Ferguson's kind of more the spike guy. So maybe a guy like him would have fit better on this room. That was a little bit of a panic pick because I didn't really want to take Mendoza. I think it's fine though. But then we get the Ray Davis, another Buffalo piece. You know, back up to Cook. Kind of like I said, I don't think Ray Davis has hardly any standalone value, but if Cook goes down, I believe he will be the primary rusher. And I think we've seen Ray Davis spike multiple times when Cook has been out of the game. So I think he kind of retains that role. It's just that Ty Johnson is kind of taking any like RB2 or change of pace work. Not really as much Ray Davis. Yeah, no, but yeah, so I'm more in on MHA for sure. Creoth and pastures, it would be dudes like Chig and Likely. Yeah, exactly in that mid range. Yeah, well, it's almost like, you know, kind of it's funny that you say that, Chig and Likely, and like I was saying like Goddard and Jake Ferguson, right? And then we look, it's almost like that range has moved back just a tiny bit, right? Jake Ferguson, Isaiah Likely, Kelsey, Goddard, Chig, all in this tight range. It's a little later, but all in this tight range just behind these guys. You know, it is kind of interesting because this is a big tight end range. Look how many tight ends are going in that round, like 11 to 13 or even 11 to 12 range, right? We're seeing 7 tight ends in those 2 rounds, another 3 in the next round. So, you know, this is a big cluster of tight ends where I feel like a lot of these guys could disappoint. You know, even Kittle, more the injury thing, but like a lot of these guys could disappoint, right? Like Kincaid, I think it's easy to see limited snaps, kind of limited player. Can he grow that role and be healthy and get on the field more? And how much does that like per route and efficiency type stuff? How much does that diminish if he does get on the field more? Ferguson, he kind of just got hot on touchdowns. Like he gets hot on touchdowns some years he doesn't. If he doesn't, he's probably a bad pick. If he does, he's probably a good pick. Kind of thing with Ferguson, in my opinion. Likely he's a real mystery box, you know, new team with Dart and all that, but real mystery box. How good is he? He can never really pass up on Mark Andrews. Can he be a full-time player? Can he get a lot of that work? Has he just shown flashes of big plays, but not really consistency? You know, it's a question mark there. Kelsey, age cliff, obvious is the question mark. Dallas Goedert, I guess health is Dallas Goedert's biggest question mark. I guess Eli Stowers is his biggest question mark, the new rookie, right? Maybe that's the biggest risk with Goddard. He could get washed by a rookie. I don't really believe in that. I actually like the Goddard pick a lot. So, you know, I'm kind of playing it more that way. I'm not a big Stowers guy by any means whatsoever. But yeah, I actually like Goddard. But his question mark, you know, he's also dealt with a lot of injuries in his career. So he has some question marks around him. And then Chig, kind of same thing, new team, new opportunity. Can he actually break out? Can he actually kind of do something meaningful in fantasy? He's already getting priced a little bit like it. So I wonder almost a little if that range is just a little bit later than it used to be. But you know, maybe not. Maybe we look at the end of the year, some of those guys in the normal range busted. Ted Hurst, yeah, why not? I mean, Ted Hurst, Jaden Blue. I mean, could we slap it up harder? Actually, let's go Ted Hurst, Keon Coleman. I think that feels good enough. I think my running backs are strong. I think I have, Genty, Saquon, Chuba. That's a strong top three. Two contingent guys behind that isn't too bad. Let's throw on the Keon with Josh Allen. Get a big Buffalo thing going. Weren't able to get DJ Moore. Weren't able to get James Cook. Let's get all the bums from the team. Kincaid, Keon, Ray Davis. I think that that doesn't feel too terrible. So I don't mind it too much. Um, Mid-tier best, it's been a while. That's true. That's true. Yeah, I kind of think that might be true though. Mid-tier might be the best. It might have kind of switched. I have two BBMs with one tight end and both are Warren. Hell yeah. Hey, I respect that. I'm not a big fan of the one tight end in general, but I actually do think Warren is a really good candidate for that. Like, if I was only doing one tight end, I would rather do Warren than Loveland for sure. Because I think Loveland might have bigger spikes and all that, but I think Warren's going to be ultra consistent, high target floor. I think if I was going to do it with a tight end other than Bowers McBride, it would have to be Warren. So I don't hate the call there. I don't hate the call there. Old dildo schwagons. T Warren poised to leap to elite, but he's for sure in his pricey mid range. Yeah, he's just, I guess he's kind of weird to me where he's like almost like a gap to the other guys. It's weird, like he's almost in his own tier, right? Because it's like him, and then it's like over a full round to get to Kraft. Like Kraft goes in this draft in particular, Kraft goes over 20 picks later. Um, and sometimes they go a little closer to be fair, but yeah, it is weird because like Warren goes almost as close to Loveland, or Warren in this draft, for example, went closer to Loveland than he did to Kraft. And I think in most drafts it's probably like equal or closer. So he's like a real weird one to kind of price into either range, I feel like. But I don't hate it if you want to call him one of the mid-range guys because it's like round 6 is where he usually goes. And I definitely picked him at the higher end of his range, to be fair. Like 61 is kind of on the higher end for Warren usually. Usually he's more like mid-6th or something. So I don't hate the call adding him in, but I do think he's a little bit weird for that like range. And he is tight end 4 overall, which usually that mid-range is supposed to be like lower tier, I feel like a little bit than like tight end 4. But I mean, semantics, it's not too big of a deal. I don't hate the call overall. That's just kind of semantics. What's good, Hartman? Hey, what's up, Fantasy Fitness IO? Thanks for stopping by, bro. Matt, thanks for stopping by. And check out Fantasy Fitness IO if you don't know. That's Matt's channel, but Zero's over there sometimes too. Our guy Zero Fucks, he's over there sometimes too, doing some collabs and stuff, or co-hosting. Godwin avoided pup. Hell yeah. Was Godwin a risk for pup? I didn't know Godwin's at risk for pup. I'm gonna keep it real with you, Kriath. I thought he was dominating mini camp and all that. I didn't know why is he at risk for pup? What happened? I thought he was, looking electric in mini camp and looking like the wide receiver 1. That's what they were saying like a month ago. Just gotta have the guys to get them there. That's fair. That's a good point. Always have a guy. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. 0.4% Michael Wilson. That's actually more than I have, so I'm with you, LMAO. Damn, respect, McNix. I respect the full stone cold fade. I respect it. I wish. I am almost positive that Michael Wilson was on a guest stream, like when I had someone on. I wouldn't be shocked if it was my boy, the Fantasy Football Garage, the Candy Man. He loves him some Michael Wilson, or he used to also really love some Michael Wilson. I wouldn't be shocked if it was him, but yeah. I mean, I respect it. I respect it if I have a higher exposure than you. Nothing but respect to that. Carson Beck and Marvin hitting lines week 15, 16, 17, not any others. Hell yeah. Hey, I hope so. I hope so, brother. I think that the McBride price, I'm okay getting a little bit more now. Like, I will tell you, you want to see something real crazy, and we'll go back to the draft. We'll look at it. Don't worry. That was a BBM. Yeah, we'll definitely look at the draft. We'll look at the teams and all that. You think my McBride was low. You think my McBride was low post draft. Look at when he was going in the second round in pre-draft. I hope it's lower. I hope I didn't just like lie. Now my running back exposure not good. My pre-draft Trey McBride, when he was a second round pick, ADP 19, 1 share, 0.6%. I was and it's a war room, a $25 war room, it looks like. But yeah, I was not a McBride guy. Picked a bunch of Connor and Algier, which wasn't very good because Jeremiah Love showed up. But I was not a McBride guy at all. And now I'm getting a little bit okay with it. Now that he's more in the third and stuff, I'm finding it a little bit more reasonable. But yeah, pre-draft, I was really not feeling it. Um, what's up, Comment 8? Thanks on my bro. I think they were forcing Marv. He didn't have any confidence. Yeah, I kind of agree. They've even said that this offseason. He kind of got shooken a little bit. Wasn't like maybe not happy with the usage or some in some ways or something like that. They said he's feeling confident this year. Hopefully, he can feel better and develop into the player he's always meant to be. They were trying to talk about it, or they were kind of talking about it, but that is true. That is true. They did say he had some confidence issues last year. Marvin's biggest issue was having negative chemistry with Murray IMO. His best route was to come back, and that's the route Murray threw the least. I totally agree. And I think the comebacks and those over the middle of the field crossers and stuff, because I want to say when he really dominated the Rams, a lot of it was those over the middle kind of deep, a little bit deeper crossers and whatnot. Or maybe it was the Dolphins game, but one of those big blowups he had, that was how he really did it. And that was a real change in his usage from being used just so much outside vertical and stuff like that. Actually using them more kind of dynamically. And then we saw him explode, and then they stopped kind of using them like that. And then it makes you wonder how much of that was because of Kyler and because of being shorter and not really being able to work that part of the field. So yeah, I definitely can see that as the case. And that's definitely one of the reasons I'm willing to buy in on Marv. Also just a third year for a super high capital receiver, a super high pedigree prospect who dominated in college. I think those are the kind of guys that feels good to bet on, right? And we've seen the spike weeks from Marv. It's not even like his rookie year was all that bad. He played on a horrible team. The quarterback didn't even throw for 4,000 yards with Kyler. He still put up 885 and 8 touchdowns on 116 targets. That's not that bad of a rookie year. He just kind of got overshadowed because Malik Nabers, snatched his chain basically as the rookie wide receiver one. But it's he really didn't look that bad. There were just other rookies that looked so good. BTJ, Neighbors, Lad, right? But I think Marvin showed us some upside, showed us that potential. And, his dad took a couple years to exceed. And yeah, and I don't know. I think Marvin could definitely be the guy that you need as the third year breakout. I think third year breakout is such a common trope because that's just it's such a common point for players to really hit their stride in the NFL, especially at the receiver position. I think it's a relatively common time for him to break out. And yeah, just super high pedigree prospect. We've seen it in the single week. I think even as a rookie, his performance kind of got a little bit overhated. He still went in the third round the next year, so maybe not even overhated, but then he dealt with injuries last year. Now we see his price really tank from that 1-2 turn, then third round all the way down to the sixth. Now 3 rounds cheaper than he's ever been. Yeah, I'm really willing to bet on Marv for that third year breakout. Wilson or Downs, you can say neither. I'm more comfortable with Downs because I think he could take over some of that Pittman role. I think the efficiency was there for Downs. I am definitely underweight on Downs as well, but I am more open to it because he is undersized. I don't know if he can do a lot of that Pittman stuff, but he has been very efficient and he should get the opportunity to try that stuff. We'll see if he can actually do it and stay healthy while playing more on the outside, or if he does get a chance to play more on the outside. But I believe with the efficiency he's shown, when healthy, I'm willing to bet on Downs here and there, but I'm not a huge believer. I think he kind of might be more like a Khalil Shakir type guy where he's really good at what he does, but not able to do much else. I'm not totally opposed to the idea that he could do more though. And that offense was super potent when Dimes was healthy last year, when Daniel Jones was healthy last year. So I'm willing to bet on Downs more than Wilson. I'm just not super high on either one though, to be honest. But Downs to me is an okay pick. He's kind of like that, eat your veggies thing. I don't really ever take Downs over Pittman. Yeah, I don't take him over Pittman, and he usually goes over Pittman. I don't usually even take him over Ricky Pearsall either. So it's kind of I like other guys in that range more than either of them, to be honest with you. But Downs, I don't totally hate the Downs pick. Betting against a 5'12", betting against a 5'11", 190 bell cow seems good. Who is the 5'11", 190 bell cow? Oh, is it, or wait, is that Jeremiah Love? No, because Jeremiah Love's like 212 or some shit. Jeremiah Love's actually decent size. Or maybe he was 202. I can't remember. I looked it up the other day. I think maybe he was 202. Goddard or Andrews? Oof. I would say slightly lean towards Andrews just because they got rid of Likely, and Andrews has always been kind of Lamar's like go-to guy in the red zone. I think overall I have a lot more faith in the Ravens offense. I have more faith in like Andrews keeping that red zone role. I like Goddard's upside a lot, and I'm overweight on both players, like 100%, I'm sure of it. I'm overweight on both of them. I probably slightly into Andrews though because of the overall offense and just his history with Lamar. I think Goddard, the problem with Goddard is he got really lucky last year with a lot of those like those little shovel pass TDs they were doing. I think they got like 3 or 4 of them last year. I think it did work though, so there's not really a reason they should go away from it, but there's just a risk with kind of that like kind of scammy usage that they do something else or it's a different like I don't know, a little different play, they lose some of that. So it's the only thing having me a little worried on Goddard, but I think when you look at Goddard splits when AJ Brown was out of the lineup, I mean, like all his stats go way up. And Goddard's always been, a little bit underrated as a guy who can make big plays and can win downfield. So I like both picks a lot. I think Andrews maybe is a little safer with the offense, but I lean Andrews slightly, but I think Goddard has more true upside. I think Andrews has a lot of true upside if he gets like 10 to 12 touchdowns or something. But Goddard could really have like a 800-yard year or something like that, I believe. Maybe even a little more. I mean, what's Goddard done? He's usually around like 600 to 700 yards, I believe. Kind of average. He gets hurt quite a bit. So yeah, like a more healthier 700. I think Goddard without AJ Brown there, if he stayed healthy all year, I think he could realistically hit up in that like 800-yard range. Maybe not even, maybe he won't get to 11 touchdowns again, but even if he gets to like 8 or 9 and gets like 700 to 800 yards, I think that would be totally possible if he gets a little bit bigger role, with AJ Brown gone. So I think Goddard gives you more true upside. Andrews is probably a little bit safer with that touchdown role in the offense, assuming, everyone's healthy. But yeah, like I don't think Andrews is coming back and going for like 800 or 700 anymore. I think he's going to kind of be more in this 500 to 600 range. It's just, is he going to get 11 touchdowns or like 6 touchdowns with Andrews? But I think with Likely gone, the touchdowns are probably going to be pretty safe. But Goddard probably has more upside overall. I like both though quite a bit. I like both quite a bit though. Who do you think is the last draftable RB scrolling in round 18? I mean, Jaden Blue's good. You said last draftable though. It depends how much volume we're talking here. Like to throw on one team here and there. I might already went past it. I mean, like, okay, like Sion Vaki actually low key, Sion Vaki might be the guy because he could legit be the RB2 on Detroit if it's not Pacheco. I'm a big Lions fan, so like maybe I'm being a little biased, but like these two guys are nobodies, they're nothing. Sion Vaki's actually got some playing time on the Lions before, and Pacheco kind of sucks, so I think maybe Sion Vaki could get a little bit of work. That wouldn't be the craziest thing to me. I think obviously all these guys are fine. If you pick a San Francisco guy, you're taking a risk because one of them's backup, one of them's not, most likely. These guys are fine. Giddens is fine. I prefer betting on him to the rookie. Is it Adam Randall? Is that who they have? Or is Adam Randall? No, Adam Randall's a Raven. Who's the one the Colts got? They got a rookie this year. McGowan. They got Seth McGowan. Yeah, so I prefer betting on Giddens to McGowan. I think I kind of, who I kind of like picking that actually goes really late is oops, I spelled his name wrong. Is Ollie Gordon. I actually don't mind taking. He went. Okay. Did you take him? You took him. Damn, nice. See, this guy knows ball. Ollie Gordon, I think is okay. That was one I was actually just gonna look up. So apparently he thinks so too. I've clicked some Naj. I have a little bag of Naj pre-draft. so I'm not really clicking him much because I'm still waiting. So I'm not clicking him very much at all, but I think he's a fine pick. I'm just trying not to get way over my skis on him or something like that in case he doesn't like sign right away or doesn't get anything valuable. Um, yeah, all these guys would be fine. I think Ollie's a good scroll. Um, Samaje Perine not the craziest, or speaking of Samaje, Taj Brooks. Like, if something did happen to Chase Brown, Samaje Perine probably can't really take over the lead role. Maybe Taj Brooks could. Um, yeah, I mean that's probably kind of it. And I think the last two guys you got were decent shouts to Naj and Ollie Gordon. Um, but no, I don't mind. I don't mind those two that you got, but I think those are a couple of the ones I would maybe name or kind of the deepest I'd probably go. Once we get a little more clarity, though, it'll be easier. Joshua Palmer is fully healthy too. What a headache. Um, oh yeah, that's true. Maybe I should mix in a little Josh Palmer. I never mix in Josh Palmer on my Bills stuff. Who do they got? Who do they got in all? Because they also have Skylar Bell. I don't pick him much. Josh Palmer, Tyrell Shavers. Remember him? He had a decent game last year, I feel like. Yeah, he must have. He had 245 yards, 15 catches. Damn, he's cooking. Yeah, I mean, Palmer, did he do anything last year? Not really. Yeah, I mean, I could see clicking him a little bit. I don't know how much playing time Skylar Bell is gonna get as a rookie, but I don't know. I've thought about clicking him a little as well. Haven't clicked too much other than Keon and DJ Moore though, to be honest. You draft another? Yes, I will draft another. I think what I'll do real quick, I'm gonna go over to the YouTube. I'll put another poll up, whatever you guys want to draft, and then we can we'll rip it. So yeah, I'll put a poll up, and then I'll just finish catching up with you guys and stuff, and then we'll draft whatever wins the poll. So that'll work out good. All right. I'm gonna make it quick. My audio might be kind of bad for a second, but once I go to the poll, what will you draft? Um, what up? Eliminator. Um, would you guys want to? Yeah, okay, no, we'll just put weekly winners. I was gonna put drafters in the poll, but I don't know if people would want drafters. All right. All right. I just made the poll and then I closed my YouTube. So hopefully if my audio took a dip for a second, hopefully I'm back now. Sometimes it does that when I open YouTube. But it should be good now. So I'll finish. I'll catch up with you guys real quick. I'm only a couple comments behind, and then I'll go over the teams, and then we'll hop in whatever on the poll. So I'll give you enough time to get a couple votes in and stuff. Good year for one tight end because all elites have great playoff schedules. That's a fair point. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're kind of right, huh? I mean, especially Arizona and LV. I mean, they have great playoff schedules. Colts isn't bad. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I didn't not something I've considered a ton. Definitely the Cardinals I've thought about more so. Like, cause some of their guys I'm picking kind of whenever I pick like Trey McBride or Jeremiah Love, whenever they do find their way onto my team, I always think, well, the playoff hammer, playoff hammer for me. So that's that's fine. They're a playoff hammer. But that's kind of how I go whenever I pick those guys. So yeah, no, that is a good point though. I love this team. Yep, drafting another. We'll check it out. We'll check out the team in just a second. No, last year for Godwin. Oh, last year for Godwin? Wait, what let me see what you said. Oh, Godwin avoided pup last year. Okay, I got you. Okay, Godwin avoided pup last year. Jay Cook, I like the Ray Davis click as well. Cook is great, but he's small. Oh, okay. Yep. Okay. Sorry, I'm like just I'm like just far enough behind to not understand the context of your comments, Kriyath. So thank you for spoon feeding it to me. But yeah, no, I agree. I'm actually pretty overweight on Ray Davis. Just for that reason, you know, if you're gonna bet against a guy, like, and that's even why I click some Ollie Gordon, to be honest, is like, you know, I mean, A-Chain's undersized. That's no guarantee he's gonna get hurt, or it doesn't even mean he has like a way higher chance. But if you're gonna bet against a guy, why not a guy like that? And especially with Ray Davis, it feels pretty clear, and we've seen it a couple times where like Cook went down, Ray Davis went off, right? I think whenever we've kind of seen the example before, it makes it a lot more comfortable of a click where like you feel like with some of the other ones, like, okay, let's say I pick Braylon Allen or Jaden Blue is actually a great example. Let's say I pick Jaden Blue, right? And I'm like, oh man, if Javonte Williams goes down, Jaden Blue's my league winner, RB1 on the Cowboys. And then, but we've never actually really seen Jaden Blue do it. You know, last year he got that one kind of game. He got like 80 yards and a touchdown. It was all right. It was all right. Jaden Blue looked all right. But there's a chance it's Malik Davis or Phil Maffa or even someone else. Who knows, right? So, and we've never really seen it out of Jaden Blue. We haven't seen Javonte go down, then Jaden Blue get that workload. Where we've seen it with Ray Davis, so it feels way more way more comfortable, I think. The farthest I've scrolled is Malik Davis. I think he's the handcuff to Javonte. Oh, that's actually a perfect. I swear I didn't see that comment before I brought it up. It just happened to be that Jaden Blue didn't get drafted. But I don't mind that call. And I think we'll get more clarity once into camp. But if you want to take shots on the Cowboys backup and you think that Malik Davis has a better shot, I definitely don't mind that call. And I think we will get more clarity when it comes to camp. So, you know, as long as you're not going way over your skis on either one, I think it's totally fine. Goddard worries me because he just ran hot on those red zone touchdowns and his perma hurt, but AJ Brown gone is intriguing for him. I agree. Yeah, those are the biggest risks with him. I think we see a little bit less of that scam usage, but the overall, like Goddard's been so good without AJ Brown lineup. But I do agree with the injury thing too. Goddard's barely ever played a full season. So yeah, he kind of has the plus and negatives. But I do think he has big upside, right? Big single week upside and season long upside. I've always hated Naj, but first team to lose 2 RBs will sign him. Yeah, I agree. I mean, he might not even have to wait that long, you know? I mean, there could be like I saw some rumors like recently about like, was it Seattle? I think it was Seattle rumors, but it wasn't like anything official. It was just like some writers. I saw it at first. I'm like, ooh, Seattle, that's kind of interesting for you know, old Jadarian Price. But I saw it was just kind of like, you know, reporters being bored. Taj Brooks greater than P. Ryan. I kind of agree in the sense that I don't really know what P. Ryan can get you, even though he does have more of a locked in. It's the same idea almost as the Ray Davis thing, right? Like P. Ryan is like Ty Johnson. He's going to get some receiving work probably this year with Chase Brown healthy. But like if Chase Brown goes down, P. Ryan's not really a good rusher, especially at this point in his career. I mean, he's probably just kind of a receiving game specialist or, you know, maybe some pass pro, but like more receiving work, right? So yeah, like Taj Brooks could really be that guy. Phil Maffa and Najee are where I draw the line. All right, that's fair. That's fair. I don't mind the Naj click. Like kind of like you said, like he has a chance to sign to a team where it's just kind of built in opportunity because they lose some guys or something. I did draft Jerome Ford though. That's below my line. I can't get to Jerome Ford. I like about 3 running backs on that team more than Jerome Ford. I'm on the Commanders, that is. Mike Clay has P. Ryan projected RB48 ahead of B. Rob, Algier, Tracy, Sampson, basically every one of the late round RBs. Wow. That's pretty incredible. I mean, yeah, I guess he did get some rushing work. Wow. 84 for 382 and 3. Damn, Ryan got a little more juice than I thought. And he didn't even receive that much either. It was mostly rushing. Maybe I'm way off base here. Wow, 84 for 382 and 3. That's not bad. That's not bad. It's not great either, but it's not bad. Yeah, all right. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Maybe maybe Taj Brooks is cooked. P. Ryan's a little bit better rusher than I thought. That's surprising copy paste late. I did not expect that. That's interesting. That's interesting though. It's interesting. It's better than B. Rob and Algier. I mean, I guess it's just having that workload. Like we saw P. Ryan had 3 touchdowns. like, I guess it's just having that workload on so much of a better team than them is what gets them there, right? Because even just having like a 15 to 20% or something workload on one of the best offenses in the league just gets you there like way better than all those teams because all those teams are pretty bad, right? Maybe not the Giants, but maybe even the Giants are bad. So I guess that does kind of make sense. It's such a good team. Um, yeah, not the craziest thing, I guess. A good point, copy paste laid. Palmer was hurt all year. Sneaky late round flyer for Allen. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I don't mind the call. BBM. All right. Well, hey, whatever wins the vote, it's up to the people. We let the people decide. The people decide around here. My zero RB feels like it came together nice. All right, we'll check it out in just a second. Rick Perry chili cheese potatoes. Oh no, chili cheese tato. What's up, Rick Perry? Thanks for stopping by, bro. If you had to have 85% of a 3-stat combo with a QB and 2 players, who is it? It'd have to be cheap. 85%. I mean, that's an interesting question. It has to be someone cheap because I don't think I can put that much capital in it if it's 85%. I don't Stroud, but then who do you I could do I don't even like Stroud that much though. It's just say he's cheap. I'd probably do Rodgers because Rodgers is like my second highest owned quarterback as is. Okay, 3-stat combo, so it can be any 2 other players. So Rodgers and Freiermuth for sure. And then see, my next favorite is Pittman. But if I had to actually do 85%, I would do like Jeremy or something just to protect myself. But if I was actually going on the 3, I think are the best picks on the team, it would probably be Rodgers or like best picks mixed with the having to have super high exposures. It would be Rodgers, Freiermuth, and Pittman because I actually don't feel super confident on Jeremy Bernard right now. He's not getting a ton of good talk. I think he could take over the slot role or some of that slot role later in the year, but his talk's been a little more mid, so I don't feel super comfortable. I would prefer a really cheap QB, like a guy I can always give my QB3, basically a tight end that I feel pretty good about at price will be like, Freiermuth has a good role in that offense and he goes really cheap. So I like him a lot. And then I like Pittman's price a ton. I think he soaks up a ton of targets on that team. I think he's kind of more the wide receiver one than DK is. And I think we just see the offense as a whole improve with McCarthy's offensive system. So it'd probably be that Steelers stack because I want to keep it cheaper for the most part. But if I'm really being honest with like who I like the most, Pittman would have to go on there with those guys, with Rodgers and Freiermuth. But good question, Rick Perry. Appreciate it. Appreciate you stopping by. Let's go BBM. All right. See, I mean, it seems like the people want BBM, so it looks like we will be going that way. 2 guys I think should be going sooner in ADP, closer to the range of RB clusters, AJ Brown and Bowers. I think the field is just so RB pilled right now. Those guys are going later. Your thoughts? I agree for the most part with what you're saying. I agree for the most part with what you're saying. I think A-Chain goes a little bit too high. I think he should definitely go behind AJ Brown and Bowers. Maybe even like Nico or Drake London as well, like some more of those receivers. I think AJ Brown has some question marks. I am very bought in and willing to buy in on AJ Brown having this like monster year on the Patriots. And I'm overweight on him, like, pretty notably like 14%, 13%. I could even get a little bit more, but I'm really bought into the AJ Brown thing. I think he has the question marks because last year was such a fall off in efficiency for him. I'm willing to blame that more on the basically offensive system and quarterback play, and also potentially him dealing with that hamstring injury to start the year, even though that is a little bit more like mysterious if he was injured or not to start last year. So I'm willing to buy an AJ Brown, but I do understand his price being a little bit lower for people worrying about like him hitting an age cliff or him just getting a little older, losing some of that efficiency. I can understand why he goes a little bit later. And then Bowers obviously coming off those injuries last year, right? If he was healthy, he'd probably go higher. I think that's a big part of it. And yeah, most of these running backs, I mean, which of these running backs got hurt last year? Hampton, I guess, but he's young, right? And then he got Mike McDaniel, so he's boosted up. But it's like a lot of running backs that stayed healthy last year, or some, newer, younger blood with Hampton and Jeremiah. Jeremiah Love went really high in this draft. He doesn't usually go that high. But Hampton was the only one of these in this range who got hurt last year, and he's going up here because of all the offensive stuff with the Chargers and Mike McDaniel. But is it just all these guys stayed healthy and had decent years relatively? Saquon kind of disappointed, but he was like the 101 last year. So, disappointed as the 101. You go to the 2-1. He stayed healthy though. And then, yeah, but no real injuries to speak of, nothing like that. So all these RBs move up super tight up here. I think it's totally reasonable to pick AJ Brown, Bowers. I think even if you wanted to pull up the Nico Collins, Drake Londons of the world, they go almost exclusively on the left side of the board. I think if you wanted to pull them up in that range, that's perfectly reasonable as well. But yeah, I think AJ Brown and Bowers, I think A-Chain should go behind them. I think you have a good argument for Henry to go behind them. Love usually does go behind them, but I think he should. I think Hampton has definitely a lot of question marks, a lot of optimism and a lot of hype, but also a lot of question marks. So I think it's reasonable for them to go over any of these guys. I love me some Ken Walker, so I don't know if I can get on board with that one. Because I just love Ken Walker too much. But even him, it wouldn't be crazy. There's question marks. How are the Chiefs gonna look? Is he gonna play third downs? How many passes is he gonna catch in Kansas City, right? So I don't think that's a crazy take at all. I think that's totally fair. Yeah, I think that's totally fair though. Especially like A-Chain, Henry, Love, Chase Brown, Hampton. I think over any of those guys is totally reasonable. What's the strategy on the weekly draft? So we actually did a longer weekly winners thing on Tuesday. We brought on Zero Fucks, one of the premier guys in the chat. You know him, you love him. But we brought him on Tuesday, I believe, maybe Wednesday, last week or this week. And we did a longer stream on it. I think the biggest things were, so he actually had a really good point, was like, well, stacking the divisions, right? Because you get 2 games out of it. I think that's a really good point, really easy to do, especially you target some of the weaker divisions like NFC South, stuff like that. If you do that, you want to look at their week 18 games. Like, let's say, for example, you built out a big Saints versus Tampa Bay stack, right? And let's say they play week 18. Well, week 18 doesn't happen in weekly winners, so you'd want to kind of avoid maybe that one a little bit compared to the other division matchups. But you play the division matchups that way you can get multiple weeks where you guys are playing each other. They also all have bad defenses. They all play in domes. You can look at the schedule, right? So it depends how crazy you want to get with it. But like there's some people, they will legitimately like find a week. Like they'll pick week 5. They'll say week 5, I'm going to look at every matchup. I'm going to figure it all out. I'm going to play week 5 like it's week 17. And this works generally better with earlier weeks that are heavy on buys, I believe, at least in the way I think of it. This strategy where you target a single week would probably work the best on weeks with heavy buys and matchups you feel like you like a lot, obviously, but heavy buys I think would really help, and the earlier the better as well. I think this because if you had a week with like 6 teams on bye, there might be a lot of teams that will obviously have just some of those players, like week 7, for example. There might be a lot of teams that have a 1 or 2 week 7 buys or a stack on the buy, whatever, right? So their weekend that week. But there might also be teams that play with all week 7 buys or heavily like favoring it because it is such a big bye week with so many good teams. People might just eat it so that their team is stronger other weeks. So like I think kind of honing on some stuff like that can be good if you want to get really in the weeds and really deep into it. You can target certain weeks and play it like it's week 17, like you're playing a week 5 BR right now, basically, right? And you try to plan it out super hard even before the draft starts. But I think a more general strategy is target divisional matchups. Target, just like there's an example. So every division plays another division in their conference, right? They play the full division in their conference, right? Like I believe NFC South plays AFC North. I'm not exactly, but like you know what I'm talking about, where like one division plays the other division, so you can figure out those matchups, and then you have like an 8-team bracket to build out like a lineup out of. And it's not like every single player needs to come from that, but like any players in that net of 8 teams would all fit. Like they're all going to play each other kind of like a huge round robin style. So you get multiple weeks with like big correlation and stuff. I think a lot of it comes down to like those correlations and whatnot can be good strategies. I think there are some strategies people do where you go very fragile. You do like a solo Josh Allen, a solo Brock Bowers. That way you can stack out the rest of your skill position players. And when that Josh Allen or Brock Bowers or pick an elite, Lamar, Loveland, Trey McBride, whatever, when they go off, then you have a super strong supporting cast of running backs and receivers because you built so much depth of those positions because you only did one tight end or one quarterback that you can hit a bigger week when they spike. Now, the downside of that is your lineup might hit a big week and then your quarterback leaves you behind. So there's downsides to that strategy as well. And we talked about that a little. Zero talked about that a little too, how he turned a little more fragile last year after he hit kind of big 2 years ago. And he actually noticed some bad results with that, where he had weeks where his lineup actually cashed for a little bit or got lower cashes, but then the quarterback really let him down with the solo quarterback. So I think that strategy can work, but it's a little bit risky. I would probably try to throw on like a second, especially quarterback if you can at the end, because guys like Bryce Young and Aaron Rodgers in weekly winners, they go fully undrafted because a lot of times you don't need like the third QB and stuff, right? You don't really care about the floor later, but I think especially like a Bryce Young or Rodgers could be nice later to possibly give you that like 20 if you do have a low week when your lineup happens to go off. Or if you can get, a little stack with it. If you picked Ted earlier, you picked Pittman. Well, it's like, why not 18th round, throw on a second QB? Maybe it gives you another out, right? There's, odds are Josh Allen outscores Rodgers most weeks, but maybe there's 2 weeks out of the year he doesn't. Maybe one of those is the week with the higher lineup. So I think that can be hopefully that was just a quick little run on a few strategies. Um, I would say the main idea behind it, though, the main idea when building your construction, your roster, is floor means nothing. Floor is worthless. Ceiling is everything, right? So you don't get eliminated. You could put up 0 points all the way to week 17. You're still in week 17, just like everyone else in that contest, right? So, so I think that's kind of the thing too. It's all ceiling, no floor. Floor does not matter in the slightest. You probably need good running back scores to get to, hit the weekly win, right? You probably need good running back scores. So I'm not saying go 0 RB and stuff crazy like that. You can try and hope you hit later in the year, but like, yeah, floor doesn't matter. So single QB, single tight end, super thin lineups, like either way you want to go like, you could even go like 3 straight stud running backs, just go 3 straight right out the gate, right? And then just not to pick another. Stay with 3 and hope they stay healthy. And then if 2 of them stay healthy, even then you just hope they hit the same week, and then your lineup has a chance, right? So I think the nice thing with weekly winners is there's a lot of different avenues to get there. There's a lot of different paths you can take. There's no exact right strategy, but you gotta like, I guess it's like you just gotta know what you're trying to do. You're trying to hit that ceiling outcome, right, every week. But it is nice. It's a contest where there are different strategies, different like things you can do since you're not worried about elimination at any stage. Blue is RB4. Fair enough. A-Chain, Willis, Greg Dulcich is my favorite stack. A-Chain, Willis, Greg Dulcich. Yeah, but if you had to pick 85% A-Chain, I mean, that would be scary as hell, dude. Like if you had to pick 85% of him, I mean, I don't mind the call, and especially since Willis is relatively cheap and Dulcich is cheap, obviously. But I mean, that's a lot of that'd be packing in a lot of risk. But I don't mind if it's your favorite. Other 2 are great picks. Hoping drafting a BBM versus you. All right. I see people are asking for the BBM. We got a couple teams in here. What do we want to do? We'll look at my team real quick. Josh Allen, Baker, Genty, Saquon, Chuba, Tyler Algier, Ray Davis, Garrett Wilson, Rome, Godwin, Jacoby, Diggs, Jawan, Ted Hurst, Keon Coleman, Tyler Warren, Kincaid, Dulcich. Feel like my tight end room's strong. Receivers actually pretty good too. Diggs is my 5th, is fine. Not as ton of top end talent here at receiver, but not bad. It's pretty good at receiver, like decent. Maybe lacking a little ceiling. Double anchor up top. Got Chuba as a 3. That feels pretty good. Allen Baker feels pretty good. I actually kind of like this team overall. I think it's pretty good. All right, let's look at Flory Wayne. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna look at the teams real quick, and then I'm gonna look at the poll, and we're gonna get in the draft, and then I'll finish catching up with you guys. Because I noticed I'm a little behind, so I want to go ahead and get in the draft. I said we were drafting another. So I'm gonna look at these 4 teams, then we're gonna get in, then I'll finish catching up in the chat and all that. Hopefully that way we don't have to sit here while I'm yapping too long. We can get in the draft while we do it. So 3672 for Forey Wayne, Bo Nix, Sam Darnold, Jacoby. I think that's fine. It's a little on the thinner side though, but Jacoby just got his extension. He showed back up, so feels nice scooping a little bit of that value. Hopefully, he had some Arizona going. Yeah, Michael Wilson and Trey, he had the double. I like that. And Jacoby's a great price right now. I'm probably going to be moving up a little bit, coming back to camp. Shouldn't move up like crazy, but it might move up a round or two. And some drafts you're getting them almost totally free. I don't think we'll see that anymore. So that feels fine. Sorry. Derrick Henry, Josh Jacobs, Dave Montgomery, Jadarian Price, Tyjae, Nick Singleton. Really strong running back room. I mean, like that quite a bit. Really, really strong there. You could have even made it a hyper fragile, arguably, or like stopped at 5. I guess he had 2 week 11s, but or like stopped at 5. But throw on Singleton, in case anything happens to Pollard or Tyjae, you got kind of the third guy. Don't mind that. Could take over later in the year. So really strong running backs. JSN, Cortland Sutton, Pittman, Michael Wilson, Jalen Naylor, AD Mitchell, Pat Bryant, Trey Brad Barner. Obviously, that's great at tight end. You got one of the 2 top elites, so that's fine. The receiver's okay. Like I was saying, Michael Wilson's not my favorite. Pittman as your 3rd and Sutton as your 2. I think it's fine with the hero JSN up top. I don't love Naylor as your 4. I'm not a big Naylor guy either, though. I think receiver might be a little bit thinner, but if Michael Wilson kind of hits for you, then I think it'll be okay. But it is a little bit on the thinner side, really kind of lean into that hero with the 1st round JSN, which I think is fine. Actually, you have a fat Seattle stack too with Price, JSN, and Barner. Kind of like that big Seattle stack. Let's see what game tight did. We know we went 0 RB. So Lamar and Jaden, double elite QB, like that. I love that combo of those 2 QBs. I think they're both. I mean, it's hard to say they're underpriced when they go as like QB 2 and 4 or whatever they go as. But I just think compared to like Josh Allen, Lamar going a round and a half later seems pretty crazy. And then, I think Jaden's price is great. I think he's one of the few QBs who could push into that like 800 plus rushing yard range. Kyle Monaghan, J.K. Dobbins, Rashad White, Chris Rodriguez, Jonah Coleman, Alvin Kamara, Mike Washington. I think it's good enough to get by. I would have maybe liked to, it's probably fine. I was going to say maybe a better 5th than Coleman, but I'm kind of a Coleman hater. You did get a value, though. I think the top 4 good enough. It should be guys getting work. I really like the Dobbins on builds like this where it's really thin to like get him, at least if he gets hurt, you still have that early season. He's going to be taking the bulk of the carries. I like that. And then Monaghan, I don't mind as your 1 even on this. I would have liked maybe a little better 5th, but you did get volume. You did get 4 guys who are splitting work, maybe even 5 with Kamara. So I think it's reasonable. Let's see the receivers, though. Puka, Zay Flowers, Terry McLaurin, DK Metcalf, Trey Tucker, Darnell Mooney, Elijah Surratt, but then Bowers, Chig. So obviously got Bowers. That's great. I think the receiver is totally reasonable too. DK has your 4 with stronger top 3, and then get Trey Tucker on there. I think that feels pretty good to me. Throw on Mooney and Surratt at the end. And then what do you have? Baltimore, Washington. Yeah, I got it stacked up pretty good. Zay and Surratt, got Chig and Terry. Yeah, I like the team quite a bit. Even got Rashad White too. I like the team. I think this is a little bit less at running back than I would maybe be like comfortable with. But I think it is like reasonable. I don't think you went like crazy too light with these 4. It's probably a little bit light for where I'd be comfortable though. But I think it can definitely get you there, especially like if you picked right on some of these ambiguous backfields, even down to like all 6 of these guys realistically. I think if it breaks right for you a little bit with some of these guys, I think it could easily get there because all the other rooms are pretty strong. And I think this is reasonable. You got a lot of guys who are going to give you points, and just hopefully kind of as the year goes, they have either bigger roles or maybe they just start out with them. So pretty decent team, game tight. Always interesting to see what you're building, but I like the 0 RB, really pushing it. Mick Nix, 3573, Jalen Hurts, Tyler Shuck, Geno, Bijan, Quinshawn, Tony Pollard, Blake Corum, Kenny Gainwell. Really good running back room. Like that a lot. Really strong running backs. Hurts, Shuck, Geno is good at QB. That's fine. Nico, Devonta, Mike Evans, Omar Cooper, Jalen McMillan, Jerry Jeudy, Calvin Ridley, Kyle Pitts, Schultz, Ingram. That's good at tight end. I'm not a big Ingram guy, but as your third with these two up top, you're fine. Receiver, a little thinner. I would have maybe liked a little bit better fourth. Like maybe the Gainwell doesn't need to be there. I don't know. I mean, it's okay. You got a decent price on him. You got a fall on him. So I don't hate the pick by any means. I think Gainwell's a fine pick as well. I just, your running backs are already pretty strong. Maybe I put it at receiver and I make my fifth RB a little bit worse if it's me personally. But I think this team's pretty reasonable. Your top three receivers are really strong. It's just a long break to wide receiver 4. And then, a little bit less safety with those guys, obviously. But I think as long as your top 3 stay healthy, you could probably get there. I just maybe would have put a little bit more at like that wide receiver 4 spot. But I think overall, pretty solid team. McNicks, I think pretty solid overall. Why Evan Ingram? Why are you just in? Are you in on Evan Ingram just in general? I don't see anything with your team that would lead me towards Evan Ingram. So I'm just assuming you're an Evan Ingram guy. Now, granted, if you're at the very end of the draft and you're picking Evan Ingram, I can't fault you too much. All these tight ends kind of suck. You could have picked you could have picked this guy's stacked. He's terrible, but he's stacked. You could have even picked Mason Taylor. You should have just went with the stacked up Mason Taylor. No, maybe not though. But if you wanted the third tight end and it was at the end of the draft, I'm not gonna hate too much on Evan Ingram. There's not much left back here. Let's look at Digger. Digger 3582, Dak Prescott, Pat Mahomes, CJ Stroud, good QB room like that. Good QB room for sure. Jameer Gibbs, Cam Scatterbo, Jonathan Brooks, Jordan Mason, Sharbo. I like this quite a bit. This is kind of like, I would say this is a pretty ideal capital running back room to me. Like you get your super stud early with Gibbs, like kind of that Gibbs Bijan pick basically, right? And then Scatterbo has a 2 I really like, just really solid. Like I really like that range kind of on the 4-5 turn for running back too. I think that's a really good spot to get it. Scatterbo, Swift, Monty, Montgomery, or Tootin, Bucky, Bayshaw, like Tootin or Bucky would be fine as well. Trevion's kind of okay. I'm a little lower on him, but I think that's a really good range to get back in. And then I like Brooks quite a bit. I think Mason's getting a lot of good talk. I think he's a pretty fair pick where he goes. You even got a little value on him. And then Sharbo just for the last piece, hopefully some late season upside. I like that running back room quite a bit. Pickens, Rice, J-Mo, Mekhi Lemon, Antonio Williams, Malik, Tank Dell, Jalen Noel, Kelsey Goddard. Like tight end room. I think that's totally good stopping at 2. Receiver's probably okay. That's a really big gap from Mekhi Lemon to Antonio Williams. That's a really long wait there. You did spend quite a bit of capital early though. I think it's okay at receiver. It's okay, but you just really need Mekhi Lemon can't have a real slow start. He needs to be on the field pretty often right away, I think. Or one of these Houston guys has to hit for you, Tank or Noel, which they could. So I think receiver is actually it's okay, and you have a couple outs to kind of get there, I think. But or even Malik's wide receiver 1 maybe helps you get there. But I think you have a couple outs to get there. Your top 3 are strong. Even Mekhi Lemon as a 4 is really good. The depth worries me just a little bit that these guys could have really, really minimal roles. Behind Mekhi Lemon, who's a little risky as your 4, maybe. I think it's okay though that those top 4 are good enough. The rest of your team's pretty solid. I think this is pretty solid overall. I just have a small concern with the depth of receiver, but I think if your top 4 all perform kind of the expectation of where you picked them and where they go, then you should be okay at receiver, and the team looks pretty solid. And then we'll check out Dildo Schwaggins. 2862. Intriguing. Burrow and Caleb, totally good with those 2 QBs, obviously. Borderline elite guys. You got 2 of them. Swift, JCM, Isaiah Pacheco, Tank Bigsby, Brian Robinson, Kamani Vidal, Ollie Gordon, Najee Harris. Man, I mean, that's a little too extreme for me, brother. I mean, that's I think the problem to me is Swift is fine as your RB1, but he is a little bit weaker RB1, obviously. I'm not much of a JCM guy, but if you are, I get the bet. I think the problem is though, only JCM and maybe Pacheco are going to be getting work without the starters getting injured. Or JCM, he could be the starter, but I think you're just taking a lot of risk at this running back room. And there's a lot of contingent guys, but I would have probably tried to get at least a second guy in JCM's range, or make your RB2 better than like this range, like closer to pick 100 or something. I would have probably done one of those two things. Like, I think looking at your team, I probably go like a running back over Ricky. Or I go like Chris Rodriguez over Shaheed. And I feel a lot better about my RB2 spot, I think. Maybe you're not a C-Rod guy, but Aaron Jones, like I'd probably pick one of those guys over like I do like Shaheed though. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying Shaheed's a bad pick by any means. I just think roster construction wise, it might have been better to go that way. But let's look at the rest of your team. So running back is kind of thin. That's definitely scary. Jamar Chase, Drake London, Emeka, Ricky Pearsall, Rashichi, Travis Hunter, Loveland Laporta. Loveland Laporta is great. Wide receiver is pretty good actually. I like these 5. You go 3 straight to start. Pull up Emeka a little. Obviously, you're a Chess Liam viewer. You must be, but pull up Emeka a little. Don't mind that. I think receivers okay. Travis Hunter on a 6 receiver build. I don't super love it. I do like Travis Hunter, but I think you maybe want a guy a little bit safer on a 6 receiver build who will be getting snaps. But Travis Hunter's been getting good talk. I like the pick in general, so it's not too bad. I think receivers solid, tight ends really good, quarterbacks really good, running back definitely paid the price a little bit. I think I try to pivot some of these receivers towards the end of your build, like the second group of 3. I try to pivot some of those to earlier running backs, and I balance my capital a little bit more between receiver and running back, if it's me personally. But overall, it's an okay build. I just think running back might be a little bit thin, especially early. It could really hurt you and kind of dig you a hole that's hard to get out of. All right. So we got through the team. We got through the team reviews, luckily. So what we will do now, we're gonna go into whatever won the poll. We still will honor the poll. I assume it's BBM though. Let's check real quick. Well, there's no way Weekly Winners is gonna win this poll. Okay, BBM's winning the poll. I am ending the poll. So BBM's at 40%. We're gonna hop in. So we'll count it down and then we'll get in the BBM and then we'll catch up with the chat. So all right, we're gonna enter the Best Ball Mania in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we're in, waiting for 9 in the BBM. So if anyone wants to hop in, plenty of room, go for it. We got hit him with the gritty. We got Mike in here hoping to draft a BBM. Hopefully he's still in here. Hopefully he didn't get too sick of waiting for me to get through the teams and hop in one on his own. But it'd be an honor to draft with the hit him with the gritty. Always Gritty built some good teams too. Not even I don't know. I'm not even hating or nothing, but it's I don't know. I like seeing Gritty around. I always like seeing kind of what he's building, what kind of stuff is he on now, and like I was saying the other night, like he's changing it up a little bit this year. So it's always interesting to see what's kind of the flavor of that certain time of the drafting season for Gritty, LMAO, we're just locked in on Malik Davis right now. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, I respect it, McNix. Hey, if you're hyped on him, you think you got a good reason to think he's the guy, and maybe that reason is just Jaden Blue's a bum. I can't really blame you too much. Jerome Ford might be backing up on a UFL team next year at this rate. That's facts, bro. I honestly don't really think Jerome Ford's going to make the roster. Maybe he does, and the Commanders are definitely a team I would like to really keep an eye on when camp goes, and just really keep an eye on any coach speak, any news from beat reporters even, because I think they're one of the most ambiguous backfield situations and, probably one of the most important to figure out. They were 4th in the league in rushing yards last year, even with Jaden missing a ton of time. I think they're a really important team to figure out, and yeah, I think you get a huge reward for figuring it out. Josh Brooks, top 5 pass pro bracket in the league. He will learn more snaps. I hope so, brother. I hope so. I agree, but one time over 250 total is fine. Okay, yeah, that's fine. If that's not how you normally build, now it's just that draft, you're getting different. I respect it. That's totally fine. If the eliminator votes switch theirs to a BBM, we can do a BBM, LOL. Hey, well, we got it in. Let's see. Did hit him with the gritty get in here? Damn. No, hit him with the gritty. We're ending the stream. This is bullshit. I probably took too long. Sorry about that, gritty. If you're still listening. But hey, we got hella friends and family in here. We got Super Beast at the 2. We got Danimal at the 3. We got Digger at the 4. We got Game Tight at the 5. The Oddities, are you in here? You were in the last BBM. And it took like 20 minutes to get through it. So I feel like you must be in the chat. Let me know if you're in here. Dildo Dragons at the 8, me at the 10, Best Ball On Call at the 11, Taking Dollars at the 12. Hey, let me know if you're in here too, Taking Dollars. I don't know if you're, I've seen you in a few of my drafts, I feel like. I don't know if you watch the streams or not. Who cares about projections for the true handcuff guys? They either do nothing or they smash after an injury. Oh yeah, I don't care about projections. I don't know exactly what that was a reference to. That was a little bit ago. Man, that was a half hour ago. Holy shit. That's crazy. Okay, we're gonna get through here a little bit. Lamar with Bateman and another one of their receivers. Respect that. Thoughts on Jaden Higgins? Yeah, and you were asking for a BBM a half hour ago. Okay, my bad. My bad, guys. Man, I'm way behind. Thoughts on Jaden Higgins? I think Jaden Higgins is fine. I think the thing that worries me is like his better games came with Davis Mills last year when CJ Stroud was out. Like especially his best game of the year came with Davis Mills, which I think is a little bit scary. I also think it's a little bit scary that, or not. It's a little bit scary. Sorry. Let me make this pick. Sorry. But yeah, I'm a little worried his best games came with Davis Mills. And then I'm not a big believer in Tank Dell, so I do feel like Jaden Higgins will have that other outside spot next to Nico. So I feel pretty okay with Jaden Higgins' price. I do think that the Texans will be a better offense this year. They did kind of retool that O-line. They should have a legit rushing game this year. They did not have that last year. So I feel pretty okay with Jaden Higgins. Let me make this pick and then I'll talk about it a little bit more. So Saquon or Walker would be fine. Hampton would also be fine. Okay, we get Saquon. That works out perfect. So Saquon, JT, totally happy with that start. Love it. Feels great. But with Jaden Higgins, though, I think the thing to me is he feels pretty good, but I like a lot of the other receivers in his range as well. Let me go down to Jaden Higgins' range. He's around like 110 or so. 115. Okay, 124. So the biggest one that I pick in this range is Diggs. He does go a little bit later. I like Casey Conception quite a bit. I like Dobbs a lot. Dobbs is actually one of my favorite clicks. So I'm not clicking a ton of Jaden Higgins because I like that basically Jaden Higgins cannot be the wide receiver 1 on his team without an injury, where I feel like Casey Conception can, and I feel like Romeo Dobbs plays on a way better team. Wandale might just get a shitload of targets. I don't know if he'd be really like the 1 on Tennessee, but he can get a ton of targets. He's done it before with Dable. And then I don't like Shakir. I don't really like him where he goes. I understand why people pick him. He's safe. He gives you a floor, but a lot of my teams don't really need a Khalil Shakir on them, so I don't pick him much. Jalen Coker I like. I think he could kind of take the step. I don't think Xavier Legette's really going to do shit. I think Jalen Coker already washed him, and he would have started out hot last year and probably had a bigger role if he didn't get injured like 2 weeks before the year. We even saw Jalen Coker kind of come on down the stretch, have a big game in the playoffs against the Rams. So I like Jalen Coker quite a bit. I like Shaheed a decent amount. I like Diggs a lot. I think Diggs will move out of this range soon, but I don't mind the Jaden Higgins click, and I think he definitely could step up. He had a decent rookie year. I just like some of the other guys in his same range because I don't really think the Houston Texans are going to be like a top 10 offense or anything. I think they might be more like closer to the middle if they kind of improve. I don't think they'll be like top 10 or definitely not like top 5 or anything with Stroud and all them. So I guess the other guys there, I either like the team situation better or their possibility of them being the number 1 wide receiver. But I think he's a fine pick. I'm not really against Jaden Higgins. It's more that I like the other guys in that range a lot. What's up, Hartman? How we doing? Doing pretty good, Emo. How you doing? You know, Emo's coming off the big marathon stream from the tower yesterday. Loved watching that. I was tuned into that pretty much the whole way through. that was a lot of fun. Definitely if there's anyone in here who didn't check out the Toxic Tower stream yesterday, they did a big marathon. BBG had to do about 400 push-ups. Emo shaved his beard into a mustache. Someone paid for that. What they got muted for they did a big dog on stream, and then people paid to mute them for various parts of the draft. So definitely if any of you guys haven't checked that out, that was top tier entertainment. I highly recommend it. But how you doing, Emo? Thanks for stopping by, bro. Appreciate it. All right. Trey McBride goes, that's unfortunate. See, like, here's a spot where I would have considered it, but let's just go Malik Nabers. Like I said at the beginning, like the title of the stream is Malik Nabers going to be at camp? He is going to be at camp. He's not on pup. How much is he actually practicing? We don't know yet, but for the time being, we're gonna stack up some of our Malik Nabers. And I guess, I mean, these are BBMs, so I should maybe be paying a little more attention. I just really, these are BBMs, but I think this is a great price for Nabers. If he's actually practicing, he's going to shoot up the board. They're saying he might play week 1. I understand there's a lot of risk with him, but I think this could be a time to buy. It could be some of the cheapest Malik Nabers we're getting. So I think I'm going to be happy to buy. All right, we got some Jalen Waddle earlier. I don't mind pulling up the Terry McLaurin. I really don't mind it. I do think they add someone though, and his price probably goes down. So let's grab Tet. I mean, hey, look at like Ted McMillan. I believe he finished as the wide receiver 15 in points per game last year. And this year he goes to the wide receiver 19. So, we're talking about a first round pick who went high in the first round. He beats his current like wide receiver finish and he goes lower. So, explain that to me, right? We're so worried about Bryce Young and about, this offense, but Tet already beat this ADP last year. So, to think that a super high draft pick, the number 1 receiver in his draft, can't get a little bit better in year 2, I think it's a totally good bet where he goes, especially now that he's fallen more in the 4th. For a long time, Tet was going in the 3rd, like even sometimes above T. Higgins, and I didn't like his price quite as much, but in the 4th, I feel pretty good with Tet. I think he's like one of those guys, he's a little bit safer more than he is ceiling, but I think the ceiling could be there, and a big thing I'm really happy to hear for Tet is they're talking a lot more about playing him in the slot and maybe letting Brazel do more of that clear out stuff down the field. Or like Xavier Legette do it more and stuff. So if Tet can work a little bit more out of the slot, that would be really nice. That could really help his efficiency. I'm definitely, I'm feeling pretty good with the Tet pick lately. Even though I was a little bit lower on him maybe before. Yeah, you beat mine. Ward, Helm, Tate, or Wandale. I don't mind that call either for if you had to have 385%. Goff, Gibbs, Laporta, JMO. I don't hate that call. But that would be that's a lot of capital. It's risky, but I don't hate that call either. I like the Titans one more though. But I'm a little bit too scared to go with some high capital stuff. So I like this one more. I am a Lions fan. I'm a huge fan of this stack. If I had 85% Gibbs, I'd be a pretty happy man, to be honest. But the risk averseness in me says that this one's a little better. But yeah, I do like both those though. And the Titans are one of those teams I really like as an undervalued offense. Slam, like, and subscribe, y'all. Hell yeah. Hey, appreciate it, Emo. Yeah, hit that like, hit subscribe if you haven't already. Always appreciate it. We're out here. We're streaming. We're trying to stream like 4 or 5 times a week right now. Definitely streaming every Sunday, every Friday. This upcoming week, I actually got to stream tomorrow. My channel with Nice and Blunt. So Nice and Blunt will be over here. I know a lot of you know and love Nice and Blunt. So he'll be over here tomorrow night. And then I'm actually gonna be gone a little bit early next week. Flying out. I'm from Michigan. I'm flying out to Michigan on a Wednesday for a funeral, and I'll be back on Saturday night. So I'll probably be back next Sunday to stream, but I'll be streaming on Monday. I'll probably try to get a stream in Tuesday night, but no promises. But I'll definitely stream tomorrow, and then I'll definitely be back next Sunday. So this upcoming week might be a little bit lighter for me, but this past week, we got in 5 streams. We were doing quite a bit, so I'm gonna try to keep that going once I get back too, and definitely gonna stream on next Sunday once I'm back. So I'll be streaming around the same time next week. But next week might only get in 2-3 streams. We've been trying to do 4 or 5 more weeks than not. I think here I don't mind we'll go DJ Moore. We'll lean towards DJ Moore. I'm still a little bit overweight on Bucky. I don't love Bucky. I don't hate Bucky. I think he's okay. I think there is still the concerns, obviously, that he just ends up being that between the 20s grinder. And I don't know. I have a hard time. I flip back and forth on Bucky. I think I'm just gonna end up around field on him. But with the super strong double anchor, it leans me a little bit towards receiver, and with Nabers up top having all the injury risk, that also leans me more towards receiver. And I might even double tap here and get like a Romer, a Tyson. If not, probably then it's just a Tyler Warren. Get some Tyler Warren in my life. Get a little double Indy going. I don't mind doing that with a little bit bigger bet on Indy. I don't mind going with the naked QBs, like especially a naked Drake May. This is a friends and family. Did the Oddities ever say who they were? Because if the Oddities didn't say who they were, I'm gonna snipe them on Drake May. Oddities, you better have said. I didn't see Oddities showing up in the chat. Oh man, Jordan Tyson's fine. It's a different bye week. Well, I guess same as Neighbors, but that's not a big deal. I don't really care. Yeah, because I have quarterback outs, and especially with Tyson, that gives me another. I like Dart a lot. Hopefully, I can get him back, but if not, it's not a huge deal either. We'll go Tyson. We'll get the fourth receiver. We'll get a little bit more help there. We waited a little bit to start it. Got an injured guy as my wide receiver one. Let's kind of stack it out, get some help behind him, help get Neighbors there. And with the super strong double anchor, we can kind of ignore running back for a while. That feels fine. Rick Perry, good 3-man stacks. Yeah, no, there's some good shouts from the chat. Nobody seems to be stacking week 11. I think that might be sharp. Like stacking multiple teams from week 11. I mean, or maybe for weekly winners or something. Yeah, no, I mean, I think that could be good, definitely. And that's a week with a lot of good teams on bye, so that could work out. Yeah. Think of weekly like you were in a 180K pod and you have to finish first. Draft accordingly. Exactly. I mean, hey, and that's because that's exactly what you are in every single week. It's the only contest where you actually play the entire contest. Like, realistically, because here's the thing, right? To win BBM, to win $2 million, you don't compete with 672,000 people. You have to beat 12 people, and then you have to beat 14, then you have to beat 12 again, and then you have to beat 666, right? Because the seventh one's you. But realistically, you only compete even if you make it all the way with like 700 teams or whatever, right? Where in weekly winners, it truly is every single week you versus 188,000 other teams. So yeah, you really got to think accordingly. But it's also the only contest where I don't know if it's the only one. I think it's the only contest where no one gets eliminated, right? You're in the whole time no matter what happens. So you just got to shoot to win that 1 week. And I think uniqueness matters a lot more in that contest as well. I think this point actually kind of brings me to that as like uniqueness matters a lot more in that contest as well, I believe, because like in BBM, being unique in the week 17 final definitely would matter and it definitely could help. But what are the odds that you get that unique team, the one where you did pull up the guy to get unique? What are the odds that that team's the one to make it through the gauntlet and make it to the final? Where in weekly winners, it's in the pod, right? It's ready to compete for the top prize week 1. So those unique combos can give you, I think, more of an edge and differentiate you more and be more meaningful in that contest versus others. Austin Burgess, you doing another draft? Let me see. Yes. We will do probably one more draft after this. And then I'll probably call it a day, but we'll get one more in after this one. BBM. We got it. We made it. It takes a little while on this channel. Long-term viewers know that I can get caught up in the chat or the team reviews for sometimes 15 to 30 minutes or so. So my apologies, but hey, we made it. And we'll get in one more after this though too. All right. So I like Alec Pierce quite a bit. I do like Rico. I haven't really been getting Rico very much. I want to get some Rico. People haven't been letting me get him. Tika, I know he's also a fan speak guy, so he might take Rico from me. Maybe he wants to Alec Pierce. He can double up his Colts. Look at that. He got the nice little double Colts. So you love to see that. But I was worried he was going to take my Rico from me. I want my Rico. I haven't been getting him lately. I love Rico where he goes. I believe he's RB1 on the Steelers. I believe he'll take the bulk of the carries there, the bulk of the goal line work. Warren will probably have more targets and receptions, but I think that Rico will have the lead back role in that team. I think that's a very valuable role to have. So I kind of wanted to lock him up. I like a lot of these receivers, so I'm not like super worried about which one I get. Sutton, Godwin, Addison. Like I said, I'm not as big of a Josh Downs fan. I won't pick Josh Downs, but it wouldn't be that bad if I did, but I'm not gonna pick him here. I'd probably be Blake Corum or Harvey as well would be fine. Do I have anything kind of interesting? I mean, Tampa Bay has some correlation with this lineup, like week 15. I don't really care about that. I'm gonna go Sutton, and the reason I'm gonna go Sutton is I like Knicks more than I like Baker. So we'll go Sutton to kind of open up Knicks. Maybe I get him back, maybe not. But hopefully with this next pick, I can either get Knicks or Jackson Dart. We'll see if this room wants to punish me for pushing it a little bit. I mean, even if they do, I'm not super worried because one thing I am never opposed if my quarterbacks start going. I'm never opposed to taking on-stack quarterbacks and starting to, just take them. This is friends and family room, but if Jackson Dart and Bo Nix go off the board, I will be taking quarterbacks one way or another. I also have even more outs. I have like Bryce Young, Tyler Shuck, Daniel Jones, even with my Jonathan Taylor. The dude with the other Colts is on the inside of me, so he's screwed if I want him. I have plenty outs here. Oh, you go Dak on stack, too good of a value for your best ball on call. I respect it. That was a good price. I was thinking about it just a little bit when I picked Rico because I had the Giants bring back. I was like, I have the bring back. I could build out a little, Jake Ferguson, Ryan Flournoy, Jaden Blue thing or something, but decided against it. I don't mind that. I don't mind that pick though. Just taking them at that point. 86 for Dak's pretty cheap. You don't hardly ever see him there. That's a solid room, half volume, half upside, RB, respect. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I don't know which team this was, but respect. It's probably one of the ones with a good RB room. Team has a ceiling of 11th in the league, just keeping it real. Sorry. I should have checked these while I was reviewing them. My bad, little schwaggins. QB1 and tight end 1 are too good to take 3 at each. That's fair. That's probably fair. Agreed on the RB5. If I knew Gamewell would be there at 118, I probably wouldn't take Pollard or something. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, because you did get a good price on Gainwell, so that kind of pushed you into it. I don't hate the call. I think Ingram's price is flat out wrong. We're all out because he dudded last year, but he should still be involved in an offense I like a lot. Man, maybe. I mean, they did draft that new tight end, though, that Justin Jolly. Not a ton of draft capital, to be fair, but they did draft him. I don't know. I think Ingram might just kind of be closer to the end of his career. He got like 60 targets last year. So it's like he will still probably have a little bit of a role if that Jolly guy doesn't take over. 76 targets, not terrible. But like even 2 years ago, he dealt with some injuries. We kind of saw him fall off. I don't know. It's just like I don't even think he was really hurt last year or anything. Like strong showing during minicamp. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Jolly was only a 5th round pick. I don't know. It's just he had such a bad year when he was healthy, and now they add in more target competition. Ooh, Jackson Dart. Love to see that. Happy to take Jackson Dart there. That's great. I don't hate the call because it's not like it's not like Justin Jolly's like much of a guarantee of anything. So I don't hate the call, but I don't know. I don't love it either. I think it's fine where you were to though. Like end of the draft, you want to just pick them. We're just picking like other tight end 2s on teams, and you're picking a guy who's probably the tight end 1 on a good team. I don't hate the idea. I just haven't picked him much because I think when you look at his game log too, it's pretty disappointing. Like a lot of that, like 78 targets and like 400 whatever yards. It was compiled throughout the year. It's not even like he had big games and had a big injury or something. A lot of that's like compiled with not very usable weeks. Could he take a step second year there? Maybe. I'm just not really betting on it too much. Sure, that's actually a good pick. Fair enough. He went 5,500 one last year. If that one TD turns into 5, I'm probably feeling great. All right, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I mean that late just getting touchdowns can definitely hit your lineup. So I think that's a pretty fair point. What am I looking at here? Ooh. I mean, I probably don't need do I want George Kittle again? Yeah, let's just get George Kittle. George Kittle, he's getting hype. He's gonna play week 1, they keep saying. I didn't really need a receiver. None of these quarterbacks really fit. Because yeah, none of the quarterbacks really fit. I didn't really need a receiver there. Could have went receiver. Could have went like Jordan Mason, but I feel pretty good with these running backs I have already as my top 3. So we'll pivot away. We'll go with George Kittle again. If he does like if George Kittle actually looks like he's going to play week 1, then I mean I think we're just going to see the price keep going up. You got to take Bo Nix out. Okay, he had Waddle. Fair enough. Fair enough. Cactus. I was about to be pissed off, but he had a better stack, so I can't be too mad. But yeah, no, that's fair. If you're not thinking he's going to have a big breakout and you just think, well, maybe he gets a little bit luckier with touchdowns in a similar role, I think that's a totally fair call. I don't think you're being like way out of line or anything with that take. I think that's totally fair. So if that's the take, I don't mind it. My last pick was going to be wide receiver. And I do think too, just kind of this isn't exactly what you're saying. Maybe you don't agree with this take even, but like I do think people are getting quite a bit too cute with some of these late tight ends. They're picking the Charlie Kolars of the world, the Kolar Bear, as an example. Tight end 3 on the Chargers. I think there is something to be said for a guy that had a really disappointing year last year, as high as he went, but is probably still the starter and probably will still lead that position in targets on that team on a good team. And people are just passing him up for tight end 2s and 3s. I think there is something to be said there. So I think it's a pretty fair point, especially considering some of the tight ends you have the decision between that late. I agree with player takes. Player take just not getting a tight end 3 with the other rooms. Oh, okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Personal preference. I just think you go 3 QB, 3 tight end there, not both. That's fair. I'm not exactly sure what he had, but with double elite, I generally would agree with that. I'd have to look back at the exact teams, but with double elite, I generally agree. I'm a lot more prone to going 3 QB, even with an elite QB though. But tight end, if I have like a top 4 tight end, definitely if I have Bowers or McBride, I definitely only go 2. If I have a top 4 tight end, I'm comfortable with 2 generally, but it depends how late the other 2 are. Because like if my tight end 2 is like Terrence Ferguson or Kate Otten or some shit, like I don't mind throwing on like another guy at the end, even with an elite. But you don't have to by any means because you gap the capital so much. But if you're second tight end, someone decent, like if it's like Andrews, like anyone in like let's say the 150s or earlier, 170s or earlier, even you can probably stop at 2. A wide receiver and tight end cover flex, so if frequently an RB1 with the floor. This team scrapes by a couple weeks till someone goes down. Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty fair. I think that's pretty fair. You need that someone to go down though. I skipped drafting Gibbs and Bijan at 1-1, so getting Pacheco and B-Rob 2 gets me so much leverage. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. This is risky as fuck, but objectively nasty. Hey, I think it's interesting, and I think it definitely could. I mean, it definitely could work. I get the leverage angle. I think all the ideas you're saying make sense. I just would like a little more security because the thing that you hate to see with those teams, like when you build them, is let me make this pick real quick and then I'll get to it. Isaiah Likely, like I was saying earlier, I'm not a huge Isaiah Likely guy, but I do have it stacked. It is the same bye week as Kittle. Do I care? Probably not. Yeah, do I care? No. We'll just get Isaiah Likely with Jackson Dart. That feels pretty good. I don't really care about the overlapping bye weeks. I do have quite a bit of week 8. I guess I have 2 receivers and 2 tight ends now, but I'm not super worried, especially at tight end about it. I can just cover it with someone else, so that's fine. Um, I think I should probably get back in at quarterback here. I probably can't push it because this room might kind of make me pay if I do. Um, Well, do I want dimes or do I push it? We go Goddard, we go C-Rod. I don't mind C-Rod. Let's go Goddard. Let's finish at tight end right here, which is kind of interesting. I don't usually do this on my builds very often. I don't usually go with 3 by now in that mid-range. I don't like not something I normally do, but I've seen some people do it. I feel like I saw one of the teams the last drafted a very similar tight end room to this actually. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. I wasn't exactly sure what I wanted in that spot. I don't mind C-Rod, but I'm like a decent amount overweight C-Rod now, like 13, 14%. And like I don't even like him that much. I'm kind of a toot guy, like a Bayshall Tootin guy. So seeing my C-Rod being so high, I kind of wanted to pivot away a little bit, especially in like a BBM. We go with that third tight end. Maybe it does help the flex. I think though I have enough strength at running back and receiver for it to make sense. Like I don't feel very weak at running back at all. I have the super strong double anchor, and then I love Rico where he goes as my 3, especially. And then I think I feel pretty good with these 4 receivers. I think with Neighbors up top, maybe it's a little bit thinner, but I did put a lot of like quality volume in the middle too. I mean, Sutton's my 5th, so that's pretty solid. And then yeah, strong tight end room. So I think you can definitely get there. I think I had enough strength in my running back and receiver rooms to do it. Um, but definitely could be a little bit of a risk there. I got the one before you. All right, fair enough, Mike. I'm fortunate, but hey, we'll get in a draft with the gritty, I'm sure at some point. And hey, I know other people have said it, but also if you ever are interested in coming on a stream, let me know. I'd be more than happy. I'd be more than happy to have hit him on the grave with the stream on the stream. Just get some of your takes and stuff too. I mean, I'm not like I don't know. Like you build interesting, like, and it's a little different than how I build. Don't get me wrong, but like, I don't know. I just think it would be kind of fun. It's not like any. I don't know. It'd be fun to do, but or just if you want to get in the draft at some point. I mean, that'd be a good time too. But yeah, maybe just missed it by a little bit. But sometime we'll get in a draft sometime though for sure. I made my donation. All right, hell, hey, I appreciate you doing it in the room with me, Keith. I appreciate that. But no, I'm sure you're over here building a solid squad. Let's see. Yeah, this looks pretty good. You got 3 solid running backs. Looks pretty balanced. 4 receivers right here. Don't love the QJ in the 6th round. QJ in the 6th round. Come on now. Come on. QJ's got to fall back, not keep moving up. That's rough. That's rough. I don't like that. That one hurts to see. It's not the craziest pick. I'm just a hater, but I don't like it. I like the Atlanta New Orleans thing you did right here. That's pretty cool. Get like a huge game stack there. That's kind of sick. Yeah, I like it so far. I like Laporta where he goes. Laporta Goff right there. Get Shuck with your big Atlanta New Orleans thing. Coker, Woody, Gadsden. I think it's pretty solid so far, Keith. I'm like I said, I'm a QJ hater, but you do you. You do you. I think the rest of the team's pretty good. I don't even mind the pick that much. That's where he goes. I'm just a hater. I was the last to join the room before you got in. Damn, unfortunate. Just barely missed it. I fucking love Gritty. One of the few who truly understands the game we are playing. Oh yeah, you're the Gritty hits. He will sweep all flagships. Yeah, no, I mean, hey, he might just do it. He has a little bit more variety to his game these days, I think, but he'll probably hit big. I think he still does believe in pretty heavy exposures, even if he's mixing it up a little bit more than he used to. I think I've seen some pictures of some of the exposures, and they're still pretty heavy. I believe he shared them on Twitter at some points this offseason. All right, so here, if I don't get Tajay, one of these other running backs will be fine. Wouldn't mind Boston either. Do I like any of the quarterbacks? I like Rodgers. I can probably try to push Rodgers. Maybe I shouldn't though. A lot of people are in here. Man, Sam Darnold's still there though. That's kind of interesting. Sam Darnold falling like 20 picks behind. Ooh. Ooh, if you guys gave me a tough spot here. Wow, that's tough because I feel like Tajay is the right move capital wise. I don't think Boston's a bad pick either. I think Tajay is the right click though. I do think Tajay is probably the best move in that spot. Running back needs it the most. Rodgers makes sense if he doesn't come back, but seeing Darnold still on the board gives me a little confidence he maybe comes back. Obviously, this is a room with a lot of people I know, and I feel like the people I know also like Rodgers. But we'll see. But I think I'm good enough at QB where it's not going to kill me if he doesn't come back. It's not like I needed him. I have Dart and Bryce Young. That's okay. It's a little on the weaker side from where I would like it. I don't really have any other stack options other than Rodgers with Rico Dowdle, which isn't even a crazy stack to begin with. Um, but I mean, if Sam Darnold somehow came back, obviously I'd pick him. Someone like Jacoby coming off his new contract, I wouldn't mind it. I think I do want a third on this team. This feels pretty thin to me. So even if they're unstacked, I could take a third, but I don't have to, but I could lean a third. That feels a little uncomfortable. Tiana Sayers, I'm in the 12. Oh, okay, all right. What's up, Tiana? I didn't know you were taking dollars. I've seen you in some of the chats before, but I'm more familiar with the UD name. So sorry, good to see you, Tiana. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. I'm in the 6, the Oddities. Oh, what's up, Joseph? Thanks for stopping by, bro. Appreciate it. All right. So we got pretty much a friends and family room all together then. We got what, 12, 11, 10. We got the 8, the 6, 5, 4, 3, and 2. Yeah, we got a little bit over half the lobby. So, love to see it. Love to see it. It might be a little bit hard to get out, but it's fun. I've never drafted with Gritty, but me and him in one lobby, somebody else would get the best value team of the season. Yeah, I mean, it could be, but you never know. And I mean, hey, Gritty, people talk all that shit about Gritty. They're talking all that good shit, but his advance rate is probably better than most every year. So I don't know if getting in a pod. I almost feel like getting in a playoff pod with Gritty would feel better than getting in a draft pod with Gritty because his advance rate is usually pretty good. So I think it's not as good as people might think it is to draft against him. Pro just skip the comment. All right. How many BVMs in are you? I am. See, but then you ask a question. It's like I gotta answer. I feel like I'm legally obligated. I want to say like 37, 39. I'm 39 in. This is my 39th BBM. I'm planning somewhere like 75 to 100, something like that, I think. We'll kind of see as the summer goes. Depends what else they drop too, but somewhere around there. I was going 1 to 10, 6, hissing, respect. Horrible contest, Sun Run to win $20. Yeah, no. Weekly winners. Yeah, fair enough. To your point about uniqueness, I think it's a good idea to take some of those QBs who don't get drafted every time. Bryce Young had a 400 plus yard game last year. Exactly. Like he can totally still hit spikes. I mean, his overall, like the odds of him hitting spikes or how often it might be lower than some of those higher end guys, obviously. But yeah, like when he's going in the 18th round and you're looking at him or an 18th round running back or receiver, I think a lot of times it can make sense for your team to go with Bryce Young. Let's go Dylan Sampson here. I think that feels pretty good. I'm not a big Jonah Coleman guy. Dylan Sampson, he had one of the best yards per out run for running backs, but we just see him get some receiving work in general, maybe take a bigger role if Judkins went down, but Judkins coming off the injury. They play on a terrible team. Sampson's a good receiving back. I think he's a pretty good pick where he goes. I think now, I mean, do I even want one of these quarterbacks? Do I actually even want one? Because like structure wise, I should probably get a third quarterback on this team, like real talk. But it could also be, I have a Cleveland piece now. So we're definitely waiting on quarterback. We're pushing it. We're putting the wrist up if we must. We'll just go Zach Branch here. That feels good. Zach Branch, hard to say who's going to win the job in Atlanta. Right now, there's no real like heavy favorite. We'll just go with the rookie. Day 2 pick, decent draft capital. We'll go with Zach Branch. That's fine. In weekly winners, I mean. Yeah, no, I agree. And especially being like not fully drafted, I totally agree. Crabtree 2008 just finished. I like the name. What's up, Crabtree? Just finished a $100 FanDuel. Already getting trade requests. Should I wait until September for trades? I don't think you have to wait until September for trades, but if you're someone who's not itching to make trades, then I think a lot of the times the trades now are kind of just like making them for the sake of making them. There's not much point. Nothing's happened. You have no new information from the draft. I think the only reason to really make trades now are if after the draft you feel very unhappy with certain position groups on your team and you really feel like you need to rebalance your team. Other than that, though, I think a lot of times the trading now is just because people get bored, to be honest, in their redraft leagues and stuff like that. I think it could wait a little bit, especially if you're not really itching to make any moves. Have Javante. Oh, with your Dak, yeah, no, that's fair. 3 tight end is never a good idea. No matter how late. Oh, see, I disagree with you. I think it definitely depends how much capital you put in. I disagree there. I think it definitely depends how much capital you put in. Because tight ends, like, sure, it's the least important position, and they have like the lowest floor and ceiling, but it's like that's part of the problem is even if you get like tight end 10, like, Kyle Pitts has like a trash floor most weeks, right? Like, so you still kind of need more guys to help kind of buoy it. And like we see a lot of pods get decided by 20 to 25 points or less in the regular season. So I think as far as an advance rate piece, it can be very helpful. Or even just a third out, right? Like the tight end that hit week 17 last year was Jawan Johnson. And he goes higher this year, but he was around 18 pick last year. And he was like, I believe the best tight end week 17. He was the guy on the $2 million winning lineup. I don't know if he was actually the best week 17 because it was like Kittle to get you there. And then Kittle was out week 17 last year. So then Jawan was on the winning lineup, but Kittle blew up like 2 weeks before. But yeah, I kind of disagree with this idea. I don't totally agree. I think it depends on capital allocation. I think you're exactly right about people getting crazy with their last few picks. So often it's just a boring veteran who's out there playing again. Yeah, I totally agree. And I mean, we see that in normal drafts too. Like I think like you look at the ETR rankings, like they obviously like Cooper Kupp a lot. It's almost kind of like a meme how much they like Cooper Kupp. And then but he's that old guy who's gonna be on the field, gonna be playing. And then speaking of that, let's just go the opposite way. Oh shit. Malachi Fields. Ooh, okay. We have Jackson Dart. I was gonna say let's go the opposite way and just get a rookie who might not even get on the field for the Giants and Malachi Fields. And I spelled his name wrong, so we almost didn't get it, but we got it in just in time. And then I think we're gonna finish it off. We're gonna put wrist up for Shadur. Let's see if we can check. Best ball on call. You better not just taking Shadur. I saw you took a quarterback. I'm checking if I have any Shadur in my BBMs because if I do, then maybe we chill out. Let's see. Shadur. No, we don't have any. We got to go wrist up in this BBM. I swear to God, if he's gone, he's so pissed. You son of a bitch, best ball on call. Who do you have? Who do you have to pick Shadur Sanders in the last round? Yeah, you have Harold Fannin. This is bullshit. I'm picking Tua, I guess. I could pick Jacoby as well. I prefer Tua though. It says I have an Atlanta piece. I have Zach Branch. I'd rather just pick Tua, Zach Branch. I can't believe Best Ball On Call did that to me with Harold Fannin. That's fair, but like, damn. I'm low key kind of mad. I wanted to do wrists up for Shadur. That's fucked up. All right, we'll go Tua. Why not? Tua's starting all year. Atlanta has a great offensive line. Last time Tua played behind a good offensive line, he led the league in passing. Maybe he can just do it again. No, probably not. But he can maybe hold a job. He actually did look pretty good when he has a good offensive line. He's just not very good under pressure. Atlanta's offensive line is ranked pretty highly by most sources I've looked at. So I do actually feel pretty okay with the Tua pick. Kind of pissed about Shadur though. Low key, I'm kind of pissed. That's unfortunate. He had Fannin, so fair enough. My stack was even trash. My stack was Dylan Sampson, so fair enough. He had more of a stack than me, but I'm still mad about it. Oh shit, Darnell Washington scored 13.2 with 2 TDs. What a spike. Yeah, I mean, but Darnell Washington, like you're talking about tight end. You're talking about the tight end 3 on the Steelers last year in receiving. Because they had Jonnu and Freiermuth ahead of him. So yeah, I mean, because you're saying no matter how late, but like think about like this room I built, right? Like George Kittle might not play early, Isaiah Likely might fucking suck, and Dallas Goedert's probably a good pick. So I think they all make sense. No, I mean, I don't know. I think just the way they can layer and spike, especially with some of these guys that don't have very consistent floors, none of them probably will. I think I like having 3, and I think they can spike in meaningful ways, and they could even hit my flex realistically if like Rico isn't some weeks. Um, yeah, I don't know. That's kind of the way I lean more with the 3 tight end deal. 10-man PPR. Would you trade my Nico and ETN Jr. for Gibbs? I have a Monra and Rice already. Ooh. If you only start 2 receivers, I probably would. I think it's enough of an upgrade. I think if you can't start Nico and ETN Jr. in your lineup, like if one of them's on the bench right now, I think you do it for sure. 100% if one of them's on the bench right now. Teams built on security will never hit the nuts. I mean, but like what won last year, dude? Like what was Sam Sherman's BBM winning team? I guess I don't know exactly where to find it, but I mean, I believe he had a 3 tight end team, no? Yeah. I mean, this one BBM last year. Right? Or no, wait, no, it didn't. No, it didn't. That was a different team he showed. Son of a bitch. Where's his BBM? Was it a 3 QB team? I'm trying to figure out. Oh, here we go. Okay, we got it. All right, it was a 2 tight end team. He did do it with a 2 tight end team. 3 QB. So it was a 3, 6, 7. All right, he won 2 million with 2 tight ends. So maybe. But I don't know. I mean, yeah, he did win it with it, but I feel like it just depends a lot on capital. He also picked an elite tight end. I mean, because that was a lot of what I was saying is it depends on capital, right? He picked George Kittle in the 4th or 5th round. Like the 4 or 5 turn, probably, I think, because he got the good price on Kittle before he moved up to the 3-4 turn. Because Kittle went on the 4 or 5 turn. So yeah, like if you took Colston Loveland this year, I think 2 tight ends reasonable. If your tight end 1 goes past pick 100, I think it's reasonable to go 3 more often than not. But he picked an elite, so I guess that doesn't really say much. It would have said more if he didn't have an elite tight end. But he picked like the tight end 3 overall. So, all right. And then, and we're even seeing like some of the simulation teams, they're building 4 tight end, and I don't totally agree with that. But like they're trying to simulate the whole way and figure out the most positive EV ways, and they're coming up with 4 tight end teams when you've waited and want to build in that capital, because all those guys late have such low floors. If you build out a tight end room with them, you can't just be like, well, it's tight end, I'm only going to pick 2. Like, because if those 2 guys kind of suck, then it's just going to hurt your overall team so much. You're going to lose 100 points to your pod based on like if one of your guys sucks and you have a 2 tight end room with lower capital. I think you're just risking a lot, and then it hurts in the playoffs too. I mean, how many teams? I didn't get through many teams through week 15 that didn't either have Trey McBride or Kyle Pitts on them. So that definitely, and it was kind of a unique situation in that sense. But I don't know. Just I think capital matters a lot for that. You want your money back for getting top 2 in the power? Do you want a minuscule chance to win? I don't know what you're implying with this question. Or do you want a minuscule chance to win? I don't know what the implication is there. I'm definitely not a huge Ingram Bowl. Do those exist? Maybe. Just don't think he's that different from the tight ends who in the like 150, 160 range, so it's a solid discount. I don't really agree. I disagree there, but I just don't think he has any. I mean, I don't think the upside's really there. I think he's just kind of washed. Like, 50 catches, 461, 1 touchdown. I believe, did Ingram even miss time last year? Did Ingram play all 17? I can't remember now if he played all 17 or not. I'm a little curious, so we're gonna look it up. And then and we will do one more draft, probably be about like 15 or 20 minutes or something. So don't hold your horses too crazy. Okay, so he played 16 games last year for Evan Ingram. So yeah, it's like 16 games. He got 461 yards, 1 touchdown. But then it's like, if we look at the guys that go above him, like, okay, let's look at Freiermuth. And Freiermuth, let's remember, they just let's actually do that first. Let's look at Jonnu Smith. Jonnu Smith, what were his points over there? So he had 54 targets, 38 catches, 222 and 2, right? And then we look at Pat Fry, and he went for 486 and 4, 54 targets, 41 catches. But he gets 50 vacated targets from the other tight end that was playing over him, and he still had like quite a bit better year. And he's going pick 211. Grant, he fell a little in this draft. You know, that's not ultra normal, but I think he has a lot higher upside because he scored similarly, but he had Jonnu in his way, soaking up a lot of targets. I think Gunnar Helm, we look at him. We look at Gunnar Helm. You know, he had a little bit worse here, but that was obviously with Chig there. I think just a lot of these guys have some vacated targets or have a reason, where Ingram's the only guy who gained competition. Like, or not the only guy, but he gained competition. Maybe you can argue that opens up a little bit more for him, helps the total offense, but in general, I think it I don't know. I don't think I really agree with this. I don't agree that he has the same upside as when you said 150 to 160, I didn't even go up that high. Like, that's like Brenton Strange and shit. And Brenton Strange put up like better stats than him, and he missed like 5 games. Yeah, because like we're talking 150 to 160. Like, that's like Brenton Strange. Yeah, he put up 60 for 46, 540, and 3. And I believe he missed 5 games. Let's see, how many did Brenton Strange play? Then we'll get through these teams. Yeah, Brenton Strange played 12 games. So, and he had 11 targets or 11 yards per reception, way more air yards, only 12 games played. Yeah, I don't know. I can see maybe a little bit the argument, but I just think Ingram's kind of washed. I don't know about him like really making a leap from last year. I get the touchdown argument, but I think those other guys have a lot more upside. All right, all right. What should we do now? What should we do now? Do we go into another draft? Do we look at the teams first? There's a lot of teams in here. Should I look at the teams or should I? I probably should look at the teams. We'll go through the chat for a little bit. I'll draft with you anytime we have such opposite strategies and naturally stay out of each other's lanes. All right, hey, I respect it. I respect it. You know, and hey, I mean that works out, especially with stream drafts, right? If I'm doing kind of a different strategy, that's fair. Would you mind going over exposures? Are you asking for my exposures? Because yes, I will show them. I'm happy to do that. Just if that's what you want, confirm it in the chat, and I will show my exposures and kind of go over them quick. But I don't know if you mean like mine or yours. But yeah, I'm happy to. Exact opposite. 3 tight is perfectly fine build. That third tight end often contributes more than some random wide receiver 8 or RB6. I agree. I agree with that in general. Here comes a gross one, boys. Fair enough. We'll check it out in just a second. Most powerful thing in playoff pods is a stud who fails, but you have enough cover to sneak them through low owned. That's true. Yeah, that's definitely true. At 18.5 coming soon. Like kind of, you know, Derrick Henry. I guess Derrick Henry didn't fail, but like getting him in, it's not like he was super overrepresented in the finals, right? And then you just needed him. At 18.5 coming soon. All right, let's see who you picked at 18.5. Caleb Johnson. Damn, dude. That's, man. I don't even know if he's over Eli Heidenreich, dude. He might not even be on the Steelers when the season starts. Who else drafts this guy? Hopefully no one. Totally agree. I mean, brother, Caleb Johnson, that's a blast from the past. You know, that's a remember that guy at this point. Uh I might be hating a little bit, but I wasn't a Caleb Johnson fan last year, to be honest. I was very low on Caleb last year. And so I might be hating a little extra, but I'm not a fan, to be honest with you. Totally agree, Kriath. Every time I take Malik Nabers, I'm just going, please get this man to week 17 for me. Oh yeah, 100%, 100%. And if you can get him through, no one has more upside. My bad. I clicked it right when you said it. That's fair. That's fair. I would never do it with nothing. Yeah, no, that's fair. Hey, I was just kidding too. I don't really care. You can snipe me on Shadur every draft if you want. I'm never going to be upset. You know, as long as I can get a share or two, maybe off stream. He's being picked in the 6th round last year though. Who? Kittle? The Kittle thing? Well, Kittle was like a 5th rounder or something, 4th, 5th. And they moved up to the 3-4. The Caleb Johnson. Yeah, that's fair. Hey, maybe a post type sleeper, maybe. Also have 2 Colts for bring back, like you noted earlier. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Best ball on call. Best ball on call, always mega correlating his lineups. I respect it. Always getting that correlation in. So, I shouldn't have doubted him. Fair enough, BBOC. Oh, nice. Goddard gets you like 7.5 per week instead of likely's 4.0. That's huge. Yeah, but players don't score their averages, dude. Okay, I mean, yeah, we can look at Goddard. Sure. Let's look at Goddard. What does Goddard do for a lineup? Share this tab. I will say this site's full PPR scoring, just so you know. I'm not trying to pull one over. It's full PPR. Being transparent. But I don't know. We look at Goddard, week 6, he gets a 26. 9 catches, so subtract 4.5. Week 6, Goddard gets a 22.5. Then he gets a 4. The idea is that George Kittle or Likely can hit for a 10, a 12 during this 4, but then Dallas Goedert gets me that 22, that crazy spike, right? And then he might have some low weeks, a lot of 4s in here. It would certainly be nice to have another tight end to cover all these damn 4s, wouldn't it? And then we can take advantage of this 15, this 25, this 19. That's in the playoffs. It doesn't count. But you get my point. He's not super consistent. Early in the year, he was a little more consistent. This is full PPR though, so the numbers are going to look a little better. But Dallas Goedert's a big spike guy, like a 19, which even in half PPR is a 17, right? The 26, 22. This one, there was a 17.8 on only 3 catches. And then we see some low weeks. That would really hurt if you were really relying on that and didn't have those other pieces. I just, it's the guys don't score their averages every week. That's not how it works. We don't get the total and then say, okay, well, he scored 160, so that, or 170, that's 10 a week. Give him 10 for each week. That's why you pick more than one. I guess I don't know how else to explain it, but that's the point. They're not very consistent in general. Tight ends are usually one of the less consistent positions, I would say. That's definitely a big part of it. I don't know. I just don't think there's that big of a gap in best ball format. Sam had the single luckiest team to ever get there. That's true. And it was a 2 tight end build. Maybe, that's why I need to be so lucky, because it was a 2 tight end build. Blind squirrel shits in the woods twice a day. Agree on 4 tight end, 2 or 3 is fine. I'd never pick 4 tight ends. We can't have 2 roster spots incapable of hitting your lineup. I agree with that. Yeah. The onesie, since you can only start 2, one in your starting, 1 in the flex, I think it makes sense. Yeah. 4 is just too much of a guys that can't hit your lineup. That's fair. This is the part everyone seems to forget. Boring players can pop off too. They're allowed, LOL. Yeah, that's fair. That's a good point, McNix. All right. We're almost caught up. We're almost through. Kriyath Yasin 3 times almost same. If you have 2 pop off, either you either didn't need a third or just hit a lucky combo. Yeah, but it's for the season long. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, Boise versus injury. That's a good point too. But it's for the season long difference as well. It's not not single week. I agree. Single week, it's potentially worse, but there's also the idea of if you build all your teams really fragile and just for that single week upside, then how many shots on goal do you get? And what's more important, right? Advance rate matters to some extent, because if none of your teams make it there, or only a very small percentage make it there, even if they have slightly more leverage, you would have preferred to get more shots on goal. At least that's my thought process in general. Farmers is somehow 27 years old. Great click. Damn, that's crazy. 27. Yeah, but you can't be scared of injury. You were prop cooked anyway. That's fair. Weekly fire, no. Bro, can you please catch up so we can talk live? I'm trying. You're chatting too damn much. No, but I mean, hey, we're there. We're there. We're there. We're 1 minute behind now. Yes, no shade. Team reviews are useless and horrible content. Low key. I kind of agree. I don't mind doing them. I don't mind doing them, but it is tough when there's a lot. I'll say this: if any of you guys want a team review, let me know right now. And then we will hop in. We're gonna do one more draft tonight. I do want to get in there somewhat quick. So if anyone wants one, let me know. I will do it. But if you don't request it, then we won't do it. Because it does drag a little. It does drag a little. I don't mind doing it though. Weekly exposures versus BBM exposures. Ooh, I'm sorry. Upside Living, I do not have much weekly winners in. I will show it. I'm plenty happy to show it all, but I have two. The two that I did on stream the other night were my first 2 weekly winners. We can see if we got the same player on my stream with 0. So I did them Tuesday or Wednesday night with 0 fucks. We looks like we picked a lot of Christian Watson, Juwan Jefferson, and Dontavian Wicks. I believe we got pick 11 in both drafts. So not much to say here. Sorry about that. Not much to show there, but we can show the normal drafts. That'll be a little something. So we'll go 2026 season exposure. You said BBM, so I'll just flash the normal exposure. So this is my whole post draft portfolio. I'll flash these and you can kind of pause and look at them if you want, but I'll go over real quick the BBM ones. So I'll just flash these in case anyone wants to see. Intriguing. All right, let's actually see the BBM exposures. So I'm kind of intrigued by this. So quarterback, we got a shitload of Herbert. We only have 39. So, remember these will balance out some. Some of these aren't super indicative of my stands and stuff, quite as much as my total portfolio would be, because the volume is relatively low. But lots of Herbert, lots of Drake May, Kyler, Aaron Rodgers, Jared Goff, Jaden Daniels, Jackson Dart, Shuck, Daniel Jones, Trevor Lawrence. All of these make sense to me. T-Law at 10% makes sense to me even. All these make sense to me. They seem in line with my thoughts. Katron at 30% makes sense. That's the same my normal portfolio. Lots of Breece Hall, Pollard, Ramondre, Gibbs, Saquon, Bashal Tutin, Rashad White, Tyjae Spears, Kenneth Walker. I would say for the most part, this feels fine. The Breece Hall being my second highest owned is probably a little bit less indicative of my overall portfolio. I will most likely be a little overweight him, but probably not like 18%. That's more the low volume thing. Receiver, Diggs, Alec Pierce, Romeo Dobbs, Malik Nabers, Justin Jefferson, Denzel Boston, Debo Samuel, Ted McMillan, DJ Moore, Jalen Noel. I think overall the receivers are pretty much in line with where I want them to be. Some of these guys are a little bit higher, like Romeo at 20, Malik Nabers at 20. I expect those percentages to go down some. Jefferson at 17 even. I think that's more of a variance thing. I'm not all that into Jefferson. I like Jefferson. I think he's a fine pick, but I'm not like that crazy into him where I'd be that overexposed. So a little bit of like low quantity variance right there with some of those, but mostly guys I like. And then tight end, Brenton Strange, my favorite tight end pick on the board, bar none. Gunnar Helm, Dalton Schultz, Chig, Laporta, Juwan Johnson, TJ Hawkinson, Isaiah Likely. That is very surprising. That would be, we'll look at him in normal format. Then Kelsey, then Terrence Ferguson. Let's actually look at my overall exposure to Isaiah Likely, because that is very unrepresentative. 7.3%. So actually more than I would have thought. I've been clicking them a little more. That is surprising to me somewhat. I've been buying it a little bit more because I've been clicking a shitload of Dart. Like Dart's my third highest owned quarterback. So maybe that's kind of why, but a little surprising, more likely than I would have thought. I would have thought it was closer to like 4 or 5%, to be honest with you. So a little bit more than I would have expected. But all right. I think that, if you see anything interesting or want to ask about any of them, that's fine too. I don't mind going over it like more in depth. But I figured I just, kind of show it, kind of go through them. This is normal 234 teams. So this is a pretty good representation of my portfolio thus far. Rodgers, Kyler, Dart, this is a pretty good representation of it. Quite a bit of Algier. C-Rod, I would like that to go down pretty significantly. I have almost equal C-Rod and Bashal Tutin. I don't mind having overexposure to Bashal Tutin. C-Rod is fine as well. I'm kind of hoping he moves up a little now that he's back from the whole foot deal, or he should be back from the whole foot deal. I'm kind of hoping he moves up a little so that I can, stop clicking him quite as much. But right now he's kind of the end of a tier. Pollard, Jones, Stevenson, Genty. And then receiver Diggs, Marvin Harrison second, which I kind of knew, but a little heavy on Marvin Harrison. Wicks, Elijah Surratt, so kind of just some late swings I like. Thad McConkey, Malik Nabers, 3-4 turn. I'm kind of going heavy on them, especially if T. Higgins is gone. Jalen Coker, Trey Tucker, Boston, Godwin. That all seems to line up pretty much with what I like. So yeah, that makes sense. Strange, Schultz, Gunnar Helm, Pat Fryermuth, Chico Conquo, TJ Hawkinson, Mark Andrews, Dallas Goddard, Tyler Warren, Greg Dulcich. That feels pretty good. Don't need to get crazy with the Dulcich. I haven't been picking quite as much of him lately now that he's moved up, but I think he's still an okay pick. Then Kraft, Kelsey, Loveland. Don't mind that. The little Porto's right under them. Don't mind that. All right. So what we will do now is let's see if anyone really wanted a team review. Solid, thank you for sharing. Oh yeah, no problem. Of course, Upside Living. And if you're ever in here, if you're ever curious, like exposures, anything like that, I am more than happy to share any of that stuff. I'm not secretive with it in any way. So always more than happy to share it. Thanks for the knowledge, bro. Really good takes always. Hey, I appreciate it, Daniel. And thank you for stopping by and chatting. I always appreciate it, Daniel. Always appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. QC to GOAT. I mainly play redraft with some friends and use best ball to understand the market. What are your favorite spots this year, and what are the biggest differences between the puppy and weekly winners? Ooh, the puppy and weekly winners. Okay, I will say in general, if you wanted to build a team like that you would build in the puppy and you built it in weekly winners, I think that that is viable. I think that is a viable strategy. The same types of teams in general can win both contest formats. But weekly winners gives you a lot more freedom. So weekly winners, right? You cannot get eliminated. You'll be in the running for week 16, 17, 15, regardless of how your team scored the previous weeks. So floor doesn't matter whatsoever. And what this means is you can go with a single QB, a single tight end. You can push it really hard at like certain positions if you would like. In general, like elite onesies, you'll see elite quarterbacks move up in that format. But then you'll see the late quarterbacks fall. So like a Bryce Young and Aaron Rodgers might go undrafted because like I was saying, you don't need floor in that format, right? You only care about ceiling. So no one's really drafting that third late QB or not a lot, right? Maybe if they got really late QBs, they are. But in general, they're not really drafting that third QB or those like safer picks like that, those more advanced or heavy picks. So then you could even build like a super late QB team and pick like 3 with your last 3 picks who are all starters. I think there's a lot of strategies. I think the biggest things that I would consider to do are you could either target certain weeks, you look up the week, you look up the matchups, you decide on teams you like, and you say, I want to build this week and build up these matchups. And maybe it's a week where some good teams are on bye as well. That can help. That way some teams are weakened. I think another thing to do is target divisions. Divisions play each other twice a year. That can possibly give you 2 chances to hit on like stacked matchups. I like that idea. Or, like a division plays a certain division, right? Like NFC North plays whatever X division, right? So you figure out those divisional matchups and then you build like a whole round robin around it. I think that can be a good way too, because then you get multiple games that go together that have the bring back that are all built together within the same division and then the division they play. I think some of those can be good strategies that don't really matter in the puppy or like BBM or something. And I also think, just you don't need floor. That's the big thing too. You're playing to be 168,000 people, 188,000 people. What is it? 186,000 people every single week, right? There's no pods. You're playing against every single one of them. So I think uniqueness can be a little bit more valuable. And I think that the floor doesn't matter, obviously, because you can't get eliminated. So those are the main points. I think some of that divisional correlation stuff can work out pretty well. In general, though, you could build a team that you would just build in the puppy. And I think structurally you would be okay. It's just some of those higher advancement rate things like the third QB, the third tight end, they don't really matter as much in this format because you're not worried about advancing anything. So hopefully that kind of makes sense for my quick thoughts. Also, I did a longer stream with my guy Zero Fucks on Wednesday. That's his screen name, but I did a longer stream with him on Wednesday or Tuesday. It's on my channel. Titled it like weekly winners drafts with Zero or something like that. So, I'd maybe recommend checking that out. I think we had some good conversation about it, just some good ideas. It was a longer stream, but we started it off right at the beginning, going through one of his winning lineups, kind of what he did, how he built it. So I think maybe some good ideas there too. But yeah, I think that's most of the ideas that I kind of have for it. So when they both spike with 15 points, they don't even both hit lineup. Um, yeah, I get it's the idea they when Goddard puts the 4, the other guys spike. You know what I mean? I just drafted Bowers, Kincaid, Ferguson, and Goddard in one BBM tight end room because tight end is up and down every week. Goal is Bowers shit, big at tight end, and the other 3 hit my flex and they'll have their weeks. That's fair. I mean, that is fair. Well, playoffs are single weeks, so well, you got to get there. So advance rate matters if you don't fire volume. No, I think advance rate matters no matter what. If your advance rate is dog shit and you fired big volume, that's generally not good money. You know, I mean, I don't know. I mean, if your advance rate's dog shit and you fire big volume, I think that's bad money. It if it's really high, it probably means something the opposite. I know the old Liam debate about getting 100 teams advancing versus like 10 or whatever it is. But if it's ultra high, then that maybe is indicative of you went super hard and you kind of got lucky. But if your advance rate's like terrible, then no, I mean, I think it matters. If it's like a little bit above average, that's probably better than being like way below or something. Leaving a new comment, so there's one more catch up to in chat. Appreciate you, best ball on call. You know, we keep getting told to caught up, and then people keep commenting. But I love it. I love it. I love it. We're happy. We're happy with this. This is a good time. Always had Allen and Dak at QB. Also had Allen and Dak at QB. That's solid, Mike. I like that. I like that. I like the. I mean, the tight end room. Hey, I've been preaching 3 tight end this whole time. It's a little bit heavy for me, but you're a different thinker. I respect it. I like the QB room. Allen Dak's totally good. Tight end room, with Bowers, I don't love the 4 tight end room. I'm not gonna lie, but I know you like getting a little different, and I do agree with you. Those guys can hit the flex. With Bowers, it might be a little bit much though. Piggy bank. I would like a team review. The oddities. I got you, brother. All right, all right. We will go and do the team reviews, and then we're gonna get in one final draft. Let's start one more YouTube poll. Yeah, let's start one more YouTube poll. Audio quality for a second. We're gonna make the poll right now. End the poll. Start a poll. What we drafting? BBM. Man, I wish they would drop a puppy already, right? People are not messing with the eliminator too, I noticed. I was kind of surprised. I thought more people would be voting for that than weekly winners, to be honest with you. But all good with me. I don't really. What was the other one? BBM eliminator. What's the other contest in the lobby right now? And we will try. Oh, Badge Bros, right? You guys hate Badge Bros. Sad to see you guys not supporting John and Naz, the Badge Brothers. I love that contest. See the Badge Brothers contest. That sounds legit. Um, all right, we're back. We're back. I made the poll. I made the poll just now. So we will look at the teams real quick. Hating on the team reviews is crazy. Yeah. I think I don't mind reviewing the teams. I think it does make it drag a little bit sometimes when there's a lot of them. Like I said, I don't mind it. If everyone did want a team review, I'm happy to do it. Like don't feel like, if you do want one, then go ahead and say it. Like I'm not gonna be upset about it or anything. I do get that sometimes with the people who are just watching, it can probably drag a little. Like I notice it sometimes like on like I don't know, like there's some other channels I watch. Like well, I mean, I'll just say I love the channel, but fan speak, the goats. They review like every member's team, and like, sometimes it's just like if they're doing another draft after, it's like damn, they review teams for like half an hour, which is cool and I like that. But I think it can make it drag a little. So that's why this time we'll make you actually type it in chat, actually request it. But that's all you gotta do, and I will review it. So, but yeah, we'll check out. Did we check out mine already? I think we did. This team was okay. Yeah, this team's pretty solid. Probably didn't need the third tight end. That was a panic pick, though. We know when I made it, I panicked. I was almost going to get autoed like Fernando Mendoza. We switched it to Greg Dulcich in the last second. Um, that's fine though. We had the Buffalo thing, get a Miami bring back, right? Then when Buffalo goes off, Dalton Kincaid's gonna suck balls and Greg Dulcich is gonna go off for 30. And after Josh Allen smashes them, so that'll work out. Uh but no, I think overall this team was actually pretty solid. Strong top three RBs, two good contingent guys behind that, pretty decent top five receivers, just some kind of guys behind that. Juwan Jennings is decent as a six, actually. But then Hurst and Keon some upside for my 7 and 8. Tight end's really strong, quarterback's good, running back's fine. I think this team's pretty good overall, actually. I like this team a decent amount. Uh yeah, I like this team a decent amount. Nothing much to say about it. Receiver could have maybe been a little stronger, but it's pretty solid. Who wanted to review? The Oddities wanted to review. 3672, Trevor Lawrence, Kyler, Aaron Rodgers. I think your QB room's totally good with that. Definitely solid there. Like Kyler and T Law's fine to stop at 2, but throwing out Rodgers at the end, probably something I would do as well. So like that. Kenneth Walker, Bashal Tootin, Aaron Jones, Keaton Mitchell, Katron Allen, James Conner. I think it's good enough at running back. I like the kind of double anchor, kind of modified double anchor, whatever you want to call it, with Walker and Tootin. I think that's good as your 1 and 2. Aaron Jones, your 3 is probably fine. Keaton as your 4 is decent. And then throw on some dart throws at the end. I think it's good enough. Obviously he's relying a lot on Tootin, but that's why we pick him in the 5th round. If he's not good, then he wasn't worth the pick, right? So I think it's pretty solid overall at running back. Maybe a little on the lighter side with the depth. But it should be good enough to get you by, especially if Tootin is kind of that breakout guy that we're all hoping for. And then Jefferson, Olave, Jalen Waddle, Parker Washington, Josh Downs, Ryan Flournoy, Jadon Stribling, Fannin Strange. Fannin Strange, good for a 2 tight end build like that. The receiver room, pretty solid. I'm not a huge Parker, Josh Downs guy personally, but I think your top 3 are really strong, and I think they make sense as your 4 and 5. And then, you spent pretty good capital on like your top 5 receivers, right? So that should be pretty strong. Wait a while, get some younger guys with some upside, or I guess, rookie with some upside with Stribling. And then Flournoy, kind of wide receiver 3. He also has some contingent upside. I think pretty solid build overall. Tight end strong, running backs okay, receivers pretty good, quarterbacks really good. I think pretty good build overall. Running back is probably your scariest spot. You just need like either Jones needs to stay healthy, or like Tootin or Keaton kind of need to break out, or like Katron. But I think you should be able to get by with it. I think it's pretty solid overall. Yeah, I like it overall. I like the team overall. I like one if you have time, no pressure. Hey, I got you, Keith. I got you, Keith. Super Beast. Keith, you're not in this draft. So unfortunately, I will not be reviewing your team. I reviewed your team from the last one, didn't I? I reviewed your team from the last one. If I didn't, let me know. But I think I got you last time. I don't think you're in this draft with me though. Make sure to give this wild man a like, people, giving you something fun on a Sunday. Hey, hell yeah. Hey, appreciate it, Mike Rob. Thanks for stopping by, bro. Always appreciated. But shout out Mike Rob. And hey, yeah, if you're enjoying the stream, drop a like, drop a sub. Always appreciated. Never required, but always appreciated. I love the team reviews, but if you can't get to mine, all good. No, I got you. No, I mean, hey, don't worry. Like if you want one, I got you. Joseph is wait, are you the Oddities? Oh, you're the Oddities. Okay, yeah, we just got it. I forget sometimes that I'm like 10 minutes behind in this chat. So you said that way before I read the first one. I'm not hating on his takes or anything. Every stream does it. Throw the man a dono for some personal content, eh? You can't throw me a dono. I don't have enough subs. But hey, hit that like, hit that sub. I'm plenty happy. Like I'm having a good time. I'm just talking ball, drafting my teams. I'm happy that people are out here watching and chatting with me and having a good time. Like I'm totally happy. I don't need any of the money. Drop a like, drop a sub if you haven't. That's plenty helpful. I don't mind doing some, just drags a bit, reviewing 10 teams. That's kind of the thing. Like if it was like 3 or 4, then I always do it and I don't even ask. But when it's like 10, I just figured I'd ask because some people don't really care if you review their team either. So it's like, well, we'll try to get through it a little quicker in that sense. No beef boys. DS just seeing the board well right now. Got to get back in. No beef boys. Oh, just because thinking a little different. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, of course. And it's all. I mean, it's all like I don't know. There's nothing hateful about it. We're just debating different points, different thoughts on how to build. I think a lot of people have different thoughts on how to build, and there's a lot of different ways to win it, and you never really know what'll hit. So I totally, yeah, no hard feelings, no beef about like seeing the game kind of differently. Definitely not. I would love a review on BBM, but can move along if you want. I got you, game tight. Don't worry about it. I got you. I didn't know Zero streamed. So Zero doesn't have his own channel. He came on mine, like I said earlier in the week, and then he streams a lot on a channel called Fantasy Fitness IO. The host name is Matt, but Zero is a like very frequent co-host on there. So you'll definitely see like if you check out their channel, Fantasy Fitness IO, you'll definitely see plenty of videos with him in it too. But I mean, I don't know. I like Zero. I've talked to Zero for a long time. I was talking to Zero like, last year, maybe even the year before in Discords and shit. So like, yeah, I've known Zero for quite a while now. We getting into it in these chats though. Hell yeah. No, Zero got big opinions. And hey, I respect it. I respect the big opinions, not scared to say it. Thank you for that information. Oh yeah, of course, QC to go. I mean, always happy to give any information I can. I mean, that's that's kind of the point of like streaming it and stuff, right? Like I'm trying to get about any knowledge I can. I've played a lot of best ball. Weekly winners I'll be honest, weekly winners is my least played format. For any best ball, like I play a lot of super flex. I played the eliminator a good chunk, or just normal best ball, but weekly winners is my least familiar format. But yeah, I'll always try to give like any advice I can, just as someone who's played a lot and played a lot of best ball and researches football a lot and stuff. Two schools of thought, yeah, definitely. And yeah, nothing wrong with being either one. Weekly winners. There's a poll. I think the other one was Mastiff. You're right, it was Mastiff, but we just forgot to put it in the poll. Weekly winners a limb BBM. Okay, yeah. And I think I put in Badge Bros, but you guys aren't voting for Badge Bros, so it's all good. I'll vote for Badge Bros. We can we said we'll check out Game Tight's team. We'll check it out. 2772. Game Tight always builds teams that are interesting enough to look at as well. They're always a good time to look at. Lamar and Jaden. Am I in the right? Wait, am I in the right team? I'm in the right. Oh man. Oh yeah, I'm in the wrong draft. That's my bad. Best Ball Mania. I guess. Wait, did I? Let me make sure. Let me make sure I was in the right draft. I might have been in the wrong draft there. I was in the wrong draft. Damn it. All right. Who wanted to review the Oddities? The Oddities at 6 both times too. This is nonsense. Drake May, Jordan Love, Gino. That's good at QB. I like that. Those two are strong enough. Throw on Gino at the end. Why not? Hopefully, he had some Jets. You had Brees, so it already worked. All right. Brees, Jacobs, Kenny Gainwell, Kamara, James Conner. I think that is pretty solid at running back. I like Gainwell as a third. Kind of safer, kind of higher floor guy, not as much ceiling maybe, but top two are strong. Gainwell as a third is decent. These last two shots are okay. I think your running back room is pretty good. I like the double anchor at the start with Gainwell. I think this makes sense. JSN, AJ Brown, JMO, Chris Godwin, Khalil Shakir, Jalen McMillan, AD Mitchell, Tucker Craft, Hunter Henry, Fryermuth. It's pretty good. Yeah. These two are fine. Godwin is your 4, Shakir is your 5. That's fine. Get McMillan as your 6 even, which is actually pretty strong for a 6. Tight end strong with Kraft up top and still getting 3. Yeah, I think pretty strong team. I think running back is like, maybe a little on the thinner side because like Gainwell might just be a little bit more floor, like if someone have one of these top 2 guys, but I guess realistically, yeah, you're not too worried about that. Like, let's be real. So yeah, pretty solid team. Pretty solid team actually. I think pretty well balanced, no big weaknesses really. Yeah, I don't really see anything wrong with that. I think it's pretty well balanced and no real weaknesses. So solid squad. I like this overall. Well, it's game tight. 2682, Lamar and Jaden. So solid. Also a double elite QB build. This better be the right draft. Okay, and we got Super Beast in here, so we'll check him out too. Genty, Chase Brown, Ramondre, RJ Harvey, J.K. Dobbins, Brian Robinson. Okay, wait. Actually, I like this one. Ooh, I like this one a lot. This running back room's really strong. I like that quite a bit. I like the double Denver, the handcuffing them. They're so cheap. I like that. Even got a value on Harvey. And then, yeah, your top three are crazy strong. Probably didn't need Brian Robinson, but, if Bijan goes down, he's going to be a big hit. Probably didn't need him with this strong of a running back room, but really strong running back room, though. Zay Flowers, Terry. Oof. Matthew Golden, wide receiver 3. Jalen Naylor, Denzel Boston, Dontavian Wicks, Elijah Surratt, Rashad Bateman, Mark Andrews Chig. Mark Andrews Chig is fine. You can get by with that. A little bit on the lighter side, but you can get by. I mean, you're pushing it. You're pushing it here at receiver. If Matthew Golden is a big hit, or Jalen Naylor, or both, I think you could be okay. But you need like a big hit out of one of these guys, most likely, or you need to have hit the parlay pretty good on these like 4 between Golden, Naylor, Boston, and Wicks. Like you either need like a really big hit or a couple hits out of that group. I feel like to make this work. Yeah, it's probably a little thinner than I'm comfortable with. It could get there. Your running backs are really strong. Quarterbacks are strong. Tight ends are fine. It could get there, especially like you do have some younger guys. You do have Baltimore kind of all built out. So you're getting almost any Baltimore passing points that there are to be had. You're getting them. You're kind of betting on it's really that Golden thing. If he could break out, that could really get you there. So I don't mind it, but I don't I don't mind it. Yeah. The receiver's a little bit thinner than I would like. I'm also not a Golden fan, but the rest of the team's pretty strong, so it's okay, but that's a little thinner than I would like, that I'd be comfortable with at a receiver. Game Tight's always pushing the boundaries a little bit. I respect it. Let's look at Super Beast. 3573, Jared Goff, Tyler Shuck, Aaron Rodgers. That's a solid 3 QB build. Like that quite a bit. Yeah, it's totally solid with those 3. Bijan, Cam Skabu, Trevion, Woody Marks, Emmett Johnson. I like that. Really strong top 3 there with Trevion, Cam Skabu, Bijan. Woody is fine as your 4th with that strong of a top 3, and then Emmett's fine as a 5th, just dart throw. So that's good at running back. Drake London, Chris Olave, QJ, disgusting pick there. DK Metcalf, Jalen Coker, Isaac Tesla, Jeremy Bernard, Sam Laporta, Orlando Gatson, Otziger Delp. I mean, it's a little on the thinner side at tight end. I guess with Laporta up top, it's okay. I'm not a huge Gadsden fan, but it's okay. And he definitely can hit some spikes. So I think that's fine. That's fine at tight end. Maybe a little thinner just with 2 guys where you're not as sure what their roles are, especially Delp. But, even Gadsden, not quite sure exactly what his role is looking like this year. What do you have? Goff, Chuck, Rogers. You have Goff with Tesla and Laporta. Yeah, all stacked up with Olave, DK. Got the Atlanta bring back. I like that. I think that's good. I think wide receiver 5 Coker is fine. Wide receiver 4 DK is pretty good. I'm not a huge QJ fan, but that is where he goes. It's not like you reached on him like crazy. That's his normal price. So as your 3, I think it's fine. And DK and Coker as your 4 and 5, I think feels pretty good. So overall, I think pretty solid team, Keith. Yeah, I mean, tight end, not my favorite, but I think Little Laporta up top kind of covers it. So yeah, pretty solid. Yeah, and like all your other rooms feel really good too. So, if I'm questioning your tight end room and kind of picking on your 2nd and 3rd tight end, I would say you built a really good team. If that's all, I'm really nitpicking. So solid squad there, Keith. There's no way. Wrong draft. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. We got the right draft now. It was the wrong draft. Yeah, we got there. Weekly winners, solid team. A lot of weekly winners fans here. We'll see. All right, let's check what this vote is saying. We'll check. Holy shit. Weekly winners at 50% of the vote. You guys are out of your mind. All right. It looks like we're doing weekly winners. All right, here's the deal. We're 2 minutes behind the chat. We're gonna catch up, and then we're gonna do weekly winners. We made it. No worries. Okay, we made it. We got Keith's team. If there was anyone else, let me know and we will check it out. I think we checked out everyone who said they wanted a team review. Yeah, I think we checked them all out. If anyone else wanted one, let me know. But we will do weekly winners, it looks like. All right, guys. Didn't realize I was the only one against them. Hey, apparently I am shocked by this newfound love for weekly winners. I thought people hated those. I'm confused. Did you run another draft? No, no. We got it. We got it done. Never done one. Let's do a badge bros or as a bonus at the end after we do the eliminator. Since badge bros will go fast. It's not a bad idea, Austin. I don't mind that idea, Austin. I'm team number 2. Okay, we got it in, Keith. We got it in. We were just a little bit late. At chat, who's the grossest name you have in the top section of your exposures? Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know who mine was. Mine was probably that, like, I guess Katron, you could say he's an 18th rounder and he's at the very top. But I love him though. Was there anyone else in here that really wanted one? I don't think so. If you did, I mean, it'll still be here. So if you did want one, let me know. We'll get into another draft. So, now if you want one, you can let me know, and then I'll have to leave the draft so it'll work out. But I don't know. Sorry. We're in the weekly winners, waiting on 4. If you want to do a weekly winners, jump in. It won the poll. This is a weekly winners. So if you want to do weekly winners, we're waiting on 4, waiting on 1. I did not count it down because I legit didn't even think about it. Yeah, I mean, it probably worked out better because I just jumped in unannounced and was waiting on 4. So first 4 got in. That kind of works out. That's a little bit my bad. I usually always count it down. I don't know why I didn't think of it at all. But hey, it's fine. It's not a big deal. All right. So we're in the weekly winners now. We got the 9 pick. We got Super Beast Keith at the 2. We got King of QC at the 11. Not sure if he's watching, but we got him at the 11. I think that's all I recognize, so not much else. I don't hate the idea. I don't hate Austin's idea of a Badge Bros as a bonus. Badge Bros, I do like Badge Bros probably the most out of all these contests, and you guys never voted for it, which makes me deeply saddened. So I might just do a Badge Bros at the end. I'm at the 112. All right, what's your name? Oh, the Burgess. Okay. Oh yeah, I guess it's the same as your YouTube name, or close enough. All right, good to see it. So we got a couple of friends and family in here. That's always good to see that. But yeah, I don't hate that idea, Austin. We might rip a Badge Bros bonus at the end. I do like the Badge Brothers more than it looks like most people do. I should have done it at the start because then maybe people would have been like hyped for it. They would have been like, "Oh shit, what's this?" Now I'm gonna do it at the end, and people are gonna be like, "Oh man, I wish I would have voted for Badge Bros that whole time." But I was gonna show them weekly winners in case you're not familiar. So like Josh Allen, for example, his ADP is pick 19.8, so pick 20. Lamar's at pick 41. Burrow's at pick 53. So like I was saying, we see those elite QBs move up a ton on weekly winners, and then we'll see like where to be Aaron Rodgers pick 203, Fernando Mendoza 193. Gino and Jacoby in the 190s, that's normal. But even like Bryce Young, it says 173, but he'll often fall very late in these formats. So we kind of see like the top end get pulled up, the back end go down because people don't really care about the depth. They care about that elite ceiling more. So we do see that shift. I don't think at tight end we see too much of a difference. Yeah, it's relatively the same at tight end. Maybe a slight pull up to the elite guys, but not much. Nothing meaningful. More like a slight pull up to that mid tier. You see like Laporta going right next to Tucker Craft, stuff like that. We'll just go James Cook. I think that's totally fine. I mean, like an NFC North thing, like, so when I showed it earlier, I had those 2 drafts and they were both Jefferson. And that was because we were doing more like an NFC North thing, like and building all around that and their like correlations. But I think James Cook over him feels fine. I do believe in weekly winners, you kind of need some good running back scoring. I don't think you can you could really push into a 0 RB, but I believe you really need that like 20 plus point ceiling from multiple running backs on your team the same week to really hit that top outcome. So I think it would be very, very hard to get there without at least like one true hero running back, if not like a double anchor or something. I think you really need that running back firepower to get up there. And then you can kind of build out the receivers more with volume because they're more volatile of position. The big dog. I mean, the big dog has a good early schedule. I don't hate it. Yeah, we can go with the big dog. I mean, I guess we could have went with A Chain. That would have been like that divisional correlation. Maybe something like that would have been worth looking at. They play week 17. They probably also play early. So maybe like if I was following my own advice instead of just like kind of clicking on a name, I would have taken A Chain there to pair with the James Cook maybe. But like I said, I've only done 2 in this format. I'm not like I haven't really planned out a lot like down the board or looked into a ton of stuff. I'm kind of just going on the fly, like what I'm seeing, what I'm noticing. So that's kind of a strategy I'm not really employing, but it would be if I was doing a lot of volume in this or something. Is maybe I'd pull up like an A Chain with a Cook sometimes because I know they're divisional, so they play each other twice. Stuff like that might be worth looking at. GG's fellers, I will die on those hills. I've been defeated. Good night, good night. Peace out, Dildo Dragons. Hey, thanks for stopping by, bro. Always appreciated. Always appreciated coming by, chatting, drafting. And yeah, I mean the weekly winners, hey, the weekly winners was apparently a fan favorite. I will say they all kind of split between BBM Eliminator and Badge Bros. So maybe I should have put it head to head with something, but the weekly winners has somehow become a fan favorite as of late. Surprisingly to me, but hey, I'm not upset about it. I like the weekly winners. They're fine. They're fun to try something different. Oof, Jaden Daniels at 24. Damn, that is intriguing. I mean, I don't really understand. I don't understand why you would do that. You can almost certainly get him back at 48, 49 every time. So I don't really understand why he would do that, but each their own, I guess. Worked for me, Hopefully it pushed me a little value in this room, I guess. Nico at 28, that's a great price on him. A Mecca at 27. That's a great price on him compared to some lobbies. Keith doing the old double Dallas thing. I like that. I like that idea right there, Keith. Double Dallas with Javonte Pickens. Get some NFC South in there too with Bijan. Love seeing it. Brees Hall. I like Brees Hall. And that pairs up with my Buffalo. That is a division correlation. T's a division correlation with Henry. I probably need a receiver a little more. That's a nice fall on Brees Hall though, right? And I do like Brees Hall. So let's do that. And then let's maybe push RB for a while. I don't need any floor. So now hopefully I got my big hitters that can give me ceiling. They're going to play each other a few times. And then maybe I just kind of ignore running back until the very end. Maybe I just stop at 3. Who knows? But yeah, something like that could be fine. Then I could just get like 10 receivers or something. I don't hate it. I don't hate the idea. I could pull up like a Lamar or something here as well. That wouldn't be that bad, but we'll see what comes back. Puka and Egg Puka team looking fire. Puka and Egg Puka. I like that. I like that name. When I like the, they're pairing up some of that NFC South stuff. I like seeing that. Yeah, I mean, kind of interesting. I'm not the biggest Egg Puka fan, to be honest with you, but I don't know. I don't mind it. I can see the upside case. I guess I might have said it earlier, but I'm playing a little bit more through Godwin for the Tampa Bay passing attack. But I can definitely see the upside case. Damn, T. Higgins goes. I'm fortunate. I think we just go Lamar with Henry, and we see if they can go off 1 week together. Does that feel good, or do they kind of take away from each other too much? Because Derrick Henry doesn't catch passes. What if we want Mike Evans? What if we got our first receiver with Mike Evans? I was thinking about Scatabo, but then I'm picking a guy who can't hit my lineup as my 4th overall pick. That doesn't seem right, probably. So I should probably grab a receiver. Lamar and Henry are probably somewhat negatively correlated. Not exactly, but they are in the sense that Henry doesn't really catch passes. So they're probably not scoring touchdowns the same plays. I will say if they just dominate a team, they could both easily have multi-touchdown games. But Henry and Lamar, not the greatest combo. I love Mike Evans. I think he could have really big spike weeks. Maybe he deals with the hamstring injury later, and maybe that scares you away in a format where you need to advance. but I believe while he's healthy on the Niners, he's going to be like, I think he's just going to be their number one alpha receiver, and the number one alpha receiver on the San Francisco 49ers is a very valuable spot. I think it's worth a lot more than where he's being drafted. I think there's a lot of injury risk with the age and everything, but in weekly winners, I'm a little bit less concerned because there's no advancement part. I don't have to worry about the floor, like I was saying. So I think I feel pretty comfortable with or I feel pretty happy getting Mike Evans there. See a lot of running backs go on that turn. Big cluster of them. Kind of happy I went 3 straight since I probably won't be getting anyone good back, I guess. So, that's not too bad. Sorry. But all right. All right. What do we got here? So yeah, we have the 3031 Cook, Henry, Brees Hall, Mike Evans. I think that's probably that's a good start. I don't know what I guess I should probably start trying to figure out what I'm building. Since like I said, I haven't done a ton of this format. So what am I trying to build? What am I getting at here? I probably want some receivers soon. I would probably like, let's see, we have Buffalo and the Jets, so no Patriots around here really. No Dolphins really. No Dolphins until like round 16, really, to be honest with you, since we passed on A Chain. Patriots, I think the next one would be Ramondre. Yeah, so probably not building out a lot in that division. I'm gonna look up what division does the AFC East play. Does the AFC East play in 2026? The NFC North and AFC West. Okay, so NFC North and AFC West. We could double up on the Buffalo thing. NFC North, we could get Chris Godwin in here. I think we do that over DJ Moore. I don't really want to pair up DJ Moore with James Cook. I feel like it's not bad correlation, but in a single week where when it's weekly winners, it probably is because it hurts their ceilings more. I don't know if they could both, maybe they could both spike in the same week. It is a really good offense, but not necessarily something I'm trying to do with like really high capital players very often. I think it might limit ceiling a little bit too much when I'm spending that much capital on the Bills without the quarterback too, because if DJ Moore and Cook are going off and the Bills are smashing, odds are you might need Josh Allen to get there too. So yeah, I don't mind going with Christian Watson over them. And like I was saying, the AFC West plays the NFC. I just looked up over here real quick, but the AFC West plays the NFC North, or the AFC East plays the NFC North and AFC West. Sorry. So I don't mind getting Christian Watson, getting a little correlation there because he's going to play Brees Hall and James Cook, and obviously they're going to play each other. So that's starting to kind of give me that round robin thing, like I was talking about. And then we could even throw in Drake May. Why not? Let's get one of these elite QBs. A lot of the other ones went. We get a little value on Drake May. I kind of like it, and it builds into that division even more, like I was saying, right? So the AFC East plays the NFC North and AFC West. So right now we have 3 AFC East players with James Cook, Brees Hall, and Drake May. And then we started getting NFC North. We got Christian Watson, so not much yet, but yeah, but we're starting to kind of build that out too, and we already have AFC East pieces from a lot of teams. So I think this is somewhat of a strategy I'm kind of trying to do in weekly winners. Obviously, if I had more volume in weekly winners, I would refine this and I would try to figure out those matchups better, and not just like, I'm looking it up like mid draft and stuff. Obviously, I think there's a lot more refinement and detail you can do to this. You can even refine it to a certain week, like I was saying earlier. But I do think in general, this is kind of a good like structural idea as far as building, where I know I'm getting correlation and backstacks with a lot of my players in a lot of different combos, even if I don't necessarily know the weeks that they play. I don't know the Patriots' entire schedule. I only know maybe the last 3 weeks, or last 3 weeks of the fantasy season, right? I don't know week 18, but I might only know the last 3 weeks, but I know the divisions they play against, all that. So I think that can be an easy way to kind of get in and do that correlation stuff without like having to memorize it like crazy and go through and like really pinpoint what you want to do. But if you want to do a bunch of volume, maybe you do want to go in and really pinpoint what you want to do. So, but I think in the weekly winners though, like doing this where I have all that AFC East, I'm building some other divisions around them. I think it makes total sense. All right. And then what am I looking at here? So I think any of these running backs I would be pretty happy with. And then I could stop at running back if I pick one of them. That wouldn't be too bad. I don't mind that call. You never feel bad getting NFC South players. AFC North, I do have a little bit of AFC North in here with Derrick Henry. So that is a little bit of correlation. Pittsburgh, Baltimore, they play twice. Same thing with Jalen Warren. DK goes. That's a tough spot for me. Man. I mean, Chris Godwin just has a really good schedule all year. So I think there's a chance he gives you a lot of usable weeks. I think we'll lean Godwin. There's quite a few running backs I like here. Either Steeler or Chuba would be good. So maybe I get one back. And if not, I like Herbert even as a QB2. Maybe not QB2 actually in this format. Yeah, probably not in this format actually. I don't mind Sutton at all. And that is one of those AFC West, so that does correlate somewhat with the rest of my lineup. AFC West plays the AFC East, so that would correlate. Chuba doesn't really correlate, but he's probably the best running back pick available. And then Rico correlates obviously with my Derrick Henry. So Rico goes. If they both go, I might lean towards Kyle Pitts, just get my first tight end. NFC South, really trash division, obviously same as Tampa Bay, so we can get some correlation going there. Okay, Kyle Pitts goes. So I'd probably lean Sutton over Chuba. Hopefully I don't get Chuba. That would be unfortunate, but if it happens, it is what it is. Hoping we do not get Chuba though. Hoping we get Cortland Sutton. Let's see what Leaky Too Sneaky has in store for me though. Matt Stafford. All right, hell yeah, brother. Respect to the decision. We'll go Cortland Sutton here. I like Cortland Sutton quite a bit. I do. I think he's a pretty fair price in general. But like I was saying earlier, pairing up that AFC West, that's another division with correlation to my AFC East that I already have built out pretty well. So, think all making sense there with as far as that goes. And bye weeks, I don't care about bye weeks. If anything, I would say in this format, another strategy, if you don't want to target certain weeks and all that, you can target bye weeks. Just stack them up like crazy. Stack up every important player on your team's bye weeks if possible. And then that way you have a totally full team every week except week 10 if you want to buy into that, week 11, week 7, week 13, whatever, like figure out the teams on that bye and just build a team with tons of those teams on it, right? Just eat 1 week where your team's almost completely dead, and then all the rest of the weeks you have almost an entire full lineup. I think that can be a good strategy as well in this format. So I don't know. Definitely lots of ways to play the old weekly winners, but definitely a hard contest to cash. It's only top 2% make money in this contest, so definitely hard to cash. Definitely a little bit lower ROI maybe, but I don't know. Good top prizes. It's fun that your lineup lasts all 17 weeks. You can keep looking at it. You can get fun out of it no matter what. It could be the worst team in the league for the first month. And then, it could start going off down the stretch, right? And you're still just as much in it at the end as you were at the beginning. So I don't know. Weekly winners is kind of cool in that sense. I don't know. I kind of like it for that. All right. We're a few picks away here. We're pretty well balanced. So I can go whichever way I want at once it gets back to me. But we got a pretty balanced build going. I think built out pretty well for what I'm looking for in weekly winners, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I was just looking at something real quick. All right. But yeah, no, it feels pretty good so far. I think I wouldn't mind an on-stack Patty Mahomes. I don't mind that pick at all if it gets to me. I like Ricky. I like Addison. I don't like Michael Wilson. I like Brock Purdy, actually. I probably would pick Brock Purdy over Mahomes even since I have it stacked up. Jonathan Brooks is also fine. Oof, Brock Purdy or Mahomes. Maybe this guy will make the decision for me. Okay, he takes Mahomes. I think I'll lock up Purdy here. I want to lock up a really strong second quarterback out. I do have Bo Nix though too. I could wait, and then worst case they could give me we'll take Purdy. I was gonna say worst case they give me Baker, but I don't really love the Baker. I don't really love the Baker pick. I'd probably try to push it too, and then I'm taking a risk there. So we'll just lock up the Purdy with Evans. We're done at quarterback for sure with Purdy and Drake May. I think that's plenty strong where I don't want a third. Like I was saying in this format, generally maybe you pick a little bit less as far as the third quarterback, anyways. But I definitely don't think I want a third with this strong of quarterbacks. I think that would be more if I pushed it. So yeah, so definitely feeling fine with this room so far, or with this quarterback room, sorry. Uh hoping I was just kind of looking at who's available. I'd probably be hoping for one of these two guys, Brooks or Rashad White. Okay, looks like I'll get one. I was kind of thinking about Gainwell too. Sorry. I was kind of thinking about Gainwell too, but I'm not super into Gainwell. Like I was saying, maybe more of like a floor play. So I don't know if he's really my weekly winner selection. Um okay, I don't mind the Romeo Dobbs and like stacking it. I went 3 straight running backs. Yeah, let's start building out receivers more. I went 3 straight running backs. Advancement's not a thing in this. Let's just start building out the receivers more. Maybe we'll look at a tight end sometime soon. I don't need like Jonathan Brooks could be a big winner, I guess, but or he definitely could, but I don't need a fourth running back. I don't even need a fourth running back on this team. I could go with 3 RBs and call it good. I picked 3 straight. That's plenty good. So I don't even need a fourth on this team if I don't want. I probably will put a fourth or fifth running back on this team. Just I mean, if the late guy takes over, they could give me more upside, right? They could hit, but in general, it's like I don't need to force a fourth running back or anything here. There's no advancement. There's nothing to worry about. Rely on those top 3. Start hammering receivers. I got 2 good quarterbacks. I should really just start hammering those receivers and tight ends and just make them really strong. That should be my main goal, I think, from here on out. And we've built out this whole divisional stack even more, right? With the whole Romeo Dobbs, Drake May, we kind of built that out to go against our James Cook, against our Brees Hall, against our Cortland Sutton. So we have a little bit more of that built out. I guess I should look up who does the AFC or who does the NFC West play? What division does the NFC West play? Because that would also be important since I have Purdy. And is there any overlap, right? So they play the AFC West and NFC East. Oh, okay. So AFC West. So AFC West has to play against my Drake May stack and my Purdy stack. So see, I think that's a good example where like if I have an NFC West and an AFC East like the Patriots and the Niners, then that means my other teams that and we can go right here. That means my other teams I would hit would be AFC West because they play the AFC East and the NFC West. So if I can get AFC West stacks, then I can really round robin it with all my different like division correlations and stacks and all that. So yeah, I think looking up stuff like that, and that took like 2 seconds to look up once I already built my stacks. I think it's nice to know, now I know like, oh, maybe I should favor like a Trey Tucker or something like that when it gets a little later, like an AFC West guy, if I can. NFC West correlation, I don't mind that. That goes with my Purdy, that's a little bit of correlation with him. A Jacory, I don't hate. A Chig tight end 1, I don't hate. I think we go Rashid Shaheed. I like him in weekly winners. I believe, he's kind of that spike week deep ball guy. And I think in weekly winners, that could be a good format for him. He could really hit your lineup in this. I think he makes sense in this format. I think he's a good pick in general, but in this format, I think he makes sense. And he had some correlation going with my San Francisco stuff. So I think it makes sense there. Who Hames, sup fam? Hey, what's up, Who Hames? Thanks for stopping by, bro. Appreciate it. and check out Who Ames if you don't know. I think he'll probably be live in about 45 minutes or so, live at 4:30 usually on Sundays. So I definitely go check him out. We're probably gonna call it after this. Austin earlier mentioned sneaking a Badge Bros right after. So we might sneak in the Badge Bros right after this, but we'll either call it after this or sneak in a Badge Bros and call it. But we're pretty far in this draft. We're in about round 12, so just finishing up. It's been a decently long stream day actually. How long have I been live? I've been live about 4 hours and 20 minutes. We're about to hit the 420 mark. Wish I had some weed on me. But no, it's all good. What am I looking at here? I mean, C-Rod this late. What upside does C-Rod have though? Can C-Rod spike? No. You know who can spike? You know who plays in the AFC West? Who just so happens to play against the Patriots and the Niners? Keaton the Missile. Keaton Missile, the GOAT. He will be going off. He plays in the perfect division for this team. AFC West. They play the NFC West and the AFC East. It's perfect. I actually planned this team a week ago. We've been waiting for this moment. We got the Keaton Mitchell, the piece to tie it all together, the piece de resistance. This team feels incredible. It's definitely winning 20 grand at least once, maybe twice. Who knows? Badge Bros. All right, you convinced me, Austin. We will run a Badge Bros after this, and then we're calling it. So yeah, after this draft is over, we will run a cheeky Badge Bros. Because I love the Badge Bros brawl, and the people not loving it made me sad. So we're gonna run it. Shout out you, Austin. The only true Badge Bro in here. Even though you ain't got a badge, you're really a Badge Bro, the only real one. So respect for that. But no. So realistically, with this team so far, let's run through the team real quick. So remember, we're trying to get. So we have AFC East and we have NFC West, and they play the AFC West together. They also play they also each play one other division, but AFC West is going to be the big hitter. So 2-4-6-0, Drake May, Brock Purdy, James Cook, Derrick Henry, Breece Hall, Keaton Mitchell, Mike Evans, Christian Watson, Chris Godwin, Cortland Sutton, Romeo Doubs, Rashid Shaheed. I think so far it feels pretty good. Really love this receiver room. I like my running backs with a really strong top three. You know, we throw on the missile for the obvious spikes that he will be hitting very frequently. No, but spike potential and the division workout and the correlation worked out. We kind of explained it. I feel good with these quarterbacks though too. Overall, I'm quite liking this team. I like this team quite a bit. Looks like I'm getting left behind at tight end a little bit. A little unfortunate there. Maybe should have grabbed one instead of Shaheed. That might have been the right move. Grabbing like Brenton Strange over Keaton Missile might have been the move. Something like that might have been a little bit better construction wise. Man, I don't mind grabbing another piece over there. Grab a Jets piece with Sadiq. These tight ends are pretty terrible. Yeah, I mean, let's grab Sadiq. I hardly ever pick him. He is a big athletic guy. He could, in theory, win down the field. I don't know if he can actually do it because he didn't do all that much in college, but he was really athletic, and that's kind of the biggest correlating factor for whether tight ends are going to be good or not for the most part. It's like one of the highest R score variables is just their athletic testing for tight ends. So, I'm betting against them for the most part, but in this format where I had a lot of AFC East stuff going on, I have some correlation with it. I think it can make sense. Hyper athletic guy, maybe can break a big playoff for me. I don't hate it, but Kenny and Sadiq definitely not my favorite click on the board by any means. Fuck it. Do we just want a big Jets thing? Do we want to just say if the Jets ever hit for one game in their life, we're rich? Probably not. Man, I'd be more open to, I guess Omar Cooper stacks better. He's also a higher pick. I really shouldn't pick Denzel Boston over him. That'd be kind of dumb. Not kind of dumb. It'd be fine, but Omar Cooper's a higher pick and he does correlate. It wouldn't really make sense to go with a lower capital rookie on probably a worse team who doesn't correlate Omar Cooper. That probably doesn't make sense. So we'll get a big Jets thing going. We have the Patriots thing. We have the Jets. We have Buffalo in here too. So, we got a big thing going with that whole division. Probably even throwing some Miami at the end. Why not? If you guys would be kind enough to give me Greg Dulcich back, then we can complete the quad stack of the division. If not, I'm sure I can sneak on a Jalen Tolbert, something. I can find a Dolphins receiver to sneak on is what I'm getting at. If you guys would like Greg Dulcich before he gets back to me. Evan Ingram still available. LMAO. Hey, I have a Broncos piece. Mick Nix, I'm sorry. It is the right division, but we got a Broncos piece. So I think we're out of the Evan Ingram sweepstakes. I saved myself. I mean, yeah, I guess you're not wrong though. My tight end room is pretty much cooked. Evan Ingram could be on the menu. I'm gonna try my best to not make him on the menu, but we might just put him on. Oh, the Ingram love is real. Denzel Boston. I kind of lean Boston over Omar Cooper in a vacuum. It's really close to me. Just because I think Boston could realistically take over as wide receiver 1. We let the whole divisional correlation thing kind of take over there for my decision. Mainly because I'm doing that whole big AFC East thing. That is kind of leaning my decisions pretty heavy right now. But I think I'm building a really, really correlated team. A lot of these players are going to play each other. I'm not sure exactly what weeks or anything, but I know a lot of these divisions play each other. I have a lot of guys from the same division, so I should be getting 2 matchups out of that. I really think that this is like one of the bigger things in weekly winners is probably trying to get a lot of those like matchups built together. That way, like if these divisions, if they ever have like a divisional game that does go off, it's just like you have those pieces and you can get multiple opportunities at it. I think that's going to be probably my biggest like strategy point for this contest in general. Oh man, am I gonna get the boy Greg Dulcich back? That would be crazy. I would love it. Then I can really complete the entire stack. Ooh, Gunnar Helm goes. Oh no. Don't take Greg. Don't take Greg from you. Oh yeah, we made it. Greg Dulcich. So look at that. We got the New England Patriots with Drake May and Romeo Dobbs, right? But then we have the Buffalo Bills with James Cook. But then we have the New York Jets mega stack with Brees Hall, Omar Cooper, and Kenyon Sadiq. And then the Pistol Resistance. We have Greg Dulcich, the Miami piece. We have the entire AFC East division. And guess who they play? The AFC West. So then we got Cortland Sutton on the team too. He's going to play all of these guys. He's going to go through the gauntlet and crush all their teams. We're going to be winning the week more than once. This team looks dominant to me. No, not actually, but I mean, it looks like an okay build if I'm being real. But I do like doing all that divisional correlation. I think I built out a lot of it. I think it feels pretty good. I mean, Stribbers. Do we want John Stribling? Yeah, why not? I mean, we only have Purdy and Evans. That feels fine. Let's throw on to John Stribling. Why not? I think that's totally reasonable. And then maybe we'll get some Evan Ingram in here. I was kind of looking at Mike Gesicki, Colby Parkinson, Evan Ingram, Big Darnell, probably not. Michael Mayer is somewhat interesting to me. Cole Kmet plays a ton of snaps. Ooh, Mason Taylor. I think Kenyon Sadiq kind of sucks. So Mason Taylor, that would be kind of interesting. Eli Raritan is a stack. No, we're not going down to Eli Raritan. But yeah, we'll put Evan Ingram up to second on the list. We'll take Gesicki over him if he's available. If not, it's probably Ingram. Michael Mayer fits all the exact same criteria as Evan Ingram, though, and he might be better. What did Michael Mayer do last year with Bowers getting hurt? Was he any good? Oh, yeah, this is that stupid format. It won't actually tell me if he was any good or not. Well, how did he compare to Evan Ingram? Pretty similar, a little worse. He did hit a spike, though. I remember Mayer hitting a spike. He also only played 14 games. I guess it was per game, though. So he was a little worse. So what Evan Ingram average? Evan Ingram averaged 4.8 points a game. What Gesicki average? 4.3. What Colby average? 6.7. It's definitely got to be Colby then. Cole Kmet, 3.9. Damn, this is rough. Mason Taylor, 4.7. Oh hell yeah, Kriya. I just looked at my phone. I didn't even see this on the in the chat, but yeah, you got it. You got it, brother. I've been thinking about picking more of him. I keep forgetting. And we have some correlations with that division too. So good call. We'll probably do Kriya's suggestion. I'm not gonna bring it up yet. All right, it looks like we're cleared. I think we're gonna go Eric All. I've been thinking about clicking some of him. Damn, I shouldn't type in All. That's the name of a lot of them. But I've been thinking about clicking some Eric All. I think it's time to get Eric All in my life. What do we got at tight end? We do still have Evan Ingram available. I'm an Evan Ingram hater. Someone gave me a name that I was even more intrigued by. So unfortunately, the Evan Ingram got beat out. Eric All is deep. He should be healthy this year. I have him on some dynasty leagues. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Eric All, come on down. And hey, I want you to know this. Him and Mike Gesicki played 9 games together in their careers. Eric All outsnapped him in 5 of those games. Does that mean he's getting a lot of receiving work? TBD. But we know he can get on the field and get some snaps when he's healthy. So, what more can you really ask for? All right, last piece. What are we looking for? I mean, Big Mike Washington is screaming at me right now because that is an AFC East. I never got any Raiders on this team. That would be nice. A 5th running back would be fine. Big Mike kind of doesn't do anything, but if Genty goes down, then he could immediately be the lead guy, which I kind of like. I'm thinking it's Big Mike Washington here. That is my lean. I want AFC East. Like I said, they play the Niners and the Patriots in their divisions. So that all makes sense. And I believe he's a guy that either gives me no value or if he hits, he gives me a lot of value, right? Because that means Genty got hurt. So I don't mind the Big Mike. Ray Davis cuff. I don't hate that idea. But I think we're gonna go Big Mike for upside and get the different division piece. I think we're leaning all in on James Cook. So we'll go Big Mike and get the other division piece. I like that play a little bit more. Terrence Ferguson is probably a solid pick in weekly winners. Definitely has some big yardage spike potential. I agree. I think he should, if anything, move up a little bit in this format. He's already moving up a ton, so how much should he move up? But I think if anything, he's a little more valuable in this format. So I agree with that. I will be interested to see if OJ Cooper steals the 90s wide receiver 2 role quickly. Yeah, it will be kind of interesting. I'm not sure. I mean, as a first round pick and with AD Mitchell not really putting up much production, it seems like AD Mitchell's more like I've always kind of viewed him as AD Mitchell is the guy who would be way better in shorts and a t-shirt than he would be in actual pads and a helmet. I kind of want to see how much that rings true. And I feel like Omar Cooper would, maybe he wouldn't be the opposite, but I feel like AD Mitchell just thrives in this environment. And once the pads and the real play, once everything starts getting more real, I don't know. I don't know if it'll be as favorable for him, but I mean, it is interesting. I'm not crazy overweight on either, to be honest. Young man still going. Hell yeah, brother. Eric All. Yeah, no, we got the Eric All. We got the Eric All in. So hell yeah. Shout out Kriyath for shouting it out. I wouldn't have thought about it. I've been thinking about picking some more of him too. They've been hyping him up a little. So I like that shout. Roster review, I got you. Yeah, we'll look at all the rosters quick. We'll look at Super Beast, me, and then the Burgess. If King of QC was in here, let me know. I don't think he's in the chat though. So we'll just look at R3. And then Austin was recommending the Badge Rose Brawl. I think we're gonna get in one Badge Rose Brawl after this. Then we'll call it a day. But all right, let's start with Super Beast. So he went 3-5-8-2, Dak, Trevor Lawrence, Geno Smith, Bijan Robinson, Javante, Quinshon Judkins, Chuba Hubbard, Kamani Vidal, George Pickens, Devontae Adams, Romo Dunze, Jacoby Myers, Stephon Diggs, Jerry Jeudy, Zach Branch, AD Mitchell, Jake Ferguson, Brenton Strange. So I like the big Dallas stack. I think, strong running backs up top. Great price on Chuba. Holy shit. Chuba at 98. That's crazy. Because I saw him falling past me, but it wasn't that far past. It was at the 7-8 turn, right? Damn. So you got him that late. That's a crazy value on Chuba. So great running back room. really strong there. Yeah, really strong there. Great QB room. I think maybe you can argue you don't need the Geno with the stronger QBs up top, but it does give you another out, so I don't hate the move. Tight end is solid. I think receiver is pretty solid as well. I like these top 4, even top 5. Yeah, I like it quite a bit. Did a big Dallas stack. I'm not the one thing I'm gonna have a hard time with, like, I'm not able to see a lot of the correlation. There's too much going on. It's too hard to I'm trying to see if I notice any big correlations, but not a ton, I don't think. Which is fine. I don't think it's that big of a deal. But I like all the stacking, lots of stacking, pretty strong balanced team overall. I like quite a bit Super Beast, pretty solid overall. Uh let's see, Jags. Oh yeah, no, I see the Jags stack because you got Jacoby and you had Brenton Strange and you had T Law. No, I see the stacks. I was looking for like the divisional stuff and all that, but you got some nice stacks going. It's a strong team overall. I like it quite a bit. Um, I like quite a bit. Pretty strong team. Yeah, Strange and Myers. Yeah. All right, now let's look at we can look at the Burgess. Okay, so you go kind of more unique with the weekly winners. I like that. Jackson Dart up top. I think that's fine as your only QB. The ceiling could be a little bit limited at the start of the year if Neighbors is kind of coming back slow, but I think as your single QB, it's fine. He runs enough. He has a high floor, high ceiling. He shouldn't let you down a ton if he's healthy. I think it's fine, and he does have the ceiling, just from that rushing. So that's fine as a 1 QB probably. Saquon, Bucky, Rico, Jordan Mason, Alvin Kamara. Pretty solid running backs overall. Like that. Like Rico has a third. Bucky has a 2 is fine. Saquon up top. Like that quite a bit. Uh yeah, that's pretty solid overall. CeeDee Lamb, Zay Flowers. Who are your quarterbacks? Just Jackson Dart, right? CeeDee Lamb, Zay Flowers, Malik Nabers, Quentin Johnston, Ricky Pearsall, Casey Conception, Jalen McMillan, Jalen Tolbert, Chris Bell, Gadsden, Farmouth, and Joku. That's probably fine at tight end. I kind of like doubling up the LA tight ends with weekly winners. You know, they probably will get some decent spikes between them, so just pairing them up. I kind of like that play in this format. Farmouth in there too. Just, if those guys do have a lower week, he can kind of give you some floor, help their lineup out. I like that. I think your receivers are really strong. I like Neighbors a lot in this format. I think if anything, he should be a little bit more expensive, maybe. Kind of tough to say. I'm just a huge Neighbors bull, but not having to worry about advance rate, I think matters for him. When he's hitting late in the year, you're in, right? You don't have to worry if you make it to week 15. You're in week 15 in this format. So I like the Neighbors pick a lot. I like the rest of the lineup. Not a huge fan of pulling up the QJ, but you're doing something maybe with the big LA stuff that you had and all that. So I'm not a huge QJ fan, like I was saying before, but I think your receiver room is crazy strong, actually. I think you could maybe argue, like, yeah, I mean, I think it's really strong. I think maybe the only thing I would argue is, like, if you look at the Jalen McMillan, Tolbert, Chris Bell picks, for example, um, so let's see, like, especially McMillan, right? And maybe McMillan's an important part of your build. I'm not exactly sure, but I just feel like if you could make one of these picks into like a Cam Ward or Bryce Young, or like maybe one of these tight end picks into a Cam Ward, Bryce Young, like the Njoku pick into a like Aaron Rodgers or something. I personally would feel better with the lineup. And I think the one quarterback thing is totally viable, but you would just hate to see it where it's like Saquon and Bucky smash, and then it's like the rest of your lineup hits, and it's either Jackson Dart was on like a bye, maybe, or it's like Jackson Dart just put up like a 15 and like, damn, I was 10 points away from a really nice cash, and instead I got like $30 or $50 instead of like 1,000. It's like that's the scenario I think of sometimes when I go with those like single QB builds that really freaks me out. And that's what like Zero was kind of telling me when he did it last year. That kind of hurt him and he wasn't really a fan of. Um, I will say none of the quarterbacks really fell in this one though. Like I was saying, they might before the draft. So that's a fair reason to maybe stick with the one and just go with it. But just, something I kind of think of like when your receivers are so strong and so deep already, does it really gain you anything to get even more versus like a quarterback who might help on a low week? And it's tough to say for sure. It's definitely tough to say. Um, All right. So I think we checked out the teams. You check out mine. I mean, we were talking about mine all throughout. I have big AFC East thing. I have all 4 teams in the AFC East. I have some AFC West pieces to go with them. Some NFC West pieces that also go with AFC West. So May and Brock Purdy, good QB room. Cook, Henry, Brees Hall, Keaton Mitchell, Mike Washington. Solid 3 really strong ones. Evans, Watson, Godwin, Sutton, Dobbs, Shaheed, Omar Cooper, DeJohn Stribling. I think that's fine at receiver. That feels pretty good. Shaheed is my 6th. Feels good. That feels solid. Sadiq, Dulcich, Eric All. Tight end kind of sucks. That's the only downside of this team. Tight end kind of blows. But other than that, pretty decent build. And your guys' teams are solid, kind of interesting builds. All right, so we promised a Badge Bros Brawl. We're gonna do a Badge Bros Brawl. We're gonna enter the Badge Bros Brawl in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we're in the Badge Bros Brawl, waiting on 2 if you guys want to hop in. Badge Bros Brawl, for anyone that doesn't know, it's a 6-man draft. Still 18 rounds. It's 30-second clocks. That doesn't really matter, but 30-second clocks, 18 rounds, only 6 people though. So you get super teams. Scroll downs can be important. You can try to get unique at the end, do different stuff there. But yeah, elite onesies move up some in this format as well. They're definitely more valuable in this format because they give you the edge. They're more like limited, right? And like the positions are so deep, like QB 20 doesn't even get picked in this format. So it's like the elite ones are more important, right? So that's pretty much the big things in this format, I would say. But we'll talk about it a little bit more as we're ripping it. I've been slamming all probably pretty thin bet, but Cincinnati desperate for a third pass catcher and coach was glazing him some. Yeah, I saw the good reports too. It looked a little promising. Bro, I just went to a barbecue and came back and you're still crushing it. Love it. Hey, appreciate it, Fantasy Fitness. Appreciate it. And check out Fantasy Fitness IO if you guys don't know. Like I said earlier, we got Matt over there, but we also got our boy Zero as a regular co-host. So I always love to see it. But yeah, we went pretty long today. I was planning on stopping after that last draft, but Austin gave the idea of a Badge Bros Brawl. No one was voting for it. I wanted to sneak one in, so this is the last draft. We're finishing up after this, but I think a lot of other people are going to be live too. Like I think Uhaim's going live shortly. Okay, what am I doing here? I think we go CMC. I generally value running backs more in this format because receivers, you can kind of just get values down the board. Those elite running backs are really hard to replicate their points down the board. Where receiver, I feel like it's a lot easier, and receivers tend to fall a little bit in this format, if anything. So we go CMC there over Puka. Sorry. We go CMC over Puka. Not something I would normally do, but in this format, I think it's reasonable. We got Rambo show at the 6. Not sure if he's watching. I know him on Twitter. A guy named Chris on Twitter. I'm a huge Jay Brooks bro, but getting pretty worried about Carolina O-line. Both their starting O tackles are injured with no return timetable. Not good for Bryce Young. I do kind of agree. It's getting a little bit worrying systematically. I think Dave Canales has put out a pretty good rushing product like the last couple of years with, questionable talent. So I feel okay with the team, but the injuries are worrying me. I was seeing that recently with Bryce, like with some stuff with Bryce about the tackles getting injured or like being injured right now. I will say that's pretty fair. That is pretty fair. That's a good point. And definitely something like I could be a little bit better about monitoring that. Do I want a second? Let's just go Jefferson. Let's go Jefferson and see what this room does. Actually, let's go Genty. Let's just take the best pick on the board instead. Let's take Genty. Genty catches a crazy amount of passes. Kubiak goes there. Hopefully the offense is way better. I think going with the higher end running backs early is the way to go. I really believe you can pile out receiver with volume. I don't think there's a ton of point taking the early receivers. I mean, not that there's not a ton of point. One of them could break off for 30 and then you need them. So now there's no point in taking the early receivers. That's the wrong way to phrase that. I think that the early running backs just give you so much more value over like the later counterparts than receivers do. Because like I can put like 9 receivers on this team, and the 9th receiver is going to be like Jordan Addison or something. So they can all hit my lineup like crazy high scores. I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna build a hyper fragile. Sorry, I'm being a little silent right now. Sorry about that. I was debating if I want Trey McBride or not. I bet you he goes on the turn. I bet you this guy might take him. But we'll see. We'll see. Okay, they go running back, so I might get the Trey McBride back. That would be pretty sick. If I don't, do I get in that receiver or do I want to just keep piling on the running backs and have Devon Achane RB4? I'm not a huge Achane guy. I really hope he just takes them. Okay, that worked out perfect. So elite onesies. Like I said, I think elite onesies are a lot more important in this format. Just because you look at the 6-man, right? No one's gonna take a tight end worse than Travis Kelce or Mark Andrews unless they choose to. So the elite tight ends are way more valuable in this format. Everyone's gonna have a good tight end. I want the guys who can truly separate. Same thing kind of goes for quarterback, but there's a lot more parity at the position. Like, like Matt Stafford, like from last year, right? He scored similar to like an elite QB. So I think there's more parity at that position than there is at tight end. I think the elite tight ends give you probably a little bit bigger of an advantage than the elite QBs. I think either one is pretty reasonable. All right, we'll see what the Burgess does, and then we'll make our next pick. All right, my plan. I'm going double elite tight end on you motherfuckers. You weren't ready for that, were you? Double elite tight end. You never saw it coming. You weren't ready. We're gonna do it to this pod. Good luck getting any tight end points over me. And you might say good luck getting receiver points, but we're still staring at George Pickens, Devonta Smith. Like the last pick of this draft is pick 108. So if my 9th receiver is like Ricky Pearsall, Jordan Addison, Michael Pittman, Dobbs, like that's fine by me. You know what I mean? So I'm pretty happy pushing receiver in these quite a bit. And then going weird, kind of like double tight end. I kind of like the double tight end in this format. I think it's actually like a pretty good idea. I think I was listening to like the Badge Bros. They did a show when this contest dropped on Thursday. Nez and John did, and that was a really good show. Just kind of hearing them talk about it, but it totally makes sense. Like now I'm just crushing the room at tight end, and it's like how much is this team gonna gain over me at receiver? Even though you got 3 studs, like I'm gonna get 9 like pretty good receivers. So like let's start it out with Chris Olave. I think that feels great. We'll go Chris Olave. I don't love Javonte or this running back tier. I would rather just wait and get back in for my later guys. And you could argue the other way too, right? You go like game tight. He got Gibbs, so a kind of a hero RB. But he's getting an RB2 Javonte after getting really strong receivers. So you can argue it both ways, but I just believe since you're going to do more volume at receiver anyway, or at least I am, that's the way I plan on building these. Maybe other people are planning on building it different. Like you could even go 0 RB in these. You could start with like 6 straight receivers and then just pile on like 7, 8 running backs at the end. And probably your 8th running back would be like Rashad White or something as your 8th, if you even wanted to get that many. So I think there are a lot of ways to play it. What's the bird just gonna do? What are you gonna do? I don't want Travis Etienne. That was a lie. Is he gonna take Neighbors? Are you gonna take Neighbors? Oh hell yeah, no Neighbors. See, and in this format as well, maybe this isn't the best team for it. I just love me some Neighbors, and I kind of wanted to make a talking point. But in this format as well, I think Neighbors should be much more valuable. Think about the other receivers you're gonna have around him. You don't care if he has a lower floor. Like, at least to me, I don't care. If he misses the first 8 weeks, like, what does it matter? I'm gonna have 7 receivers that are great on this lineup, or 7 or 8 or 9 receivers on this lineup that are great. I don't care if he misses the first 4 or 6 weeks. I think I'll have plenty to cover it, and if he can come on later, it's way more worth it in this format because I'm probably not even eating much pain for it. Cam Scatterbo and be done or no? Probably not. Let's go Jalen Waddle. Let's get even more receiver help. Let's keep piling on these receivers. Let's just keep hammering out receiver. Do I want to look at a quarterback soon? Probably not. I'm probably good on the Drake Mays. I'll probably try to push it to like Caleb or Herbert. That would be fine. Game tight going double elite as well. Brock Bowers, Tyler Warren, like that quite a bit. I think that's a pretty reasonable pick on Warren. What's his ADP at? Oh, okay, that's right at ADP. That's fair. Yeah. I was wondering if you pulled him up a little, but no, that's kind of where he goes. Looks like the tight end's kind of adjusted pretty quick. Okay, so the guys in between me don't have any quarterbacks. Do I want a quarterback? Ooh, I'd pick Mike Evans if he's there, but if not, that's fine. Ooh, Mike Evans. Man, that's do I want an elite QB really bad or do I care? I don't think I care. I know that's a lot of week 8 buys. Do I care about that? Probably not. Man, I could go Trevion though instead and then set up May. That'd be dumb though. I don't want to do that. Let's go Mike Evans. Let's go Mike Evans. Mike Evans is the best receiver available here. We should go Mike Evans. 3 week 8 buys. Who cares? I'll just need to not pick any more week 8 buys at receiver. That's fine though. I can avoid that. Matt, I love Mike Evans though. I love Mike Evans where he goes. I think my receiver room's coming together pretty nicely here. So all the teams look like super teams in this, so it's always hard to say. But feeling pretty good. Definitely the strategy I kind of like drafting with. My Frenchie 9 and 10 teams are pretty sick. A lot of casuals on Friday. Hell yeah. Love hearing that, Leo. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get in any. I did go live on Friday to do the Frenchie Friday. We had Young Moolah on. So we started with a puppy, and then I had the chat vote. We decided not to do the Frenchies. No one was really feeling it. But yeah, definitely a good structure with the head-to-head format. Unfortunately, by the time I ended stream, it was filled, so I didn't get a chance to do any. But definitely a fun structure with the head-to-head format. Like seeing that. Okay. When there's no minor tight end, I go with Theo Johnson. He will have a role. I think that's fair. I think he'll definitely have somewhat of a role. I think that's a fair shout for a deep scroll. All right. What am I looking at here? I probably want to get back in at running back and just finish it. I feel like Tootin has the most upside, and since this team won't be like thin at all, I think I want to just swing purely for upside. I think Judkins is actually better on like thinner builds because he's going to be toting the rock like 20 plus times a week as long as they don't get absolutely smashed. Like as long as the Browns aren't behind by too much. But I think with like such a robust running back room, he just has a little bit less like week to week upside. Because they'll probably have high carries but relatively low receptions. And then what's the touchdown upside really going to be on Cleveland with that offense? Austin Burgess, I really like Tolbert and Bell in this format because of taking a shot at Dolphins wide receiver 1 with no risk, and Bell isn't faulted for going later in the year either. I think that's a fair point. Yeah, because you did double them at the end. I think that's a totally fair point, Austin. I don't mind that call. Oh, okay. Do you have any bears? Do these guys have any bears? Would they like to snipe me on Caleb? Probably not. So I think what we do we want Bucky to end running back there? Or do I want DJ Moore? Man, that's a tough spot. I think DJ Moore is enough of a tier break above. I probably want DJ Moore as my 5th receiver. My running backs are really, really strong. I probably don't need the Bucky pick there. And then I'm going to take Caleb if he comes back. I could have also considered doubling up my Caleb and going like Rome. I wouldn't have minded that move either. I wouldn't have minded that either. We can actually look. I feel like I've only done 1 or 2 of these so far, I think. Yeah, 2. I feel like in my other one, I did like a fat bear stack in one of these. Yeah, so Washington, Chicago, Giants. And then what did I do? I did Rome and Loveland. Yeah, Rome and Loveland. That one I did Loveland Warren at tight end. So kind of buying into that double elite tight end thing quite a bit in this format. All it really takes is 1 big week for 1 Dolphins receiver, which should work, and spending last pick on it is way worth it since no other receivers on the board at that point. Could peak with wide receiver 1 numbers. Yeah, I think I pretty much agree with you there. I think, yeah, I think everything you said made sense. I think there were just some things in that construction where it's like, it was weekly winners. So yeah. Yeah, I think that makes sense. It's just the single quarterback just gives you that risk of like you would hate to see your team do really well on a week where your quarterback does really bad when you had a single quarterback. But obviously that's kind of like making up a scenario that didn't happen. So like, maybe I'm like being a little anti it just because I'm like so like wanting to be safe about it, right? But I don't hate that idea and what you did with the single quarterback. I think that makes total sense. It's logical. Yeah, nothing wrong with that idea at all. It was more about the single quarterback and kind of the drawbacks of that potentially more than being anti the Dolphins receivers. Um, I think there's -1 for receptions also. Can you pull up the board for us to see, please? Oh yeah, sorry. These ones go so quick. I didn't think about it, but yeah. And I'll do a quick scroll up and back down. We can kind of see. Yeah, sorry. Usually I'm a little bit better about showing the board, but these with the quick turns, sometimes I was kind of forgetting. All right, but yeah, we'll keep the board up. And then we'll check out Game Tight and the Burgess too. We'll check them out at the end. Obviously, in these, not much I'm gonna really be able to say about the lineups. I mean, every lineup looks like an absolute superstar team. Oh man, that's awesome. We got Justin Herbert back with I guess only with Hampton, but who cares? Do we want Herbert? That's a good price on Herbert. That's a good price. I mean, Jordan Tyson's a good price as well. Jordan Tyson, Herbert. Let's go Herbert. Let's go Herbert. I like Herbert a lot. I think Herbert could be like a huge. I think he could really jump into that elite tier this year. I mean, we've already seen him throw for 5K before. One of the few quarterbacks that have done it. I believe 8 quarterbacks in NFL history have thrown for 5,000 yards. Justin Herbert's one of them. He just got a huge offensive play caller upgrade. Let's get some more Justin Herbert. Obviously, Mike McDaniel, slower pace of play. He's not throwing for 5K or nothing, but they might be really efficient and get a lot of touchdowns. So, let's buy into some Justin Herbert. We're already bought in a little bit to the offense. We already forgot to show the board. We will show it after this pick. My bad. My bad. Who was that? Upside Living. We will show the board after this pick. Brock Purdy there, kind of interesting. I guess it's late in the draft though. Why not? Because yeah, now we're at the point of like where you can kind of scroll on guys too. Who do I want to scroll for though? Do I want Dart? Is another question. Do I want Dart? I probably do want Dart. I kind of almost feel like you want the 3 strong QBs if you didn't get like a super elite like Josh Allen or Lamar. These other QB rooms, like look at this guy's right. He had Drake May, Joe Burrow, Brock Purdy, and then like Josh Allen, Hurts. Drake May, Burrow, Purdy. This guy only has Jaden. You only have Dak and T-Law. You only have Lamar. So maybe I got a little bit too stressed about the quarterback position, but I think it's okay. I think I got 3 guys I really like. A lot of rushing upside with Dart, so I like that. I think that feels fine. I think going 3 feels fine in this. My team will be, pretty. Your teams are pretty deep, so going 3 isn't too bad. All right, we have a big Giant stack. We have a Chicago stack. We don't really have an LAC stack at receiver. QJ goes. Okay, yeah, QJ went before me. What the hell is that guy doing? Out of his mind taking QJ. Crazy. No, I'm just kidding. QJ is fine. QJ is a fine pick. That's fine. But what do I want to pick here? I mean, Parker Washington's still there. I mean, I don't hate it. I don't have any Jags, so I have Bashal Tootin. I mean, that's fine. Parker or Alec Pierce? Probably Alec Pierce. And the reason we go Alec Pierce over Parker Washington is simple. Alec Pierce hits bigger spike weeks most likely when he hits, and my receivers are, pretty strong by this point. So let's go for the spike week player. I'm also kind of a P-Wash hater, so we'll let him fall a little. Why not? I'm not a big fan of Parker Washington. I think there's a lot of ways he gets squeezed. I understand he looked really good for the second half, and I don't think that was like really a fluke or anything. I just see a lot of pass for him to get squeezed, When did he start getting good? The second Travis Hunter got hurt. You know, you ask Liam Cohen, oh, Travis Hunter's playing pretty much all DB this year, right? Because your DBs suck and your receivers are good. Liam Cohen laughed in the reporter's face and told him, nah, Travis Hunter playing both ways. It's incredible how much he can run without getting tired. You know, and that hurts P-Wash. You know, you see Nate Borakircher go in the second round. You see them pick another tight end late in the draft. It's like, you know, if they run more 12, does that take away from P-Wash? Does he get that outside work? Does Jacoby Myers, who just got like 19 mil a year, get that outside work over him? I don't know. P-Wash though, I'm having a hard time getting in on him. I mean, what do we want here? We're done at tight end. We're done at quarterback. I feel like at this point it's just like you got to get like bombers. Jordan Addison would be a good example. I think Jordan Addison can easily give you like 0 balls, like he can give you a total 0 week, but he can spike for 20. You know, he's always been a big red zone weapon. Maybe not as much last year with JJ McCarthy, but was anyone really a red zone weapon? I think Jordan Addison still had more touchdowns than Justin Jefferson, even with I think Jordan Addison had 3. Yeah, Jordan Addison had 3, and I think Jefferson had 2, right? Is that right? Justin Jefferson had 2 touchdowns. Yeah, Jefferson had 2. So, you know, Addison's kind of like and he's done it multiple years where he scored more touchdowns than Jefferson. So I think Addison, you know, just has really good scoring upside, spike week upside. I think he has a pretty bad floor, but in this format, I don't care at all. You know, I just want the upside. So I think he feels great there. I feel like I should get another running back still. Uh should be someone with big upside who like a Blake Corum is kind of interesting. You know, Blake Corum goes for 750 and 6 touchdowns last year with Kyron healthy. They're talking about giving him a bigger role. That was one of the Coach Pete things we talked about at the very beginning of the stream was Sean McVay was talking up Corum. I don't mind him as a late click. You know, if Kyron does get hurt, he could be like that league winner and could kind of differentiate you. But yeah, you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch, Burgess. You heard me talking. You heard me talking through my pick and you fucking stole him from me. That's fucked up. No, I mean it's all right. You son of a bitch. All right. We'll go Jonathan Brooks would be fine. Rico would be okay. We could hit him with the Rico. I wouldn't be too upset about that. That'd be fine. We can show the board. See, this is the down like showing the board. I'm trying to figure out the pick too. It's tough in this format. Upside living. We're trying. We're trying though. What should I do for my last pick? It's probably got to be a running back. I don't know. Who's the deepest scroll you can make in this format that's like reasonable? I pick Katron. I love Katron Allen. Where is he? Yeah. Let's pick the Commanders RB1. Why not? I feel like that's the only correct move I can make after getting sniped on Blake Corum. I have these other reasonable picks in the queue, but it's like they get picked relatively often. Let's get a little unique. Let's get Katron Allen. I got sniped. It left me in a state of disarray. We'll go with my boy Katron Allen at the end. You know, just even throwing him on the 6-mans. If Katron Allen's the guy you need, I'm gonna be a rich man. Trust me on that. Rick Perry chili cheese tato. Murray was throwing some deep balls to Addison in a recent video. Looked great. Hey, yeah, no, and I mean, I think that's kind of been how Addison's won a lot of his career. I think we've just kind of seen that year over year. Like he's a big spike week guy. He's not super consistent, but I think those big spikes, not super consistent, are really good in this format. I have Kyron LMAO. Why'd you take Corum too then? Come on, bro. You don't need floor. This kind of is all about ceiling. Your running back room's insane. And fuck it, don't take I think both. You can though. You can. It's fine. It makes sense. It's not the craziest. I just wanted Corum. I was mad. But it's all good. What was I gonna get at? Oh yeah, there's some interesting stuff in this format. Like because what was it that was? Oh yeah, because Addison. Like there's some interesting guys. I like some of these guys, like the Rashid Shaheed. Oh, we see him even with an ADP up here though. But the Rashid Shaheed, I kind of like. Travis Hunters, I kind of like. Like I would never, I bet you in this contest, I could 150 max it. I will not have a share of Khalil Shakir. There's no point. That's the most pointless pick you could make in your life in this format, right? because your receivers are insane. I mean, my wide receiver 8 is Xavier Worthy, which I mean he kind of sucks, but my wide receiver 7 is Addison. He's pretty good. So like Khalil Shakir or something, I would never in a million years take in this format. But like a Shaheed, a Travis Hunter, even Coker's kind of a deep threat. Boston could be a deep threat. Like those are the guys I'm maybe taking shots on. Even if they tend to go a little later and I'm trying to get unique, I want unique pieces like that can really spike in a single week and have like no meaningful floor. I don't care about their floor in the slightest. All ceiling near the end. And I know it usually is like that, but like even more so to where I'm like not picking certain guys who are more floor based. Like not even considering them. I was already planning drafting Corum McKyer and LMAO. Fair enough, Austin. I ain't gonna hate too hard, but I was just mentioning it and you ran down the clock on me. See, if I wouldn't have mentioned it, you might have pushed it to the last round. You're like, oh shit, he's about to take Corum from me. I better grab him. See, that's what it was, though. That's what it was that killed me. But no, fair enough. Yeah, I'm not mad about it. I was just it was a comedic anger, DJ Moore at 64 is amazing. I thought so too. That was a great fall on him. Speaking of that, we'll go over the team real quick. We'll check out the Burgess and Game Tight, and then we'll probably be heading out of here. So I did a 3-5-8-2, Caleb Williams, Justin Herbert, Jackson Dart, CMC, Ashton Genty, Omarion Hampton, Bashaw Tootin, Katron Allen, Chris Olave, Malik Nabers, Jalen Waddle, Mike Evans, DJ Moore, Alec Pierce, Jordan Addison, Xavier Worthy, Trey McBride, Colston Loveland. And as you can see, like I think going the double elite tight end, it doesn't really take away too much from your lineup in this format. And I think that's the only spot where you're going to clearly see I have an advantage over every team except probably Game Tight at tight end because he went Bowers, Warren, Likely. I went McBride, Loveland. So between me and him, we have all 4 of the top 4 tight ends, right? For rankings wise, at least. So we have that just on lock, right? We have that over the whole room. So I believe that, just going with those elite onesies, that can really give you an edge. I think especially at tight end, it can really give you an edge. And even going double elite, like I do not feel very weak at receiver from this. I don't feel like I'm way lacking upside compared to the rest of my pod. And same thing at running back. And I took running backs earlier, right, with these 3, but I feel strong at all the positions still. I don't feel like I'm going to be way behind at receiver, and that's the one I pushed the most. And I did get that double elite tight end. And I started with really strong running backs, still got good quarterbacks, like in that elite range. I think it feels good. I mean, they're all going to feel good, but I think this is a really good way to build with the double elite tight ends or just like really strong onesies. Kind of ignoring receiver a little bit and piling it out with volume. I think that in general is going to be the better way to build these. I feel pretty happy with this team though. Pretty good overall. Katron Allen on a 6-man is pretty funny, but I didn't know what to do. I was in a state of disarray. So sometimes you pick Katron and at pick 105 you pick Katron Allen. Michael Pittman the Burgess 3-5-8-2. Dak Prescott, Trevor Lawrence, Jared Goff. That's a good QB room. Saquon, Kyron, Travis Etienne, Cam Scavo, Blake Corum. So like that, 4 really strong ones up top. Corum obviously could be like the league winner if Kyron goes down, could have huge upside. So I don't mind that pick, handcuffing your guy, just getting basically like the other 3 are strong. So why not just lock up a 4th super strong one with Corum and Kyron together? Then Chase, Lamb, Nico, Emeka, Devontae Adams, Jordan Tyson, Mekhi Lemon, Michael Pittman, Tucker Kraft, Laporta. I mean, I think it's pretty solid, like you could maybe argue, I guess like where it's going to be kind of hard is like, you're probably getting beat at quarterback and at tight end by a couple teams in the lobby at least. And do you have the fire? I mean, Dak, Lawrence, and Goff's pretty good, I guess. But it's like, do you have the firepower to make up for it at the onesies? And, maybe with Jamar Chase up top and like strong running backs. So I think it's pretty good. It's hard to really critique these, like I was saying. It's hard because they're all so good all around. But pretty solid squad. Then Game Tight 2-5-8-3, Lamar and Bo Nix like that. Jameer, Javante, DeAndre Swift, Quinshawn Price like that. Jefferson, London, Flowers, Tate, Harrison, DK, Godwin, Sutton, and super strong tight ends, Bowers, Warren, Likely. Like this build quite a bit. Game Tight, pretty solid. I like it quite a bit. Especially, kind of viewing Gibbs as the hero in this format is like waiting just a little bit to get the Javante as you're like 2, you waited a while. It gives more like that hero. I like that because your other rooms are all really strong. So yeah, solid builds all around. I mean, solid builds for everyone always in the badge bros, but they're definitely a lot of fun to do. Definitely a lot of fun. Innocent Mama Strawberry, hi, hello. Hey, what's up? What's up, Innocent Mama Strawberry? Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Unfortunately, you're catching the very end of about a 5-hour stream, so we're about to head out. I feel my voice going. But hey, appreciate you stopping by, chatting. You know, we definitely will be back live again. Actually, tomorrow I'm having a guest on, Nice and Blunt, so we'll be back live tomorrow with him. I'll actually see. I'm gonna check real quick, see who's live. We'll drop a link if you guys want to watch more drafts. Yeah, so we got Who Hames live on DraftKings, and then we got PPR Tyler. He's live with Colin Hoffman. So that's one of the chatters, but they're live doing a draft over there. So definitely check them out. Yeah, but thanks for stopping by, guys. Call me crazy. I got Crafton Laporta ranked higher than McBride in my ranks this year. I'm a big McBride hater. I showed it earlier. I have like 2%. So, you know, you want to say that I'm probably the guy who most agrees with you. But I'm gonna pick some McBride in that contest. I'm not picking him very much in the normal one. So, you know, if that's your opinion, I don't even hate it that much. I'm kind of a McBride hater, so fair enough. I think the volume will be there a little bit more than Kraft and Laporta, kind of guaranteed, but they could have a lot more scoring upside. McBride's team could be way worse. I don't even hate that call at all. Hackett being the OC scares the shit out of me. That's fair too. Good banner. Hey, appreciate it, Mama Strawberry. Appreciate it. Every team looked fire in Badge Rose Brawl. Thanks for the reviews. Fun stream. Looking forward to you and Blunt collaboration. Hell yeah. Hey, appreciate it, Game Titan. Appreciate you stopping by. Appreciate all you guys stopping by, drafting with me, chatting. Always a good time. Always a good time. You know, and appreciate it. And yeah, thanks for stopping by, chatting, drafting. Peace.